again, I never like to look at people sounds, rebuke sounds like this yelling at someone. Right? But the mitzvah of understand means when I see someone doing something wrong, I do have to point it out, right? And again, to be clear, if I see my children doing something wrong, I absolutely have to point it out. So there is, and by the way, I would even say in the realm of sometimes this is a hard part of parenting. Sometimes you do have to go ahead and be more your child, even if the area in which you are rebuking your child is an area in which you are highly impulsive. Because again, remember, the whole point of Hokaha, and this is, we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me. That's what every single parent does. Says that there is a natural killer, a natural jealousy that exists between people, with certain exceptions. And one of the exceptions is when I am not jealous of my child becomes more successful. In fact, again, whatever I said, the greater success for a parent is if your child becomes that's the greatest success. So again, there may be times where even if I'm deficient in a particular area, at the end of the day, I still have to give that review. But at the end, he says that product on a day-to-day level, before I go ahead and ask someone else about something, the first question I have to ask myself is, am I really working on all cylinders in that particular area? Am I really holding my own in that particular area? Because otherwise, what ends up happening is the rebuke that I deliver to another becomes very open for divine judgment of me in that particular area as well. And listen, we'll stop over there for today. We'll pick up in there just the brackets of the Zek Yam Habusha and something. All I tell you, what I want to do, you all that is really the way people are told to so yeah, anyway, very much more than this country, very much more right? Open up English, open up Gemara, open up Sefer. There's a power in Torah. There's a power in Torah that when I engage with you, I have the ability to come back and say, there's some things that you have to always be ready to do your life. Most of us will never thank you. Right? Most of us, which is fine. It's part of it. It's just human beings. I guess there are some people of elevated status who maybe could totally overcome these tomorrow, but most of us have to live with it. Live with life. It's like living within a ditch, right? So again, a person doesn't really become cured of their addiction. I go ahead and live with it. I'm in recovery. How long have you been in recovery? I've been in recovery for 22 years. So is there ever a point where you are you ask people in recovery, they understand I'm living with a dynamic. So I'm always going to be, as an always that is a very incredibly profound metaphor that helps to live with Great Sahara. I'm in recovery for a day. Right? Again, I'm in recovery for Great Sahara for a day. I wasn't good the day before, but I'm in recovery for a day. Hopefully, again, I'm going to stay on the wagon for our number of successes, recognizing at some point in time I'll probably fall off, and I'll start again. Thus is the nature of life. It says that is so profound that Torah is not, Torah is mikvah, it protects me from making foolish decisions in life, which induce life suffering and life pain. The Torah conditions me to be more introspective, and it managed to see me from the Torah as well. There's a power in learning that allows me to step up to the temptations of life. He goes on and says, I want to point out over here, so we're going to skip for a moment. Go to page Gimel, in the Be'ilei HaChasidus, the left-hand column. And here there is just something so beautiful and profound. He says, we look past other than the Ashkenaz, in there, as you can see, apart from the Bracha Yishana, the Tehavim of the Mitzvah, La'asok Divrei Torah. Right? He just said, he already said this morning, Birchas HaTorah, the Bracha to Hashem, La'asok Divrei Torah. Now listen, now the wording over here is intriguing as well. La'asok means to engage words of Torah. It says that. We'll see in that. Yeah, that's right. But the difference. The only lots of Torah. You'll say, why is that the combination of the law? Why don't we just say lasso Torah? Lasso Torah. Right? That's why Hashem has the universe. It gives us the opportunity to engage in Torah. What do you mean to toil in Torah? What do you mean lasso Divrei Torah? To engage words in Torah. Every time always Torah, engagement in Torah, it's learning, it's talking in Torah. Why do you use the word Divrei? And what's the difference of it? It's so beautiful. It says, Vatanishon, the Matzibim, Rish, Shekari, Nifu, HaKosher, Umban, Umafiyah, the Dalek, Umibia, Faloso, the Spashe, in the Skaber, Kona, Iza, Adam, Toka, Kosher, Shiach, Aliyah, Patrach, Ba'atno, Shiyah, Never says something so beautiful. Never say, when I learn, can I ever really be sure that I'm maximizing the experience? Can I ever really be sure that I'm learning to the best of my potential? Can I ever really be sure that I'm discovering the depths and plumbing the depths of the beauty and holiness of Torah? Can I ever really know that I'm learning the way I'm supposed to be learning? He goes on, he says, when I learn, am I learning the Shema? Am I learning for the right reasons? Right? Am I doing these things for the right reasons? Same case, even you see, the bracha would have been last so Torah, engaging the Torah. One might have thought that the only thing that's truly Torah Lishma. Learning Torah for the right purpose in the right way. What does the Bracha say? Last soak is Divrei Torah. What does Divrei Torah mean? I learn words of Torah. What does learning words of Torah mean? But sometimes I learn Torah well. Sometimes I don't learn Torah well. Sometimes I learn Lishma. I don't learn Lishma. Sometimes I pay attention. Sometimes I don't pay attention. Sometimes I'm learning Torah with Shem Hashem. Sometimes I'm learning it with some type of other covet or something else ultimately again that I think I'm going to get out of it. Like a whole variety of different things. So the brachas Divrei means I learn words. Sometimes I'm on, sometimes I'm off. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. Sometimes it says it should be, sometimes it's not. And what's the great part? It doesn't matter. Just learn. Just learn. Just learn. Like so is Divrei Torah. As long as what Chazal was trying to teach us something so beautiful, that as long as there's engagement in Torah, even if that engagement is important, and even if that engagement is even highly flawed, so that's not a lasso bat Torah, it's a chassid. It's a lasso Divrei Torah. Words of Torah. There's a little bit here, a little bit there, and that's like the different lasso Divrei Torah. That's okay. Effect of Torah making up amongst them. The effect of Torah ultimately saving me from suffering that I visited upon myself and making bad life decisions. My Torah making me a more thoughtful person. The effect of Torah giving me the strength to deal with my needs and hurry in life, that's a compliment. Even through different, even if it is perfect, it gives me the strength to do what I need to do. So I was like, the stuff I'm here for today, it was really congratulations for the company for me so incredibly profound. Because the fact that we place an emphasis on learning, okay, that's we all know. That's we all know. But so it's necessary because how can I do functional how do I know how to fulfill without Hashem without Torah? That's our point. That's like and I think we should just pay off in our own lives. Torah makes no Torah makes me and the wonderful perspective because and it's not a quick shot that because these intellectual Jesus are very what I think was there's a spiritual component to Torah that opens me up to the best hope of the Savior. That's what happened. And again, like the prayer wasn't just the students that were really at the top. But what the students were kind of together is that normally that level of concentration, instruction, normally only comes like when I look at data, now I know my weaknesses and what I have to work on, I know what I have to do. So you ask them out there, contemplative perspective. Unless you think that stands up, that level of concentration only comes from sin, doesn't come from Hashem. So with no further ado, anything else? 1 minute. Every try to go 1 minute and hear cat sound. Try to go for a minute, you're gonna hear cat sounds. I'll tell you what I want to put in. What I want to put in for the company. All right, Kevin. So good morning. Let's let us. So we're gonna continue with your Hashem. In ocean test. Remember again, we began this particular, particular piece yesterday, where Rebbe introduced us to the idea of the power of Torah. Whereas you have to think as Torah as the way in which we learn the Dati, we will have to do that. Torah teaches us again, mitzvahs and say, both times, they cosmic commandments, traditions. Rebbe introduced us to the idea that Torah is in fact so much more impactful. The Torah is Russian Torah, the Russian of instruction, the Russian of guidance, ultimately teaches us how to be introspective. And then to having allowed us put us in an introspective, contemplative frame of mind. And to be able to go ahead and look at ourselves and look at life in a bit of remember again, however, this piece is coming on the heels of the previous piece where Rebbe taught that there's a gift in sin. And the gift in sin is that sin has the ability to point out my deficiencies and shortcomings, which is incredible, which is wonderful, except, as Rebbe says, so a way to learn about my deficiencies and shortcomings without sin, which Rebbe says, yes, Torah. That when I learn, again, I become more attentive to myself. When I learn, I become more introspective. When I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and see my deficiencies and shortcomings, even in the absence of sin. So let's continue with this as well. So let's talk about Chukman days. Chukman days, in the earlier Hasidus, the right hand column. So I think you may have read it. Conclude this matter so together in the following idea. Shaharigan Sha'adam Lemi experiences his hardship. And the Baba is even Akraba Hakamas. For example, even when a person is touched, official matters that do with Hakamas, Nikra did not check the Haggadah to Utsik Hatoya. Harishikam as Hatoya Morado as Dako, Umajufa is for the nice of the Hor. It's so interesting enough to remember at the end of the even a person is touching, first name is Kabbalah. Scholar Kabbalah, there's nothing to say halach for the mice of this. So if you assume that the power of Torah is that it tells me what to do and what not to do, the entire value of Torah lives in the realm of being an instructive guide for what to do in everyday life. Because of course, isn't it a part of Torah? Then what exactly do I get from touching? What do I get? What do I get from that? Elamai says that we've seen that the power of Torah is such that even when I learn something that is quote unquote not halacha lemaisa, in terms of the do's and don'ts in life, it's halacha lemaisa that it forces me to become a more introspective, thoughtful person. And that's what this is really like now. The Shita Vada, one thing she how this works, says Rabbi. He says, the case of Lazara, Akadra, Stakhmoshana, Sinizar, Dinajishita. That's also a beautiful and moving reputation. Where the Pasuk says, Va'osi Azu, Ve'astarasi Lo Shamal. Where the Pasuk in Inca says, the self is the night to pass. Now Israel, they have left me, Osi Azu, they have left me, so Osi Lo Shamal. Right, this is interesting, right? And they do not keep my code. Once if you think about it, it sounds a little bit redundant, right? If you say, oh, see how they left me, then of course that means they didn't keep my Torah. So the idea is if you say they didn't keep my Torah, that means they left me. So why does the Navi have to say both things? Why does it have to say, oh, see how they left me, that Sorasai lo Shama, they didn't keep my Torah. So we should get a incredible meditation. He was got a woman. Because the Yachad, the Rizana Shalom says, Halavai, O.C. Azmu, Yisrael Sishanel. This is wild. That is right. Trump says, you know what? Halavai, I wish that they had just left me, but kept my Torah. And I would say, what does that mean? Can you imagine Trump says, you know what? If they don't want a relationship with me, okay, I can live with that. But at least they should keep my Torah. We'll say, what? Shahari, is asking the Hama'or Sheba, Masaha Osage, the both say this is incredible. But you know someone saying that his father's would have just forsaken in a relationship with me. Could have lived with that as long as they would have kept learning Torah. Because if they keep learning Torah under those circumstances, Torah would awaken the light in the children. When a person learns, as we were saying before, they become more introspective. When a person learns, they become more functional. When a person learns, they're willing to help and they're willing to embrace their own shortfalls and deficiencies. And Jonathan said, even if Esau would have totally left me, at least they would have kept learning my Torah. They would have been self-personalistic ability. So historically laments the double tragedy. Osiazu, they left me to Sorosai, Sorosai Lo Shamaya. They didn't keep my Torah. They stopped learning. And when a Jew stops learning, the entire vehicle is introspection. And the entire vehicle is self-evaluation participants. He goes on, he says, Shama'or Shabbalas HaTorah, Za'or Chachmas HaTorah, Meir Bo, Lachino Mechashechas HaTzios, Shenifta B'Siflas Yitzhara, Ad Shechoza La'avodas Hashem Yisbach. And this is very profound. It's Tzaddik writes, because the wisdom of Torah has the ability to go ahead and to literally illuminate one from the foolishness of the Yitzhara, to ultimately one finds their way back to the Ribbon Shalom. So there's like to realize the power of the concept of it. So we see it turns out the concept of it is the two elements to learn. There's the functional utilitarian part of learning, which is everyone's Torah life. How are you a functional doing that Torah? Like, okay, how do I keep Shabbos and I don't know what those Shabbos? And how do I keep Kashrut and I don't know what those Kashrut? Okay, how do I wash my hands in the morning if I don't know the halachos and the rest of the there's a function of these. I need to learn Torah in order to be able to properly live as a Jew. This is an incredibly important concern. The Parsi says it's something. And of course, we know this is one of these dynamics. Yeah, so you can explain it is how to explain it in words. That you end up with saying the words don't really do justice. It's dynamics that you just have to experience in order to really understand its realness. The second dynamic for us is ultimately again when I go ahead and I learn, it opens my eyes and it opens my heart to what? To me, I feel like a different person. I feel like a different person. And I'm willing to introspect. And I'm willing to be self-evaluate. And I'm willing to engage in the process of self-judgment. And I'm willing to do all of these things so that I can really tackle my shortcomings and my deficiencies without having to sin. So let's say, so what the Tzaddik is telling me is there are two ways when it comes to the process of self-evaluation. By possibility, one is I sin. And again, the great part of sin, but the great part of sin is I know what my weaknesses are, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what I have to do. But then there's the process of learning. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and engage in the process of self-evaluation. Without the sin, and how does it work? Torah opens my mind. Torah materialized the power of Torah. Torah opens my mind and allows me to be self-evaluative and allows me to introspect and allows me to see me for who I am, both the good as well as the not so good. The learning of Torah fundamentally transforms us. Whoever goes on, he says, Annam, בהשפעת התורה על האוסיפה, יש כמה מדרגות שם. We're going to look at these things today, and then America will write this. He says, in this process of learning Torah in a Torah self-evaluative or transformative fashion. There's different levels. There's different levels. He says, if you can't tell you, yeah, you should know. You're not feeling yourself. Value the all that Torah who Azini Matina Yasurin, who must be in a field, must be Sahara Shalot Yashilanu looking. So this is actually a very interesting idea. So it says, there's one second sofa. And the Gemara says the idea that Torah Migna Matzah. Torah provides two different aspects to it. Migna means it protects us, or I should say like the Magin, or it shields me, and Matzah, it saves me. Protects me and saves me. Although those two words seem synonymous, in fact mean two different things. So Rashi, for example, says, Rashi says, Migna Matzah, he says, Migna means it protects you from certain punishments. From punishments, or from suffering. That Torah has the ability to protect you from punishment and suffering. Matzlah saves me, means it has the ability to save me from the Sahara. Two different components. Torah has the ability to save you from suffering, Migna, Matzlah from the Sahara. So it tells you, we're going to see that Rebbe is going to say that these two aspects show you the two dynamics between Torah. He goes down and says, there's a calf, Torah Madricha Asa Adam, Kitzad Yuchap Hakim Estafsho. Zera Kirish, Shamash Abraham Al Shabbat Machdas Adam Mutov. Or is stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this piece. But again, just to look at these dynamics, when we see that the Torah Migna Umasla, this is a phrase that's very often quoted about the power of Torah. Migna, it saves me from the sin, the punishment of suffering, Masla, and it saves me from myself. It saves me from the child. So let's stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with this dynamic. All right, so good morning, that oxygen. Yeah. So that's between the Balamak and Shimmer of the Uriah Hasid. So that gives us a different introduction to this thing. So you guys can follow.
Hey, what up, Cameron?
If you want to see a little bit of the
Cameron, you gotta be 18 to be here. And you gotta be 18 to be here. Take care, big man. Take care, big man.
The last part, we left off with the class. It was a really fascinating idea that Rabbi explained that there is this gift in faith. What's the gift in faith? And faith exposes one's weakness. When I sin, I know exactly the area in which I am deficient. When I sin, I know exactly what needs to be fixed. When I sin, I now see what areas I need to address. So the feeling Jehovah Allah Adam dance. I'm happy Gamun Shalom is happy. This is an obligation upon a person to actively address the culture the blemishes, the internal blemishes that I have in the toilet, the volume of the coming Sholim Adam. And therefore, sometimes when I stumble, right, I stumble and stumbling, right? Something actually tell us there's actually a benefit in that. Because again, like I said before, those mistakes and those missteps help to highlight to me the areas in which I need to address and to fix. Nor else happiness. Yet, Shloradas, Sha'agidi, Venus, Hatorah, Yovad, Yachol, Nazare, Asma, Shachar, since there's another piece to this. See, a person will take think to themselves, well, then I guess maybe I have to wait until I sin in order to figure out what I need to fix. Now, of course, that's not exactly a very easy way to approach self-improvement, because again, the goal, of course, is avoidance of sin whenever possible. So that is kind of speaking in his Kufman on it. That is kind of speaking over here, which means like once I'm sinning, the benefits of sin is that I get to see my deficiencies, see what's broken, and see what I need to address. But of course, the goal is avoidance of sin. So if my goal is avoidance of sin, yet the benefit of sin is that it shows me my deficiencies, what's broken, what I need to address. How do I figure out all of that stuff without sin? Isn't that the goal of life? I mean, I want, it's going to sound strange, I want the benefit. Let me explain the statement. I want the benefit of sin without sinning. Now, what does that mean? I want the benefit of sin that I want to know what I have to fix without potentially having to make the mistakes, which is the ultimate goal. So, of course, part of it is, as we go on, like, you can't really do that. Like, you have to make the mistakes in order to know what to fix. But on some level, is the ability to kind of achieve the self-awareness that sin brings without having to go through the aggress nefesh, the difficulty that sin itself brings. Because that is says for a certain degree, yes. How can you accomplish that? This is incredible. It says through learning Torah. Now, what does this mean? What does this mean? He says, Yesh Koladas Shagiri Limut HaTorah B'Yovad Yochol Nevare Asnashem Nikrashotati. Through learning, we also have the ability to go ahead and shed light, to come to an understanding as to what needs to be fixed. How does that work? This is incredible. It's not up here on the Rebbe Sivra Kamon. Wait for the Shlach on it. He says, Torah Nikrakim Milashon More Derech. Torah is called Torah. Why is Torah called Torah? So he's going to discuss that Torah comes from Lashon Torah. We'll get into the etymology just a moment. But he's Lashon Mored Derech. What's a Mored Derech? A Mored Derech is like a compass, like a tour guide. A tour guide. Mored Derech, someone or something to teach you. Mored to teach Derech the way. He says, Hainu, she, page Kusmandi, Hainu, she, Mora, Medes, Adam, A, the Colosso, the Taki, is Tigman Nafsha. Never said something truly beautiful. Then what is the point of Torah? And we're going to develop this. The point of Torah is to highlight and to show a person how I can fix that which is working or blemished inside of me. The Iritsoni Loma Vajaber, so this is incredible. Because Rabbi essentially is going to go on to develop that you often sell Torah a little bit short. Torah short. As he says, the Iritsoni Loma is that Sha'amu Shekol is in Lashon Hara, Rak Bidma Shekol Melamedes Osaris, Esa Pukim Bahamishpatim, Bacholos Eskamai Zashayasu. Many times, civil disobedience that Torah means Torah, means instruction, that's not a kiddush. This is what people often misunderstand. that the only thing that Torah does for us is to teach us a series of breathing goals. Like that's what Torah does. It teaches us chukim and mishpatim. You do these things, you can't do these things. Do a lot of this, don't do any of this. Engage in this and avoid this. Ella, so that says, well, of course that's true. Well, of course that's true. That's only one element of Torah. That's only one aspect. Ella horas haTorah la'adam gam be'esem halimo. He says there is something profoundly started in the process of learning Torah. And I will say that the topic is highlighting here is the unspoken dynamic that I think we have all experienced. So here I'm having this really verbal form. Yeah, that's like, you know, the true power of learning. But why is it taken on this moment? It's such like an emphasis on learning. Like, why? Why the emphasis? Why the emphasis on honeycomb such a great issue? So, of course, on one basic level, because in order to be a teacher, you have to know what to do. Right? It's no different. You wanna get your license, you have to study the driver's manual because you have to know, how many car loads you need between the car, between you and the car company, right? You need to know how long you have to stop for the stop sign. You need to know the laws in order to pass the test. So I need to know the halachas in order to be a functioning Jew. Somebody says, what happens when you learn? What happens when you learn? The process of learning is that we don't enjoy and Torah makes me a more thoughtful and introspective person. So don't say, we know this. You feel different when you learn. You just feel different. You just become a different kind of person. Now, is that because I know now what to do better? I'm a better person because I know how to teach Shabbos better because I'm learning the halachas from the lobby. I know I'm a better person because now I'm learning Yuma. I'm going to know how to observe Yom Kippur. But is that what we're saying over here? It's something much more profound. That I engage in Torah, there's an unspoken dynamic that allows me to be more introspective. And it's that unspoken dynamic that allows for introspection that allows me to see out the root of the things which are good of future plans. But I listen, we know this. We know this because you feel different after you learn. He goes on and he says, he gives a proof to this. I want to go proof. The H here has had so that I'm going to show you that learning has an impact that allows you to get more introspective and thoughtful person. And not related to say to an enhanced knowledge of operational Judaism. What's the proof to this? This is incredible. Shahare, Gan Kisha Adam Lomid and Genius take the hardship. המדבר בעניין הקרבס הקבלס. לקרוא בנחשב לו הדבר שעושה בתורה. Let's say a person is learning hardship. You spend a lot of time on the subject. Even in Yuma, we've had sugyas again of Kabbalas. So I'm learning Kabbalas. I'm going to say in general, how do we relate to the sugya of Kabbalas? Harishikran as HaTorah Mora as Darko, Umatricha also Keitza Takin as Nafsha. Shadzavar Eno Nogea Keis Levi Singapore. See that both sides. When I learn a sugya of Kachin, for example, what's the relevance of a sugya of Kachin to me right now? What's the relevance? None. No, what's right? We saw this. We're learning sugyas in Yuma. Today's Hamikdash. What's the relevance right now? Right now, today, it's Monday. What's the relevance this moment? And the answer is nothing right now. Again, if the answer is something won't be a minute. We don't have a base Hamikdash. Hopefully, we're getting a lot of time. Hopefully, the future is going to be similar. Right? That's what I think. Right? So therefore, again, you will go ahead and there's like some no delay out. Lisa, is there a takeaway for me? Okay, sometimes there's a hashkafic takeaway, but is there a halacha Lisa takeaway for me? And the answer often is no. But yet, I feel changed by the learning. I feel changed by the learning. I am a different person. Yes, I am more thoughtful. I am more introspective. How does that occur? How does that occur? So if Torah was just operational, like if Torah at the end of the day was just to go ahead and teach me what to do, or not to do, so then I would emerge from the Sidian kachim and I would say, all right, I think I just kind of feel like I spun my wheels a little bit, guys. I didn't really do anything over here. But the fact that I feel changed, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel that there's something that's been sparked inside of me, even when I learned something that it's not halacha of myself, indicates to me the power of Talmud Torah. He goes on, he says, Hari Shigam Azot Mishnush with his line. Hari Shigam Az HaTorah Moralo is Darko. Ooh, Matricha also. Because you want to say, even when I'm learning something that is not halacha of myself, or I'm learning something that doesn't have a benefit, practical, day-to-day application right in this moment. Goes on, he says, nevertheless, Moralo is Darko, Matrichos and Kitzino Takinis Nasho, Shadavar Alien Nokia Lais Lamaisa. So once again, let's talk about this idea and this really so kind of profound because sometimes, all of us are used to this emphasis on learning. Learning. But sometimes it's not explained to us why learning is important. Of course, there's an operational piece to our learning. The operational piece to our learning is I need to know what to do in life. I have to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be a good practicing Jew. Even over the seventh say the power of learning is that it awakens us to our deficiencies. The power of learning is that it causes us to be thoughtful. The power of learning is that it sparks and unique introspection, and that's irrespective of the material which is being studied. Even if what I'm studying has really nothing to do with my life, so to speak. Of engaging in Torah, by definition, sparks a process of introspection. That's the process of introspection that's normally only sparks right here's incredible. When's the only good time that it's normally sparked? When I sin. Right? Isn't this incredible? That's normally when this process is sparked. When I can look at Avera, I realize, I'm deficient. I have shortcomings. I need to work on that. In some extent, there's a way to jumpstart that process of introspection, even without the faith. It's called Torah. And we'll start over here. We're going to pick up with this theme in the Eretz Hashem tomorrow. I'll tell you this. You have an interesting look. You look like a guy who's listeners to that's like let me tell you what else I would have to ask. I was going to say good morning. We actually left on the right hand side. We're not using we're going to skip just some the value of things like different stuff is so tough. But instead, I want to use our few moments that we have together this morning, focusing on the left hand paragraph. So we're focusing on our left hand paragraph. We are going to pause here. You can repeat how the word asks. First one again, but the topic is the use of truth. This idea first of all, the first is someone being to be established and in Russia. That very again using the definitions that we established in the last week, that tzitzus and rishus is not an absolute state, but rather again, in fact, they are kind of coexisting states. That in any given moment in life, I am both a tzaddik and both a rasha, reflective of my spiritual standing in different areas of life. Rabbi Rothschild says, and that's why he says, again, remember, that even if I commit an avera b'shogeg, like even if I commit an avera accidentally, there's still going to be liability for that act, because any avera that I commit is reflective of something which is in a state of disrepair inside of me. So because there is that disrepair, because there is that damage that is therefore there is liability and there is responsibility for that, as opposed to thinking that because it's an accident, therefore by definition there is no responsibility. No, even when there's a shogeg, there's a shogeg at the end of the day that highlights that something is misfiring inside it. Therefore now let's pick up the left hand paragraph. לפי המבוא לאל, going to what you've learned, מן המחשבים בחתם מסוים שהביאו לאדם, יחזו לדעת ולהבחין היה גם מהי הדבר בין העשורים שאיננו נקי לגמרי, והם עדיין אינם גאים. This is incredibly powerful. Rabbi Rothschild discusses the incredible power of sin. Not the power of sin in a negative way, but it's going to sound strange. The power of sin in a positive way. You would say, what's it? That was simple that when I make mistakes in life, when I commit averas, I understand which things are still in the state of disrepair. In other words, we'll say it's kind of like the same way that when a person becomes physically ill, at times physical illness can be an incredible blow, because if I did not exhibit the signs of illness, I would not know what was wrong internally. Right? Without becoming sick, I would never know what's going on. Something so compromises that you're turning internally and have my body not presenting physical symptoms, I would have never known that. I would have never known to fix the problem. But Rabbi says it's the same thing with this. If I commit an avera, was I am ultimately showing myself is that something is in a state of disrepair. I don't say in general, we all know that something inside of us from a working perspective is in a state of disrepair. I know sometimes I don't know what. I don't know, we all know we're not perfect. We all know we're not perfect. We all know that we need work, right? We all know that there's growth that has to be done. There's some things to shout. There is in what area? What should I be focusing on? And then a person commits an avera, and it's going to sound like a strange statement, but the beauty of an avera is that, now I know my weakness. I know my weakness. I know where the problem is. The avera and the highlights the chink in the armor, right? It goes ahead and it highlights what my weaknesses are. So now I know what it is that I have to work on. Goes on and says, "You are the hasib children bahem. Each the ease and the chief of Allah Adonai Taala." Now, in the magic because there's something that remember often when I commit an avera, I commit an avera. This is an exercise. The avera is usually never just about the avera. Right? We're good people. And we want to do the right thing. So when I commit an avera, usually what that does is it highlights some other dynamics that's occurring as well. Like maybe it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe it's addiction, or whatever it might be. An avera opens my eyes with all these internal processes which are occurring. He goes on and says, therefore again, once I become a bit more self-aware as a result of the commission of the avera, I to address some of the things that are wrong. He goes on, I'll load Shenisha business in the said, if they shall Shalom, Ahagumus, Iris, so Shama Asilim also says, so give me an example of this. Load, right? So those committed two repeated acts of incest. Now, how does that happen? How does that happen? How you want to say that drunk? You know, a lot of people get drunk all the time, and they do stupid things. But it's a far cry to incest. It's a hard one. In fact, again, it's interesting to note is Chazal, when we speak about drunkenness, there's shivlus and there's shivluso shalot. You can get drunk or you can get low drunk, right? So most drunk is what Chazal terms for like when you're so drunk that you don't even know this is right and wrong. Almost like the truth is, those of us who have enjoyed a lot maybe at times too many Rakaris, maybe on Purim or some other times. So we'll say there are certain things where no matter how drunk you are, it would not be born on a normal person to do certain things. It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. So the topic says, how does it happen that a person becomes drunk, true, but then comes to engage in an act that is so off the charts in its wrongness, right? In its wrongness. In its offensiveness, to the point that it's very clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic part of the basic Noahide code of morality. How does that happen? The Prophet says that's what happens because inside Lot had issues with morality in general. Right? In fact, again, in the Persian bring down, that's one of the reasons he wanted to move to stone was because of the lax moral code. So the topic says when you are struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unhealthy ways. So when Lot commits this sin, the world now knows what Lot's inner weakness truly is. And his weakness ultimately was this pursuit of immorality. The subject just used as an example that sin is not just a sin, but an avera is a manifestation of what's broken on the inside. So let's say again, I try to point out, according to the subject, is again, why an avera is a gift. And that sounds strange, but an avera could be a gift. Because just like it's only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me, so the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an avera, not that we're intelligent, but when I commit an avera, I feel what's going inside. I know what's broken. I know what needs to be repaired. Lot commits these acts of incest. It becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his life. But by the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in Lot up until this point in time? Nothing. Like, I just want to be clear, like, this Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he just could have been Nixon, that he could have unfortunately committed these things act. Nothing. Like the Tzaddik understands that the Lamaisa speaks an internal state of disrepair. In the end, ולא רק שאינו צדק לגבי דבר זה, לא יהיה נשמע מן המחשבו, אלא גם יש לכמה אפשר לחשוב מזדמנים לאדם מן השמיים במקוון, בתכליסם של הכישלונות הללו ולטובת נפשו, כדי לאומרו על ידי כך שיושב בתשובה שלמה ויזכרת על עושה דבר. Here was a great period of Tzaddik ends. He says something very interesting. He says, therefore, sometimes I will commit very differently. Sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam will choreograph and orchestrate certain circumstances which will dafka lead me to sin in order to get me to wake up to inner realities. So we'll say, so sometimes I commit averos, ultimately again because those averos are representative of a state of inner dysfunction. And sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam causes me to sin, that puts me in difficult circumstances, or creates impossible situations, because HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to make this mistake. Don't understand those words that I don't have free choice. I always have free choice. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol creates these circumstances because he wants me to experience the failure. Why does he want me to experience the failure? Because through the failure, I will discover what my true weakness is. Without the failure, I would never know. Without the misstep, I would never become aware. Without the fate, I would never truly look inside and try to figure out what is it that's inspired. So we'll say that's the end of the oath. And again, in this one oath, I told you, I think it's incredibly transformative. So in one oath, Tzaddik teaches us that in any given moment in life, I'm both a tzaddik and a rasha, which is such a life-affirming, such a life-affirming precept that nothing in life is absolute. And we're not absolute. I'm both a tzaddik and I'm both a rasha, which is good and it's bad. It's bad because I'm also a rasha, but it's also good because I'm not a total rasha. And Baruch Hashem, I have elements of tzidkus inside of me. Ultimately, says Reb Tzaddik, a person only commits an Avera in an area for which he has a predisposition. There's something of the Avera is the manifestation of something which is in a state of disrepair, which is the gift of the Avera. The Avera tells me exactly what I have to work on, to the point that sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam himself will choreograph circumstances which will enable me to sin in order that I am able to see what is in a state of dysfunction, and so I know what it is that I need to work on. Right, so we'll stop over here. Shkoyach, we'll pick up near Hashem on Monday. All right, we'll say good morning. Rabbi speaking. So we are continuing the Nir Hashem this morning in opening class in Simchas HaTzadik, where the Rebbe introduced us to, I think, this incredibly novel and really life-altering idea that being a tzaddik or being a rasha is not an absolute state of being one way or the other. But rather, again, a person could simultaneously be a tzaddik and be a rasha. I can be a tzaddik. Now, remember, again, the Rebbe's definition of tzidkos is very interesting as well. That I'm a tzaddik vis-a-vis certain averos for which I have not only not performed, but also have no taiva. If a person essentially has no shaykhs, essentially no connection to an avera, one can be considered to be a tzaddik in that particular area. So again, the good news is, although we may transgress, and that's not the good news, but although we may transgress certain averas, at the end of the day, most of us have averas for which we have no desire for, and for which we have not, and which we have not transgressed in any meaningful way. Therefore, according to Rabbi Tzaddik, that's the area in which I am tzaddik, versus the areas in which I actively transgress, or even the areas in which a person has a desire. In those areas, I cannot be considered a tzaddik. So incredibly enough, in any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha, all at the same time, in the same personality. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, I'm picking up on page Mem, the left-hand paragraph in the Divrei Hasidus, right in the middle of the paragraph after the brackets. Dahainu shemufta. I'm sorry, actually about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up from the bottom on the left-hand column on page Mem. So to which the Rebbe It says in the Inyan Zamucha, Shmikasho Adam Be'eza Avera. From here you see that if a person stumbles and commits a particular Avera, Yesh Bika Simen Bahokafa Avero, Shu'eno Naki Legamre Minha Avera Haki. Because this here I highlight something which is incredibly profound. That if I end up transgressing an Avera, now listen to these words. It says, if I transgress an Avera, that's a siman, that's a sign, and the proof that I am not totally clean from that Avera. Now, what is this? This is incredible. So let's imagine the following situation. A person transgresses an Avera. Whatever the Avera might be. So what does that say about the individual? So very often the way a person can look at it is, I made a mistake. Mistakes happen. And at the end of the day, it's a mistake. Is that Avera a part of who I am, a reflection of where I'm holding? No, not necessarily at all. Just sometimes in life, mistakes occur. So it says that's not true. When a person commits an Avera, even if it's accidental, that shows that there's an element of that Avera embedded inside. And what's his proof to this? And this is incredible. So he says, "Ulakach hashoge shenichshol ba'avera v'lidas mikra b'torah b'kinui chotei." Therefore, I will say, what happens? What does the Torah call an accidental sinner? A chotei. A chotei. I will say, what's the name of a carbon that you bring for the accidental commission of an avera? Achatos. So then he says, what does that show you? What does that show you? He says, Nefesh kitachta bishkaga. Tzarech kapara. And we see, both said that a person requires atonement even for an avera committed accidentally. K'moshe matzinu shechayiv lekarban shechayiv lahavi karban chatas. Both said this is such an incredibly profound idea. Why is it, being like just from a hashkafic perspective, why does the Torah hold me liable for accidents, for an accidental commission of an avera? Also, just to give a very like contemporary example of this. A person flicks a light switch on Shabbos, right? Which again, I think it happens to everyone at some point. It happens to most of us. At any given point, and we'll say there was a base Hamikdash, what would be the halach if you accidentally switch the light, flip the light switch? It's going to count us. So what's the shot with that? Right? It's an accident. Accidents happen. Or fill in the blank for any chatos that a person may have. Why is there liability for the chatos? Why is there liability for a shogeg? So the public posits because a shogeg is part of who and what. If I commit an avera of the shogeg, what that shows is that there's something deficient inside of me. There's something deficient inside of me. I was like, it's the same way. It's the same way. He goes on. Look at his example. He says, So we'll say, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone who kills someone else b'shogeg. Right? This is a very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben's climbing up a ladder. He falls off the ladder. He falls on top of Shimon. He kills Shimon. What's the halacha? He has to flee to an We'll say for an accident. For an accident. Reuben he never met Shimon before in his life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity towards Shimon at all. And now he falls up the ladder, falls on Shimon. Shimon dies. What's Reuben's halacha? Galus. I will say, we know what Galus means, right? We know what Galus means. We'll see when we get to the second Malchus. Galus, your miklat, your family goes with you. And how long are you there for? Well, it depends on the Kohen Gadol. You hope and pray that the Kohen Gadol is of advanced age and is in ailing health, because it's only the Kohen Gadol's death that ultimately sets you free. So this individual's entire life upended. Why? Because of a mistake. Why is a mistake treated so severely? Tzaddik says, because mistakes are representative of this internal commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound state of disrepair if a mistake could occur. I will say, and this is my single whole yom. Whereas this comes up very often. A person, I say something to someone. I say something to someone, and then I realized afterwards, you know what? It was really inappropriate. It was just really inappropriate thing to say. It was hurtful, it was disrespectful, whatever it might be. It was just really the wrong thing to say. I said to myself, like, where did it come from? And then I will say, if I'm a self-aware enough person, I realize there's something wrong in me. Or when I say something wrong, there's a deficiency in me. There's a disconnect in me. There's something that's misfiring that would allow me to have acted this way. Maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some meat that's. But again, it's so incredibly important. Halacha, the Ribono Shel Olam holds us accountable for mistakes, because even though it's a mistake, it's not intentional. If I could commit this mistake, it's reflective of some dynamic that is broken inside of me. Mistakes don't occur in a vacuum. And I will say, by the way, it's the same thing going back to the Shabbos thing. You like the flipping the switch on Shabbos is the easiest example of this. I will say, what happens if I realize that I flipped the switch on Shabbos? There's something wrong with my Shabbos awareness. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, so it was like there are other forms. There are other forms. Meaning, clearly, when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness, right? No one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk because, oh, I thought this was my bed, right? No one has that because they have an absolute work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, it means there's a lapse in your awareness. And that's what something says. Also, this is such an incredible yesod. So therefore, even when I commit an avera b'shuge, even when I commit an avera accidentally, what something says that shows that there's some dynamic that's broken inside of me. So the Rebbe goes on. He says, "Al derech zemavur, al derech zemavur." So he says about this. It is said. Rabbi said, "We'll stop over here. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with this last piece tomorrow." Rabbi said, "I just want to point out what something is doing." So the two layers so far. So layer number one is up until I know personally, up until I learned Osman Pass end of Tzaddik, I always assumed that either you are a Tzaddik or a Rasha. Right? There's no product, there's no in between. The Tzaddik says that's unequivocally untrue. Instead, he explains most of us are always a Tzaddik and always a Rasha. Right? I'm a Tzaddik in the areas in which I am not sinning and which I have no desire to sin. And I'm quote unquote Russia, although again we're going to mitigate that term a little bit. I'm a Russia in those areas in which I'm actively transgressing or desire to transgress. That's level one, which I will say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have at least the quasi status of a tzaddik. Lesson number two that tzaddik is teaching us now is responsibility for shogeg. Why is it that the Torah Kadosh Jehovah is responsible for accidental commission of Averos? Because when accidents happen, they are reflective of some internal state of disrepair. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be ever vigilant. We must be ever vigilant about what that says about where I'm actually holding on. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up the narrative with that last piece for the conclusion of our business. Alright, so let's look at the morning letter. You can see it, continue. The reference from this morning in opening class, looking again, the Rebbe began with his concept yesterday. A little bit of a definition. That the definition of a subject is one who does not go ahead and experience in a particular area of life. Versus I guess the last time I use the word Russia, but it's not really what I was referring to, is the topic and the noun topic. So the topic is one who never experiences a particular area. But an area in which I struggle, an area in which I fall, and I have failed, so one cannot refer to himself, the thing of themselves as a topic in that particular area. But the Rebbe says something amazing. That's what in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So the Rebbe now gives an example of this. He says, picking up on this Kufman, in the Uriah Hasidus, the right-hand side, right-hand side, the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines up from the bottom. The thing is that the Chashi, the tzaddik rakit over Echad Bilhas, in Gamle Gabi Shara Iran Nashashira. And this idea that I can be considered a tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a Rasha, who can actually have a Harashma, the Kedusha, the Nida. What's the thing that interesting example? Let's make it understand the lesson we can now say. Living in Mash Amri Chazal al Hazimolim, Lo Beit Imalim, Shekudam Nishad. The Gemara says, camel drivers. All camel drivers are Rishad. What does that mean? It's saying, Sha'odin al Sulit Sa'al Shizar Levatam. So we'll say, that's the issue with the camel drivers. Camel drivers, right? If you look at the Kufman above, it says the Rebbe Gimal Rochvei Gimal Masona Chachishuna, and you read Kain and Yoki Rochvei Gimal Sula Misham. It says those who camel riders are always shy. Why? Rashi Rochvei Gimal Edeyan Mishamnim Kedasa Hagamal Umotzian Gara. Rashi says on the thing over here, the nature of riding a camel is that ultimately again the Isha rubs against the camel, and it can lead to constant, emission of zera, emission of seed. So because of that, they end up wasting an incredible amount of zera. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, because of that, all those donkey drivers are Rishon. Okay? Now listen, now watch this. The Gemara goes on. He says, Makshat Rashba. The Rashba raises a kasha. What's the Rashba's kasha? Shalach Orah Kiveh had Gemara that is so strong in Mashua, so Kedushin. But there's another Gemara on the surface Kedushin. And what is the Gemara? The left hand side of the area Hasidus. He's still the Mishnah. Shahad Gemalin, Ruban Sherim. Let's listen to this. Gemara on the surface Kedushin says that the Gemalin, the camel drivers, the majority of them are Sherim. Righteous people. Why? Hainu, if they said Persian in the Mitzvahs in the Muslim Yididei Hayes, the listing, the Arayim, the Nachsham, and the Shadim, Yibam, the Muslim. Those who do this. The Rashi says, why is that? Because later camel drivers have to travel, and that's to travel to the desert. Right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the Rebbeinu Shalom. In the desert, they are exposed to all of the elements. In the desert, they have to deal with all of this uncertainty. So interestingly enough, uncertainty is something that often brings a person closer to God that is powerful. Because I realize at the end of the day, I can depend on no one except for the Rebbeinu Shalom. So let's see these two contrasting Gemaras. On one hand, the Gemara in Second Snuba says, camel drivers, they're all Rishon. Why? Because as the nature of their profession, nature of riding on the camel all day, so they experience the tza'as to sell the batala, wasting of seed. Remember, second solution, Kuban Ksherim, camel drivers, that is a from Ezra. Why? They're Na'anim, they're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. There's no atheists in the Pakistan. So when you're traveling in vast deserts, right, and you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here, and you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the divine element you are, that is a couple of insight and personal piety. As the Ashka, so the Ashka says, so what's going on over here? How do you reconcile these two demands? Are the camel drivers Rishayim or are they Ksherim? So guys, Ashka, Ashka says it's so profound. Shadgar Inam Soshim Doros Zakar. The Ashka says it's not a contradiction. Sha'emesi, the Gabe Ian Zeh, Sharashka Shaz Zera, Nechshavim Rofe Hagimagim Rishayim. In reality, says the Ashka, when it comes to Ashkata, they're wasting of seed. So the Gamma when they commit this Avera. However, the Gemara says, the Chosos, the Gabe in and Zeh, Shemishabim Libam, the Mokum, in the Shabbat La'anashim Shei. So the Ashka says it's a very simple answer. They are Rishayim in one area and Tzadikim in another area. So they're Rishayim with this issue of but they're tzaddikim because they have incredible amunah. They have incredible belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They supplicate. They petition God with a broken heart and incredible intensity. Nitnei shehagdoras tzaddik or rasha eina behefret kolales es kolpake hamitzvus. So we'll say what the Rashba introduces to us is being a tzaddik or a rasha is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a rasha? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a rasha. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a rasha in other areas. That was what the Rashba's introduction does, and the proposal he gave me out, I think is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a rasha, is not an absolute state. It's not either on one or the other. Because everyone says the truth is, almost no one fits into that. At least regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or rasha? First of all, depends on the day. Second of all, depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at highlight all the areas. There are areas that are doing great things, and then there are areas that are really profoundly failing. So what does that mean? What's my status? Who am I? Who's the subject really developing upon this Rashba? He said at the end of the day, the Rotze Imari could be Rishoim and could be Ksherim in the same breath. How can you say that? Rishoim in this area, Ksherim in this area, and it's not a contradiction. It's a dialect. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that simultaneously find expression inside of me and inside of my personality. I will say it's not a life-affirming idea because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like if I'm going to be a Russian in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Like what is my good matter for if I know that I'm a Russia in areas A, B, and C? What is that? So something that's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this dialectic. Everyone lives with this balance. Yes, I could simultaneously be a tzaddik in certain areas in life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm a Russia. We'll just stop over here for today. We'll pick up now again. At least we see where someone gets this from. The concept finds its expression in the spirit in the Sefas Nida of between Nida and Kedushin and the Teres of the Rashba, and here to show develop it more in these definitions. Alright, Jefferson, good morning. Let us begin. We are starting this morning a new host in the class outside. This host known as simply like yesterday. We are on the WhatsApp chat. A truly beautiful piece we have ahead of us today. So let's begin. It's on page 2. Host known as. So let's price this out. Let's follow along in the video. We have to see this right hand column. The שטוב לאדם להסמרמר ולהצטער בחוליבו על חטאו. So the Rebbe wrote, I skipped over, well, I'm sorry, let's skip over. So after a person, good. after שטוב לאדם להסמרמר ולהצטער בחוליבו על חטאו. After it's important for a person to establish what's one way in the environment, we spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where you go after 120, but in fact, again, Gehenna is an experience in Olam Hazeh when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes and made from them. So after we've spoken about this concept, also we spoke about this idea that this Gehenna in Olam Hazeh, as he has a profound stark impact as well. I love Ladas, which is a very profound idea. After a person does tshuva for a particular avera, so it's like, the Rabbi here says something very interesting, which you're gonna have to ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. It says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, "Simin galvacha she'inonaki lechalutin mepetia." That's demonstrative that I'm not cleansed. In other words, that I still struggle with this particular faith. Okay, so as I said, first glance, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. You'll see what he means in just a moment. Share, bidvar avera, b'davar va'avera, sha'adam nafli mimenu legamri. When it comes to a certain area or a particular avera, that a person is totally lucky, that a person is totally cleansed from, ואין לו שום נגיעה בשום הנפש, בשום טבע לעבירה. It's actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular avera in which I have no struggle, if there's a particular avera in which I am totally clean and pure, it says, בשום טבע לעבירה, I have no desire in this particular avera. הרי נקרא בנפשת אדם זה בשמיים צדיק לעניין עושה דבר ועושה avera. Also, this is such a beautiful idea. See how the Rebbe develops this. If there's a particular avera that I don't stumble, a particular avera that I don't transgress, and a particular avera for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. These are the two parts of the subject of life, of my personal life. The areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the chiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The chiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say I commit an avera, and I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status now? What's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik for that tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik. So the tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avarian, or if I've done tshuva, I am about tshuva. But the Rebbe says not a tzaddik, not a tzaddik. That tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and I have no desire, no inclination, and I have not transgressed those particular ideas. Now listen, he goes on. You're going to see why this is a very exciting definition. He goes on, he says, already said good. The Inyan Zeh, the Choshi Tzadik L'Davar, the Tzadik, Rak L'Davar Echad Bilvad, Gan in Legadi Shark, just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of the Tzadik's understanding? What's the beautiful reality that he creates for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say rishon, because that's much too strong. But in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "V'osita l'cha asherah." Don't plant an asherah tree to worship it. Good news. Never did it, have no desire for it, but perfect. I'm excited in the union of Asherah. Right? And listen, the truth is, the amazing part is you go through a whole list of this. Right? Think about this thing of even in the areas of morality, where there are so many types. There are certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desire. So which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I can be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says, what this means is, in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. It's simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. Isn't? And the tzaddik says, this idea, the Inyan Zeh, l'hichoshev, l'tzaddik, l'akir davar echad bilvad, gan in l'gad isharin yom nefsha tirasha, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha, quotes over here, let's say, in very interesting Gemara in the Second Suda. Quotes over here. And actually, we're gonna stop over here for today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to talk that on the Hashem. But also, just point out, Rabbi Rothschild says dramatic new idea that a person can simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha in the same type. But it's a new definition. A tzaddik, Rabbi says, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to, tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationships to certain averos. So to certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. To certain averos, I'm a rasha. Certain averos, I'm a tzaddik, no type of food. No desire for it, no shayfus to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. Active state of transgression, I mean, that's shalom b'yarasha. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. So also, it's also interesting about this. Look, because I'll have to stop. According to this approach of Rebbe, Rebbe said that a person after hate is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. Because how good a person in recovery is, he's never what? It's easy to be from recovery. Going out, people don't usually say, I'm recovered. I'm recovered. Instead, they say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible use and it's so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea: this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. Is my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The tzaddik says it's the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Listen, if you think about this in life, it's not usually the shot that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away, and Panim Kadoshos, Baolakan, right? New struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally very often are the very things we've been struggling with since our youth. All the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same things. So therefore says that tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, you never really become a tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shaykhus in this particular thing. I become Basura. And that's okay. Listen, that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. All right, so stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece of life altering. Just in the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. So this is the continued tomorrow. That's what they said. All right, today. Let's say good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to the words Hashem. Osman Zion. This morning, so remember again. I'm excited because this is the awesome news. Yesterday, we began the very profound last of this space. Governor Naya Hong of Gam Kuru, Dr. D. Salvadas, Rohira Roshi, Yakoina. So, subject to producing us to the idea that the gates of others is actually a reference to Gehenna, which is an incredibly dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. David Amalek saying, even though when they go to Gehenna, I'm not scared you are with me. Future subject said, David Amalek, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, but even if you've done things wrong, David Amalek ultimately again is the paradigmatic. This is careful of the cost of the power of Tshuva. Furthermore, maybe you're concerned Shema Yigram Achit, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. It's not terrible suffering. It's not the way that you speak, it's not the way that you think, it's not the way that you look. Which is right. Future Tzaddik said the Gehenna, which that the first piece is the Gehenna of all of our death, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Hashem, as a result of the turmoil, of the distrust, of the pain, of the embarrassment of faith. The Governor Nala says, Dan Ki'ila Hidit Salmadas. I had experienced my Gehenna influences, the Gemara says, The Gemara says the David HaMelech, Washington based measures, he always has to get those points. And the David HaMelech suffered from the taunting, from cruelty abuse from his enemies, both internal and external, for many years. And he would walk into his measures, they would say to him, David, what is the punishment for adultery? What's the punishment for adultery? So David HaMelech said, the punishment is Nisa, but if he does true, he has Olam Haba. But on the Vayish, if one embarrasses his friend in public, ain't afraid of Olam Haba. Has no portion of it. And this is David HaMelech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the base marriage. So here we have the external enemy. He said, Ganki is a Begitz Hamadas. I walk in Gehenna. Every day. This is the nature of my life. I'm going to say what the subject is. We began to speak about yesterday a little bit. Was again, page Kufl on the test. Kufl on the test. Look at the bottom right of the Orient Hasid. It says, nourished from the Rosh Harat Asataz, Sahari Ali the Atzvis Shinish Belibo. Ashkit we began, I believe, to speed up this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the Tzaddik has been instilling the power ultimately of Musha and the power of Azmas Nefesh and the power of inner turmoil. He's been extolling because it is a representative of a person's status of tshuva. But at the end of the day, says the Tzaddik, there's another part of this, which is the possibility that as a result of the depression, of the sadness, one that doesn't have the shkina in their life. Because as the Tzaddik said, let him tell him he's booked on the fast, Shara'ina shkina shara alami called simcha. The az machmas tzarek also. So listen, this is really this incredible, almost profound dialectic. But on one hand, Agmas Nefesh, the Gisha, the sadness that is the result of sin, is so powerful and cathartic because it represents Shiva. That emotional reaction to sin tells me this is not part of me. This is not who I am. I am not a perfect. I am a good person who sometimes does bad things. But I'm not a bad person. The Haraya, look how I feel in the aftermath of doing something negative. That's the profound issue. Yet the Tzaddik says from the same man, sadness is the very emotion which drives away the Rebbeinu Shalom. A person needs simcha in order to go ahead and report the relationship with Hashem. So David HaMelech says something amazing. Gam ki elech b'geit salmodas. Even though I walk in Gehenna in this world, I experience profound sadness in this world as a result of the averos that I've committed. Lo irara. If you look in Rabbi Rothschild, he says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, left-hand paragraph. Is there a Hasidus? The Alza on the David HaMelech, Ganti the Begis Hamadas. Haynu the Aslis al Hakai, Lo irara. Lo irara, he asked what David HaMelech says, somehow, some way, now the tzaddik here gets into different or more specific ideas as to what Ra represents. I don't think it's central for our view right now. Well, the tzaddik is saying over here something so profound. David Melech is saying is, even though I experienced the Kusha, the Nefesh, the visceral emotions, the faith in this world, nevertheless, lo irara, I am not worried about the spiritual downfall. Why? Because ultimately, again, Kodesh Baruch Hu, somehow I found a way to create this balance between Agmas Nefesh and sadness of sin, yet the need to go ahead and maintain a positive, sympathetic disposition in life. You want to see what's happening over here? This I think, is perhaps one of the most profound facts. This is one of the profound things that I learned in my life. The Tzaddik is saying a successful spiritual living requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the Agmas Nefesh and the sadness and the profound embarrassment, the busha over what I've done wrong. The danger with that is you could lose yourself in it. You lose yourself in it, right? I could become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done. That's what? That I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that abyss of sadness. So that's how the other side of the coin is, yes, I have Agmas Nefesh, I have Busha, I have Charata. I have all of these things about faith, but I also possess optimism, hope, resolve for the future. I can do better. I can be better. I can live better. These are these two sides of the coin. The Busha, Charata, Agmas Nefesh, hope, optimism, promise for the future. And that says the Tzaddik, because David HaMelech is saying in this in this one phrase, God left the gates on us. I live in the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna which is often the aftermath of Chet, where I recognize that I messed up so badly. It didn't need to be this way. This is not who I am. The Busha, the Agmas Nefesh, the Charata, the Lo Irara. Lo Irara says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. Why? Because I know, once I listen to what Tzaddik says, I know that despite everything terrible that I've done, you don't leave me. You don't. Why don't you leave me? Because you believe in me. Because you believe in me because you see the good that I possess. And if you believe it, that gives me the koach to believe in myself. So therefore, again, as much as I have to live with the Busha, with the Agmas Nefesh, with the Charata, because that's necessary, and that's good. That's good. When I react that way, I think that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in it. I won't lose myself in it. Because you don't leave me. You believe in me. Ultimately, that gives you the back to believe in myself. That's what we'll stop over here for today. That's what we'll pick up with.
Wow, those are some new ones, by the way. First of all, those of you again that don't know, the Patriot is also notorious for his marijuana-infused deep fries. It's very philosophical. It's very all right, some are better than others. All right, some are better than others.
All right, so good morning. Let us begin. We're going to finish up. You can get, I think, a 2-minute start on it. Down, just to slowing down a little. Oh, beautiful guy. All right, so let's finish it. Well, first, then, you know, we are leaving off on we know that you know some songs. We get it. Anyway, again, the Rebbe was highlighting this incredible idea, this really beautiful idea, that when a person speaks, or that which a person says is often an expression of their inner spirit on a specific level. When a person only says something, that can often refer to a particular aspect of their life, a particular aspect of their personalistic kedusha. Because what the French does, and the animal word of the rest of creation, is the ability to speak. But it's not just the ability to dialogue, it's the ability to articulate an inner or innate holiness in a way that the rest of nature cannot. That's the godless of man. So that when a person constantly says something, you know, the Margot of the Bume, or Rogel Inish Ba'avila Nema, that people commonly said, that is often understood to be an expression of a person's inner workings. And what we left over here today is not only an expression of my workings, but an expression of my core identity. And not only an expression of my core identity, but sometimes in and of itself an expression of my core life mission. What is it that I have to accomplish? What is it that I have to do? Who is it that I am in my essence? So this end off this host with two interesting examples. He says about this press in the area of this left hand column. The guy Gazna, sitting in the middle of the column. The guy Gazna and in this manner, change that to Chazal as Yuchadus Ha'adam Ayudei Zikiyot. If you can see the singularity of man through his speech. Now again, I want to say it one more time. Not just seeing the singularity of man in his place, nature through his speech, but the singularity of man, in terms of seeing his essence, who he is, what he is through his speech. To give an example, this is great. Go to the Imam Sefer Pesachim. The man says, Bereish Pesachim, Al Ha'uta Hava Amar Adam Echad Shahira Gilama. There was a particular guy who always used to say, don't redeem me. Whenever he would have an issue, he would always say, okay, let's go to Beijing. Let's go to Beijing. And I was like, now, the Gemara is not trying to point an issue of an interest. Everybody has in most times people try hopefully to celebrate his groups to make themselves. This particular guy never felt that he had need to celebrate his group amongst him. And he so probably again his kind of reflective reaction like, you know, let's just go to Beijing, we'll settle it in Beijing, we'll have others go and help us. So the Gemara says the one idea inside there is the Davar, Masu Mata Shalom. Anything in a business, you speak with someone, how you own it, coming bonded in. You say to someone, why don't you come to come to them, nishma l'davar Allah achidayim. And in general, this individual would never be satisfied, unless, of course, a particular routine was delivered by a dayan. So what happened? What is the Gemara say? Amri Chazal, Shmanina Mizdan Ta'asi. You know, what do you see from here? That this individual came from Shevet Dan. Came from Shevet Dan, right? Dan Yadin Amor. So Dayanim, like the passage says, like Dayanim come from Shevet Dan. So the Gemara understands that this individual need a potential adjudication, right? And his need ultimately to resolve everything to the mechanism of the Beis Din. The Gemara understood meant that he was from Shevet Dan. If you take a look in footnote Kuf Testav at the bottom, so footnote Kuf Testav, there is Hahuda Amar Donzi, Amishmanu Don Kas. It says, Don Yadin Amor. Okay, after Shiftei Yisrael, so the Gemara tells another story. How who the Habaka Azor the Amar Akip Yama Asisni Yarasa. But Flash Kutu Mishburim Kasi. The Gemara tells another story. There's another guy. His lifelong dream was always to travel the seas. Right, he just wanted to travel the seas. So he looked into his Yichus, and it turned out sure. And who was he from? He was from Shevet Yemen. He's from Shevet Yemen. So they found out that he's from the Shevet Yemen. Remember again, it's Zvulun, I think the Pasuk says, Zvulun L'chol Yarim Yishma. Listen, this earth stands off just with this last piece. The Rebbe explains that these individuals who what you're constantly saying ultimately give you a little bit of a hint into who they are. So if you try to get things all together, what comes out from this Sefer terrible is, remember how the journey began. Let's sum this up in a minute. So Rebbe says that you treat by the fact that nothing is developed, you'll find Margaret the Goulet, right? Chazal will often quote just the common sayings of an individual. And if somebody doesn't speak by that, why does it common saying? Or why does something that people commonly say, why does that find its way into the Gemara? Because ultimately, again, the Tzaddik says, step one is to understand that the Nefesh is over the Jew. Ultimately, again, he's running right. Yeshlo Iza B'Divnei Torah Miyuchadas. The Neshama of the Jew has a particular connection to Torah. Torah is embedded inside the Neshama of the Jew. And that's the sense of Tzaddik, the leadership, which is, even if the person isn't related to Torah. Like, even if a person hasn't been related to Torah, at the end of the day, Torah is embedded in that. How does that innate Torah? Yes, so the Tzaddik passage, he often expresses us to our people through the way we speak. So when we talk, it gives us a little bit of a window into our innate spirituality. So Tzaddik says, and that manifests itself in a couple of different ways. Either it manifests itself in a window into my whole identity. That was the last two examples of the guy from Dan, the guy from Zvulun, or it manifests itself in an artistic issue of my core challenge, my core mission, my core beliefs. Or Tzaddik ultimately highlights is that one is able to go ahead and get a window into their core nucleus, into their innate nucleus, by how they talk. And I will say, it's an incredible lesson for us, because, we all have things that we constantly say, or we all have things that we constantly talk about. So it's interesting to just take a step back and look at what are the things we constantly talk about, what are the things we're constantly verbally focused on, and we look at those things, it's an interesting way to kind of see what is our innate goodness, what is our innate spiritual identity. I think sometimes it paints a good picture, sometimes it paints a challenging picture, because sometimes we're not always focused on the right thing. But what Rothschild tells me is that even if my dibur kind of highlights a little bit of a broken internal spiritual dynamic, the fact that the neshama is constantly rooted in Torah indicates to me that I have the ability to spiritually rehabilitate. But okay, it's not what we're for today. I think Me'ez Hashem, we're going to do come Monday, Me'ez Hashem, days in December, we're going to start doing from the next 2 days after Pesach, days in Me'ez Hashem, probably a little bit of another Pesach. We use this time when it's say that before the daf, the Me'ez Hashem, so it's a little bit of another Brother, Nissan, I haven't chosen this sequel yet that we're going to do. Come on, I'll provide you with everything else. But this happens, and maybe we'll skip around a little bit. That's maybe I know this. That's good. So we ended off over here. The Me'ez Hashem at Ocean Dalit, and the Me'ez Hashem will pick up his two fabrics after this. But rather, again, it's the fact that a person's speech is the very manifestation of his life. Or my ability to speak is the actual manifestation that I am a living being. That's what that represents. He goes on, he says, in Dame Sadiqim Ha'im Ella Hadiva B'Divei Torah B'Dildat. This is incredible. There's no distinction between a Tzadikim who are alive and the Tzadikim who are dead, except for speech. In which it goes to the Gemara says the Tzadikim are called living even in their death. This is the effect of the Tzadik being behind the legacy. The Tzadik leaves behind Torah. The Tzadik leaves behind certain things that keep him in the world of the living. Even when his biological life has come to an end. So that's the case of the Tzaddik who knows he's still alive. What did the living Tzaddik know? That Tzaddik speech, deeper the giving Torah of your life. So,
is there any Miss Aquarius?
Is there any Miss Aquarius? The foundation of life. Divrei Torah in Chaya Adam. The Haven Shadibra, Sugar Alishon Ha'adam.
So far, so good. They've got a podcast tomorrow, so that's cool.
They've got a podcast tomorrow, so now that I understand, it's not just the child.
How was your day?
It's that distinguishing animals.
It was good.
But it's speech that represents the very manifestation of my life force.
Yeah,
Like speech is my life.
yeah, it was good. It was relaxed or whatever.
It makes sense. What it turns out is speech is the very essence of my life.
It ain't changed nothing. It ain't changed nothing here. I put a smiley face I replaced that piece of money and put a
It
side face,
sometimes
so it
takes
will
like
change
24
it.
hours. It sometimes takes 24 hours. It sometimes takes 24 hours.
But the change here, it changed it well.
that Yosef coming to give you some
But it takes 24 hours
I
in
don't
here.
know. I don't know if that's
I
right.
didn't change from socializing silver. It's just in here it ain't changed. I don't know why.
So that gives the person a window into their
Yeah, I see. I don't know. I don't
I
understand
don't
it, but
know.
okay.
I'll look. I'll see if I can
I don't
investigate.
know. I'll look. Something that is normally says something you normally say, that means that
I am not gonna sit up here and sit up here and be getting out and come back and
which means guess. So I want to be clear. The Rebbe is not saying that every single thing you say is a manifestation of our Yetzirah. I mean, some of us know this very well. Plenty of stuff that says that not Yetzirah.
There you go.
hey.
We have our adages, right? We have the things that we say. Just ask your kids. They'll tell you the things that you always say. So it's interesting that many of us have the things that we often say. So what's the shot with that? The Rebbe says, speech again is misconception.
Nice try.
It's the manifestation of language.
I'm not.
And therefore, when there's something that I call it, that means that that was a principle that is emanating from my neshama, which means that by definition, it has almost a Torah holiness. I believe they don't even know any Torah. You might not consciously know any Torah, but Kabbalah Torah Kula is embedded in your subconscious. Kabbalah Torah Kula is embedded in your soul. And Kabbalah Torah Kula sometimes finds its way out.
Oh, look at this comeback. Look at this comeback, folks. Mr. Chris is on fire.
This is incredible. Okay. The Hebrews that Yossi commented, left hand column,
You got it. You got it.
I'm trying. Sometimes that daily adage, like that common adage that a person says, is an incredible way for a person to see.
Got it. Excellent job.
Got it. But that's much in your nose.
How win, you win, I win.
Before you did that, I'm gonna look at your name. Before you do that, I'm gonna look at your name.
Yeah, look at my name. Just push my profile. You'll see it change. The way it did. But it did change, but I don't know the way it'll change it here.
That which I often say
Cause I can even send you a message.
what's my purpose in this world? Sometimes the things which make sense because the things that I always talk about, are like adages that
It's fixed.
Send you a message. Look at it.
what's coming out of my face.
Yay, I fixed it. Yay.
See, we often think people just talk, and that is true. People do just talk. But sometimes when a person is often anchored in a common saying, or
Just one moment. I'm gonna bring in.
often expresses over and over and over. Chazal would call Mardelei B'Fumei. Hug the rugil finish the name. I always say
You gonna bring Low Lady in here again? Yay, Low
that's coming from inside.
That's
No,
coming
that's coming from inside of my neshama. No. That's a manifestation of my soul.
Where you gonna bring Low Lady?
But now it's like people also represent my mission in this world.
No.
Always talking about the same thing that maybe says that subject. That's necessary. Like that's not in your no.
You're not gonna play her anyway. You're gonna mute her.
You
Mute the baby. Said I got to see this because I'm at
my purpose in this world? Kiko achad ומדוגה ומנוסה באי המיוחד בפני עצמו. שאף זה כל העולם כולו בשבילו וסיכו לעבוד על זה. Because we all have a mission. So it's worth it very powerful every day. Every single person has a mission. And every person has a mission in a particular area. Because we all have perhaps different things, we all have the same shared general mission. So that's kind of powerful. So I said, okay, so that's a shared general mission that each of us have. But then each of us also has a specific mission. This mission, the world needs me to do. I need to do the mission for me, and the world needs me to do it as well. And I will say it's pretty incredible. He goes on and says, hi Gavna. So we'll actually stop the video today. But I just want to point out.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, see, I tried to get at the top.
So there's a number of things that's happening. Number one, remember, why is it that Chazal speak about what
you like it, Rabbi? You like it
people
now?
normally say? And they just put like a regular adage. Who cares? Right? Or Chavod the Rabbi says, that which we say is a manifestation of our inner.
Oh, there you go.
Speech. Oh, there you go. It's not just
Good job.
English is actually but speech is the way, says the Tzaddik, that we articulate an innate sense of an innate sense of ruchnius. It is how we communicate our innate holiness. And what Tzaddik is introducing now, I say, what about the stuff that I say over and over? Right? This you know.
There we go.
And another one. Good job. Get in there, right?
And you hear how people
there you go, Mr. Aquarius.
And to me, it's
that's how it's done.
Especially when children.
Give me this.
My mother always used to say
Oh,
this.
boo.
My mother always used to say this. So sometimes what they quote is sad and sad. But sometimes, a child's a real sense of parental, and it's dramatic. It's dramatic when you hear that, because that's the legacy. That's the legacy. And the Tzaddik says, where did that adage come from? The fact that children remember it. Okay, it could be because the father said it a million times. But on a deeper level, what the children are recognizing is our father, our mother, our parent, it doesn't matter, grandparent, was articulating a truth. And that truth stems from their inner ruchnius, from their inner holiness. What Rabbi Tzaddik now introduced, which we'll have to stop with today, we'll continue with tomorrow, Mir Hashem, is that inner ruchnius sometimes is reflected of a personalistic mission. That when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept or the same idea or the same issue, says that Tzaddik is actually realizing that you are articulating to yourself what your mission is in this world, and what the world truly needs. So we'll stop there for today. We'll pick up the miracle from the left.
You got this.
No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Get in there.
That's 100. That's 100.
Yay.
Right. All right, Mr. Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Undefeated friendship. Yeah.
Good job, Mr. Aquarius. Good job, Mr. Aquarius.
Thank you. Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, now I'm probably less than a Jessica. So be stuff before me get down now. As long as I'm up in the other, okay. I thought that was cute. I said, let me just be different. Alrighty.
Section
I'm
52.
here. See you tomorrow. I'm here. See you tomorrow. I gotta go to dermatologist tomorrow.
Wish you the best. You're welcome.
Thank you. Hopefully I don't have to have no more, but hey, it is what it is. Let's see if yeah. All right.
Go ahead and cite an expression of cite our form of speech. Regular expression, a mundane expression that as someone, it doesn't even have to be someone of incredible reputation, and yet the Gemara will derive some significant and meaningful life lesson from this state. So Tzaddik understood that Tzaddik is intrigued by this dynamic. He actually brought down a number of examples of this. He quoted the Gemara in the Sefer Sanhedrin that design and its that the Gemara uses Lashon Harbe, the person or people used to say the following statements. The Gemara went on to quote a number of different statements that were said by individuals, and then something very interesting happened, which is after the Gemara would quote the statement, then the Gemara would quote the pasuk. And we can back up that statement. So I'll just show you one example of this, which is fascinating. If you look in the Torah, if you look on the footnotes on the bottom, so notice in the left-hand column, it's actually footnote Kufyud Beis. But in the left-hand column, which is still the continuation of Kufyud Beis, about 2, 4, 6, 7 lines in. So he quotes over the following. Quotes in this Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin, and the Gemara says like this: Haru b'kava ka'amar ba'asir. There was a certain individual who used to say. Now the individual they're quoting is just a regular guy. Just a regular guy. He used to say as follows: Kirachamisit hava aziza. So he writes, when love between myself and my wife was intense and passionate, we say this session. Sila Shahiva. The version is, he said he could have slept together on the edge of a sword. Meaning that when the love was passionate between myself and my wife, we couldn't leave any distance between us. Right? We could simultaneously together occupy the same space. The edge of the sword, obviously, again, is a very narrow space. He says, Hashta, the law Aziza. The Hashta, the law Aziza. Now he says, the passion is not as intense, the love is not as intense. Huya Barshisin Garmidi Lo Sagilai. So he says, literally again, even a very large bed is not enough for us. So there was a man who used to say this, then the Gemara goes on, I'm not going to craig see. Rafuna said the truth is this is the pasuk. What's the pasuk? Beikarik said, Haratula Hashem, the Dibarti Kame ala Kahoras. Ultimately, again, when the Mishkan is first created, Sakarish Baruch he says, I will speak to you from on top of the lid of the Aron. And we know again, the lid of the Aron itself was only 10 fucking high. The Daniel, Aron the Kisha is Haforas Nava Harek Han Asara. They say the height of the lid of the Aron was 10 fucking off the ground. Government attack, Hari Shaka, the Baruch Mashash, so Basar fucking Summit will go. But in Baruch Hava, so says the Seal is a English one. But the Rebbe Shalom would go ahead and rest his within 10 fucking off the ground. But interestingly enough, it said, Habayis Hashem, Hamelach Shlomo LaHashem, Shishin Hama Argo, Be'esim Rachbo, Ushtoshim Hama Kamaso, Ulubasov said, Koama Hashem Hashemayim Kisi, Va'aret Romanis. Well, so it's actually very interesting. What Rafuna said is an interesting dynamic that happened in the relationship between HaKadosh Baruch and Klal Yisrael, which is in the beginning, Hashem said, speaks to on top of the Kahoras, which means Abiut means 10 seconds of the earth. Then what happens? Shlomo HaMelech built a much larger structure than that. And then what happens? The Beis Hamikdash is destroyed, and the pasuk says, "Hashamayim kisi," the heavens is where I reside. See the progression in the beginning, and the Baruch is right here with us on the top of the Arah. Then things change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure to how the Shema. Then things change a bit more, and the Shema retreats ultimately into the Shema. We have seen it understood. Then this guy who was just making a statement about life, that when we were young and our love was passionate and intense, we could sleep together on the edge of the sword. Now that we're a little bit older, even a very large bed is not large enough to accommodate us. There's a similar dynamic with the Shema. Relationships change. Sometimes what begins as exceptionally passionate and close proximity to one another is there's a interesting example of what tzaddik is referring to. Here you have an individual who just says a statement. He's not quoting a pasuk. He's not quoting the right stuff. He's not quoting all he's quoting is the dynamic in life. The dynamic in life, just the way kind of relationships go. And the thing is, wow. Because that simple statement of a dream, to a certain degree, captures the essence of the relationship between Shema and the Rebbeinu Shalom. So back up top to the subject. I want to say, just if you're looking at footnotes, by the way, footnotes for your days. There's a whole bunch of examples from this Gemara, really, really wonderful examples. Fascinating. So if Tzaddik goes on, he says, so what's the pshat? What's the pshat? So if you take a look, we're in Osman Gimel, on page Kufchav Zayin, the left hand paragraph. In the Uriah Hashemah. So the Rebbe says, what do we learn from here? He says, "Nefesh Yisrael, afilu ha'adam ha'adoni ba'achoshes yoser, yesh lo b'shoresh nafsho elokis, achiza b'divrei Torah mitzvot." So this is so incredibly beautiful. This is what we learn from here. That every Jew, even the simplest Jew, the essence of his soul is rooted in Torah. In other words, I will say, the notion that regular people, says the Prophet, are espousing wisdom. And then that wisdom, the great Rabbanim, the great Chazal, go ahead and say, oh, by the way, that statement, that's a pasuk, that's a dynamic, that's a brisa. Also see that even the simplest Jew is rooted in Torah. He doesn't realize he's speaking Torah. He doesn't realize that he's quoting Torah wisdom. But what he says is Torah. So listen, again, I want to point out, when a tzaddik over here is doing this is the progression from what we said before. Remember again, a tzaddik said, in Osman days, why is instantaneous change possible? Why is instantaneous change? Why is there the ability for a person even who has made catastrophic life mistakes to turn himself around? Remember, a tzaddik said, because the nefesh happiness, the inner nefesh, which is going to write like the Baal Tanya says, the spark, the nitzos elokim ma'amal, the spark is untainted. There's a piece of us that is the Rebbe Shalom, it's a piece of me that literally is a derivative from God. That's why, no matter how bad I mess up in life, change is always possible, because that one piece is never taken. The judge says, by the way, even the simplest Jew talks Torah. Maybe you never learned Torah. Or maybe if you learned Torah, you didn't pay attention to Torah. Or maybe you just never. So how is that's because again, the nafsho, yishto b'shorish nafsho, so the divrei Torah miuchadas. The nefesh, the soul of the Jew, has as a whole is rooted in Torah. This is what an incredibly powerful resource. That's why the Gemara is full of examples. Like people say, who cares what people say? Because it's important to hear what a Jew says. Because at the end of the day, a Jew's soul is rooted in Torah. And therefore, this Torah that comes out of his mouth, even if he doesn't realize that he's quoting from it, so profound. No doubt, turn the page. No doubt, move on the Mela. Shetivar Toda Hakanim Tifize. With this comes Shemarkema Bekume. Shrugged Amaviv, Shudder on the shoulder. So the Varkot was death, Dehu Shored, Shoulder. Don't say, so this is really, really an incredibly beautiful you say. It says of something. This is like Chazal refers to this as Margula Bekunim, right? Margula Bekunim means a precious gem in a person's life. But again, the phrase of the ancient people say, you understand that according to what people say. It's not what people say. Because you have Margula Bekunim. They'll say, it's a jewel in your mouth. The Jew has been a Hamza, has a whole in Torah. Also, in Gather, you see this all the time. That's along the flock. So, we'll let that come to us. The Tzaddik says, this is so that the Jew has an Hamza, has a whole in Torah, is reflective of the innate holiness of the Jew. The Jew has the ability to speak words of wisdom that are reflective of the Rebbeinu Shem. All of his wisdom, without him even realizing what he thinks that he is saying, there's a hole, there's a root. He goes on, the Tzaddik says, their daughters asked, he could call us as Diba, don't say, this took has the right hand column, just going along and have to stop for today. He says, their daughters asked, he call us as Diba Sheba Adam, who is so Besh, Vahius Shalom. So the Tzaddik says that the Koach HaDibur, like the power of speech that is within a person, is the Yisod HaNefesh, is the essence of his soul and the essence of his speech. Let us say, you know this concept. Because remember again, the Torah itself, it's the fact that I feel horrible created God. So what does the Torah say? The Torah says the powerful true light into the nose, the nostrils of the eyes. Remember again, Unculus, in his commentary on Ruach Haim says, Ruach Menalema, speech. That speech is the greatest manifestation of the ruchniness of man. It's in fact, again, meaning this idea that speech, right, consistent speech, comprehensive speech, is ultimately what differentiates man from the rest of the group. That's reflective of man's inner. That's reflective of man's soul. Man's soul, a spark of the Rebbeinu Shem. Therefore, it makes sense. Not only to stop you, I'll pick up tomorrow. The difference of it makes sense that man's innate nature is expressed through speech. That's why the margin of the human, sometimes the person will say something, not even realizing that what it is that we're saying is words of Torah, but it's almost as if the Hebrew has the ability to express the most innate of manner. But we'll stop over here. We'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. Of course, conversely, what's fascinating is that one of man's greatest abilities to debase himself is through speech as well, which makes sense. And remember, again, wherever there is the greatest capacity for holiness, there is also the greatest capacity for connect, also debasement. So if Hebrew is going to be the way that I can articulate, that I can express my most innate so it's also the way that unfortunately again I could express my most innate connect as well. Alright, well we'll all pick up in Meretz Hashem with this piece tomorrow. picking up America from the Ace and then Gimel in Rabbi So we're gonna continue this we'll try to continue really on this fascinating trajectory. Take a look. There's page Kuf Chaf Vav. Let's look up particularly have to see this on the left hand. To Lael, his bias, وأخذ مطالب فيكم في جدل الترتيب شغل يحضر نفسه بالبحث. هاي مثال so remember this instant has the public sense that public sense is created in order to go ahead and fulfill the passage takes remedy to address one specific thing that is highlighted in the Shams. One of the real study every person alone clearly wants to struggle with many things. Often, most of us have one thing which we struggle with acutely. That is one struggle is the very simple, is the very purpose of my existence, and I'm able to be able to go ahead and address that struggle that actually can become my greatest strength. So Rabbi goes on and says, behind this fire, שמיוחדות זו ניכרת גם בסגנון הדיבור של כל החברה. Serves up because going to posit that individual's singularity, person's singularity, uniqueness, comes out only again through his speech as well. For example, music, which is also continuing from the previous host, in those days, the Slavic highlighted the idea that a person has a certain innate kedusha, which is not subject to change. Or innate kedusha damage and determines as a result of the unfortunate behavior. The idea that there is a kedusha atzmius, which is the personalistic holiness which we possess, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decision to be made. We're going to see now in the Gimel that the study is really going to build on that theme. That's what he writes. After this deeper shell thought is really a beautiful observation. After the deeper shell thought, I'm more going to be even in jest, he goes deeper shell thought, general speech, which a person, which people talk after the day. Okay, he goes on and says, I know this scam is deeper than the Shame goes different Torah. It's talking about general speech, right? Where a person talks each and every day, not words of Torah, just general, what he calls sichas ahulim, regular mundane talks. He said to me, he's Rabbi Rothschild, that he's been talking about something. Sometimes each of us has things that are our common adages, right? Our common phrases. That we often share. He says, Moshe Chazal, Ma'im Piskam Kigunda, Margola B'Kune. So in the Gemara often has the expression, Margola B'Kune. Margola B'Kune literally means Margola is a jewel or a gem, B'Kune, in the mouth of. So that's the Chazal say, Margola B'Kune is common expression. Common expression. That is because Chazal uses. We often use the reference as a common expressions, but common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margola B'Kune, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which possesses much wisdom. Davar Zeh Yagil B'Pis, in the case of Zion. So the Tzaddik goes from Hashim Brachos. What does that mean, the Margola B'Kune? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al-Af Shu Barchulu, B'Chol Zos, Nechshat L'Divei Torah. A person here, the promise says something absolutely amazing. Because sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margola B'Kune, right? A jewel, a common expression. So Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah. Right? They're not per se quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yet the quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halachic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see a common unusual expression that is becoming included in the Gemara, and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster this because the halachic point, the hashkafic point, given one third succession Alaf Shulchule, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoting is quoted. That was considered the statement that's being quoted is not told of. Nevertheless, the Nefshad L'Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted as it's almost like when we're getting reaction to hadiths. We always just everything else in that domain. The Gemara quoted in context. What was the context? Was before I think starting with the Gemara said that if silence, if the word is worth one seller, then Shika is worth two. It was the case, it was the last Mishnah, before I think so. Right, the last Mishnah, when we spoke about the individual, sorry, let me just find it. It's a good illustration. If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case where Yala Abdullah, they lost the cover Pesach. Right? One of the Chesra went out to go ahead and anyway, so we're speaking about the idea that you have a Chabura, and the Chabura goes ahead and uses their Pesach. They send out one of the members of the Chabura. Go ahead, Mark. Remember we had this Mishnah? There was a discussion, and but then they end up finding a replacement animal, shechting the replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about, which animal is used to the time, exactly uses what. So the Mishnah gave a case where, let's say again, the Chabura has the Karban Pesach. They lost the Karban Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the Karban. The interim, the Chabura appoints a new Karban. Identifies as a new Karban. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Chabura. There's pretty much you actions unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the Karban Pesach. Now the Chabura uses the replacement Karban Pesach and Shema Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this goes on Saturday, casting down and said, Mikana Chachamim, Yafesh Tika Chachamim, Tabacham of the Sibshu. Right. So from here, the wise man said, so silence is good for the wise men, Tabacham Halakas come all the more so for fools. Here's a perfect example of this, where you see. Now, again, is that a statement of freedom? Is that a religious statement? So it's a life statement. It's quite fascinating about this. And we find this all the time, where the Gemara will quote something. Sometimes it'll quote it with the Shamar, the love that you made. A jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see, the Gemara will quote statements, and again, the first statement of Torah, that's a statement of life wisdom, Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of a halachic discussion, and it's called as a proof to halachic discussion. So Shavik says, what do you see from here? He says, He says, אפילו דיבור כזה, הרוגל אצל איש ההמונים, והפשוט יוסי מישראל. See again, statement. That is a simple statement. It's not it happens to be in this kind of mode, quoting the sages. But many times when the Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage, it's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often Margala B'Kumei is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on, he says, that Shemoshinira Bahar Nakomos Talmud finds it very often throughout the Gemara. Shemehi B'Gemara is Madda Amri Inshi. Where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim Regilim Loma. Divrei Torah, and ultimately when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the situation, acting given to the Torah. Nechlivan shekomim chachma da'ami ishi, rak shu chachma amitis shispas nes, yiram zabatel. וכמו כמובן כמה דסנהדרין, הרבה פסקנים של הלכות לחוות חכמה בעזיה. So for example, both of you will see some examples of this. That the Gemara in Second Sanhedrin quotes the idea, quotes many sayings. Just quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this was something that people were accustomed to say. Adam echad haya royal, lomar tiskam kach bekach. Va'amar shmuel ala tiskam ahu. Krok siv, hari sha'av speak to my life. Hari sha'av shabala tiskam. Lo yotesh vish the dvarav v'korbatorah. After speaking English, Russian, Divrei Torah, they Shlahan Yismah in the coded environment at Torah. This is fascinating. So the quotes over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, but it's very close to the Gemara in Second Sanhedrin, and the Gemara in Second Sanhedrin quotes just a number of pitgamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Like regular people used to say this, used to say that. And what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he will take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tavik says, so also sees something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, what we call margula bit. A jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again in Gemara in the Second Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements, the truth that was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different, again, sources of halacha and hashkafa and Torah that support these very assertions. So we'll say, what does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? It's ultimately, again, the Gemara is quoting from regular people, and they're going to stop. So we'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand the subject is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous hosts, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. So we'll stop over here. Picking up America, and the post, then Rakima, so we're going to continue this Take a look. The page Kuf Kaf Vav. Let's pick up its symbols on the left hand column. To Lael, he's got it. So after we go to Tikun Eva the Rakati, Shabonis Yachsona Shobusha. Time is inspired. So remember, in Usman test, what the subject said is that every person is engaged in order to go ahead and clearly the fix, to remedy, to address one specific thing that is highlighted in his Nisham. Some of the greatest Shabbat illustrated this was every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing which we struggle with. That one struggle is the very purpose, of my existence. I'm able to be the person, able to go ahead and address that struggle, that actually can become my greatest strength. So a political events highly inspired, Shemiyuchados, Nikeres Nam, the signal and Gosha Kalafazah. So Tzedek is going to posit that individual's singularity, person's singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately against deep speech as well. For example, we also, which is also continuing from the previous post, in those days, the Tzedek had already read that a person has a certain innate kedusha which is not subject to change. In other words, innate kedusha which cannot be damaged or tarnished as a result of inappropriate behavior. The idea is that there is a kedusha which is personalistic holiness which possess, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decisions we make. We're going to see now in the Gimel that the study is really going to build on that. Right. After we keep ourselves up, it's really a beautiful observation. After we keep ourselves up, even just because deeper shuffle, general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. There he goes on and says, Hainu, Hiskam, the Deeper Kulim Bahama, Shake. In both different Torah, discussing a general speech, like a person talks each and every day, not words of Torah, just general, what he calls Sihas, regular mundane talk. I shall eat up in his Rabbi Rothschild, that he's literally talking about something. Sometimes each of us has things that are our common attitudes, right? Our common phrases, our common statements that we often share. He says, Kinoshe Chazal, Nachim Mistamkidun, that Margola Bikume. So in Gemara often have these expressions. Margola Bikume literally means Margola is a jewel or a gem, Bikume, in the mouth of. So that's the Chazal. The Margola Bikume means common expression. Common expression. That is, when Chazal uses, they often use it not just as a common expression, but a common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margola Bikume, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which contains much wisdom. Dover Zet Logyo the Pit, on the page of Zion. So Tzaddik, also not singular. What does the meaning of Margola Bikume? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al-Ach without doing, before those, the Nechshav Legevei Torah Mamish. That is here, has something absolutely amazing. Because sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margala Bekunei, like a Jew, a common expression, so Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah. Like, they're not per se quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yet the quoted common expression in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halachic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something amazing. You see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out this halachic point, this hashkafic point, different Musar. It's something amazing. Halach Shukulim, even though again the statement of the Gemara is quoting is quoted, it's not the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, ultimately, again, it's being quoted in the Gemara says, "Oh my God, Rashi just had this. There's just everything else like in that journey. The Gemara, what is the context? What was the context? Was before Avik Tzachim, where the Gemara said that is silence. I'm sorry, if a word is worth one selah, then Shtika is worth two. Oh, it was the case, it was the last Mishnah before Avik Tzachim. Right, the last Mishnah, we spoke about the individual. Sorry, it was this time. If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was in the case they lost the cover Pesach. Right? One of the Chevra went out to go ahead and find the Pesach. So we're speaking about the idea that if you have a Chabura, and the Chabura goes ahead and loses their Pesach, they send out one of the members of the Chabura to go ahead and look. Mark, remember we have this whole Mishnah? There was a discussion, but then they end up finding the replacement animal, shechting the replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about, which animal is used for the Pesach uses what? So the Mishnah gave a case where, let's say again, the Chabura has the Karban Pesach. Thus, they lost the Karban Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the Karban. In the interim, the Chabura obtains a new Karban. Identify, set aside a new Karban. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Chabura, right? Pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the Karban Pesach that he found. The Chabura uses the replacement Karban Pesach. Das and Shalom al Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, because outside of casting down, said, "Mikana l'chachamim, yafesh tika l'chachamim, tabachama l'kivshu." Right. So from here, the wise man said, so silence is good. The wise man, tabachama alakas, come all the more so for fools. Here's a perfect example of this, where you see now again, is that a statement of truth? Is that a religious statement? Is that so it's a life statement. It's quite fascinating about this. You find all this time where the Gemara will quote something. Sometimes it is quoted with the introduction of Margala Bekunei, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah, that's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of a halachic discussion, and it's brought as called as a proof to halachic discussion. So the Prophet says, what do you see from here? He says, "Afilu dibur kazeh, haragil itzal isha hameni, ga'achashut yosemi." So you see again, statement. That is a simple statement. Not it happens to be in this kind of quoting a sage. But then times when the Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage, it's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often Margul of the Kumei is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on, he says, behind the comic Talmud, find this very often throughout the Gemara. Maybe the Gemara is not the only issue, where the Gemara will quote that which the regular people say. Sha'anoshim regilim loma. Those Divrei Torah, and ultimately again when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the tradition after we get into Divrei Torah. Yes, Levar Shakomu Chachma Dahami Inshi. Yakshu Chachma Amikis Uspas Emes Siranim Zabatorah. Ukimoki Muban Parakama Sanhedrin. How they discommon shall halfu Zahavak Amar Ba'azia. So for example, also here we'll see some examples of this. That we can always definitely with the idea of many sayings. It's called sayings in the name of people. Right? This is something that people were accustomed to say. All the Lomar Tiskam Tactica, Ra'am Shmuel al Tiskamahu, Klok Sivs, Harik Sha'avis Tiksmolan, Sha'af Sha'af Shabala Tiskam, Lo Rubbish Beach the Varas Korbatora, Apa Pikin Gilish Neoshim Jivatora, they Shahavi Smack in the College Garden. Fascinating. So we quote over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, but it covers from the Gemara Second Sanhedrin, and the Gemara Second Sanhedrin quotes just a number of hikkamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Like regular people used to say this, used to say that, and what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. So the Prophet says, so both I see something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, what we call margula betume, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. You see again Gemara Second Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then you find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different again sources of halacha and hashkafa that support these very sources. So let's say, what does this mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? It's ultimately again the Gemara is quoting from regular people, and there's some Mustafa being able to develop this idea tomorrow. So I understand that somebody is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous oath, as well as building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward for this top of the earth. All right, children, so good morning. Let us begin. We hope to finish Oslo, continuing Oslo days. subject, so we have to pick up. Let's pick up in the Gedoria Hasidus on the left hand side. Remember, we actually began this discussion, so just focus on a little bit. So the topic in ancient days is focusing on the ability of transformative change, and the concept of transformative change. And we'll be focusing again, over this discussion of Messianic era, and the idea being that the Rebbe highlighted this concept of the Isa Ahishana, that usually comes in one of two ways. The Ita, in its just simple appointed time, or Ahishana, expedited salvation, expedited salvation. So the idea of the Ita means that at a certain point in time, even if Chavislam appears, even if Chavislam is undeserving, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is somehow being Mashiach anyway. But then what upset is the thing was, it's not really the way that it works. In other words, that means even if Chavislam is undeserving right now, there'll be some type of transformative change which will make Klal Yisrael deserve it. So interestingly enough, so Tzaddik was then focusing on his idea, how do we see that level of change? The ability to take a generation that's undeserving and suddenly go out and make it deserving, which is a pretty dramatic idea. So Tzaddik says we see examples of this by the Dar HaMikvah. And it gives other examples of where you find instantaneous transformative change. So let's pick up A, left-hand column, the area I see the same yeah, from last week. So the Rebbe says, yeah, this is incredible. We mentioned this last week, actually began this last week. The Rebbe says, unless we think that this concept of transformative change is impossible, then we'll take an example that the Rebbe is now in second distribution, and the Kaddish has said, Isha, announced Shani Tzadik Yama, right? The man says to a woman becoming credentials to the condition. I'm Tzadik Yama absolutely righteous. The Gemara says, Mikudeshes, she is betrothed to, even if he is not Mishorasha. Even if he's not Mishorasha. Why? Shall I hear her tshuva b'huvah? Maybe he did tshuva. And the Tzaddik says, you see, what do you mean he did tshuva? The idea being, even though externally the person did not change anything about his behaviors, and even though and a person maybe did not change anything about his lifestyle, but there's a hint of tshuva, thought of tshuva, some type of cognitive process, cognitive shift, so that he says that also constitutes tshuva. So you see here that transformative instantaneous change can take place, because often the greatest tshuva but it's not even something that occurs behavior. The greatest tshuva is the type of tshuva which occurs with a mindset shift, or a shift of a reorientation of the way one thinks about themselves, the way one thinks about life. So that goes down also to see things like this. This is the Hari Anu B'nai Yisrael. Shakara girls, live back. Action me'ashem yisbarach. Ashvinu Hashem ilacha b'nashiva, Ashvinu Hashem ilacha b'nashiva, together. You go to the pasuk in Eicha, and the pasuk in Eicha says, Ashvinu Hashem ilacha b'nashiva, Hashem, bring us back to you, and we will return. Bring us back to you, return. So also, bring us into the meaning of this pasuk, the Rebbe says, V'hu yachol la'orenu l'shuv b'tshil Hashem b'yadacha. When Klal Yisrael says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we have so much difficulty being children, so much difficulty coming back to you. But you could bring us back. You could awaken us to Shiva in a moment. It's a very strange concept. Hashem, you bring us back and we'll return. What does that mean? What does that mean? What we're doing is we're shifting the responsibility of our tshuva to the Rebbeinu Shalom. You know you can inspire us. You know you can awaken us. You know you can bring us back to you. And if you bring us back to you, we will do everything we're supposed to be doing. So why don't you just go ahead and do that? It's an incredible chutzpah. It is incredibly profound. But who you are following Lashon Shon Dagachat Hashem Yisbarach Tzavach H. opening his ground. Yet the Ribono Shalom, he screams back, so to speak. Right? He cuts his back and he says, go to the pasuk in Zechariah, Shuva Elayim Ne'on Hashem Tzavachos Va'ashuv Aleichem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says back to us, Shuva Elay, you come back to me. You come back to me. So there is this not tug of war is the wrong word, but there is this tension between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael says to the Hashem Ilech V'Nashiva, God, it's your responsibility to make us do tshuva. Bring us back to you. Awaken within us the spark of tshuva. We'll do great things. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to us, Shuva Elad, what do you mean I should bring you back to me? You come back to me. You have the fear. You have free choice. You make the decision to return to me. That's what the Bible says. When we start, it's almost like just this, of course. If you take a look at what this is very beautiful. Think of it as a measure. The measure says, "I'm looking at this Yisrael Shneachah Baruch Hu Yibana Shalom Shalchavu Hashivenu." So you can measure it says, "Probably says Shneachah Baruch Hu Yibana Shalom." We belong to you. We belong to you. We belong to you. Bring us back. Bring us back. Amar lahem shalachemni shene'emar shuva elai min Hashem tzvachos va'ashuv aleichem. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, no, you belong to you. We say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we belong to you. Right? And the power of our tshuva belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu responds no, the power of your tshuva belongs to you. Amar b'fanav Ribono Shalom Shalchavu shene'emar shuvenu Elokei Yishenu Kachne'emar Hashivenu Hashem Elecha V'Nashiva. So this is the tension between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. He says that I was something so fascinating. In the summer, כשיגיע זמן הגאולה, ודור גלו המועד, עד שיהיה כולו חייב כדועה. Let's remember again. Going back to this messianic kind of war. The Ita Achishana expedited salvation occurs if the generation deserves it. The Ita sounds like even if it's a generation Shekuro Chayiv that is so fundamentally compromised, what's going to happen? Bari Halochi She'im Yisrael Mit'olim Ela in Osim Tshuva K'du'ah. So let's say, here's the problem. There's a topic mentioned in passing before, but now it comes to light. With messianic salvation, so I understand Achishana. I understand expedited salvation if we are good. I understand that piece. The Uta sounds like that even if Klal Yisrael doesn't deserve it, there's a certain time by which Mashiach has to come no matter what. There's like a deadline. Right? There's a messianic deadline, right? There's Mashiach must come by a certain time. Which makes it sound like even if Klal Yisrael is not deserving, Mashiach will come. The problem with that, and this is what Tzaddik is driving at, is we have other statements in Chazal of Ein Yisrael Nigalim Ele Nosim Tshuva, which is Klal Yisrael can't be redeemed without Tshuva. So how does this all work? How can I have a deadline? You know, it's like a deadline makes it sound like Mashiach is coming no matter what. You know, let's say the Klal Yisrael is. But yeah, it's Chazal. So how do you reconcile this? Listen, I watch this. This is incredible. So Tzaddik says it has to be a purpose. As matzah shall be done not second. The only way for the correctness of these concepts is if you say, we win. We win. What does this mean? Shalom Yinatzach, Kelomar, Knesset Yisrael Tinatzeach Kiviyachol Asa Kadosh Baruch Hu B'Chashasa Hashivinu Eilacha Sheyihya Gam Ha'Yisrael Yisrael B'Tshuva Me'Hashem Yisrael. So this is actually quite beautiful. So the Tzaddik says, the only reconcile it is as follows. The halacha place that's going to end up happening is we win. We win meaning what? That when that deadline occurs, when that deadline comes about, mamish now, it is time to go ahead and bring Mashiach. The problem is, Rabbi Rothschild has not done Shiva. So they'll say what's going to happen. Rabbi Rothschild will win, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again will be forced to Hashem. Now what's going to end up happening? The Rebbe Hashem is going to have to bring Mashiach. Rabbi Rothschild will not have been Shiva, and the only way to ultimately bring Mashiach is for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to inspire us to do Shiva. He's going to have to take ownership over our Shiva. Shivinu Hashem Ilacha. The Rebbe Hashem light the fire, kindle the spark, bring us back to you, and you will see that we will do something absolutely incredible. And I said, isn't this amazing? So Tzaddik says, also, this is never seems happening again. By the way, I just want to point out, all our Kadosh Baruch Hu does is like the spark. We do the rest. But Bamaisa, I need the Rebbeinu should over at times to take the responsibility to bring me back. So let's highlight a number of different things. Number one, once it gives us a fascinating window into Messianic progression. Halavai will be Zocha to expedited salvation through positive dynamic activities. If not, if it's going to be plus salvation, so then also one of two things happens. Either Kali will be Shuvah, or if we don't, then if we done nothing, remember that phrase from the Bible, we done nothing, we win. There's always this ongoing tug of war. We say, Hashem bring us back. Hashem says, Shuvah Elai, come back to yourself. So normally these three functional words, except when the deadline and Messianic redemption approaches, and Mashiach has to come, and we're still not doing tshuva, we win. Ashvinu Hashem Elecha HaKadosh Baruch Hu will have to go ahead and light the fire and kindle the spark. But the greater lesson that the Tzaddik is teaching us in the midst of all this is the ability and the power of transformative change. And sometimes that ability to even engage in instantaneous transformative change. Sometimes, again, it is the ability for a person to so fundamentally turn himself around. And yes, although sometimes it's gradual, and most times it's great to be gradual, at the end of the day, instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change is possible as well. That's the Gemara in the Sefer Solution. That's ultimately, again, Hari Atma and why is instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change possible? That goes back to Shoshana they have faith. Because at the end of the day, even when I commit others, we have to say, that's not my Panemius. My Panemius is Kaddish. My Panemius, my inner essence is Tahar and remains untainted forever. No matter what happens in the rest of my life, I am the key. Shoshana Benachotim. I am the rose amongst the weeds. Sure, the weeds are there, but the mice of the rose never loses its rose. So because I never lose my Panemius, because I never lose that, therefore again, even when I sin, I don't fundamentally alter who I am on the inside, and because of that, instantaneous transformative cathartic change always remains. Alright, so let's stop over here. We'll pick up in Hashem with you in Gimel. Good morning. Let us begin our session. At the end of 18 days, we are picking up on page of faith in 6 of today. Rabbi Rothschild taught us something incredibly amazing, which was based on the idea of the Yerushalmi. The Yerushalmi says who was the Rishon Shel Olam's favorite generation? It was the Gar HaMikvah. The generation of the Gaza. At first glance, I think we're going to think first we're giving it back to God again. And we mentioned this one's part of Hika Egas, think from elaborate more than the tragic sinful activity. Nevertheless, what the subject is saying is, yet that's the same generation that said non-salvation. But if you want to speak about a generation that says the non-salvation of this contrast, the different extremes which man could reach, Gar HaMikvah is a wonderful example. And the reason why ultimately again, Gar HaMikvah is covered with Kol HaDoros is because Gar HaMikvah teaches us the power of change. The power of change. No matter what an individual has done, no matter how badly messed up in life, personalistically, that is always possible. Whatever was quoted, the beautiful passage from Shir Ashir, Kishoshana bin Hofu, like a rose amongst the thorns. Thorns, of course, representing the six the ideas of life. The rose, nevertheless, the identity of the rose is preserved, even in the midst of all of the things. If you pick up on his page, the Rebbe says something so beautiful. The other out, that's the right hand column. I mean, in the earlier passages, the right hand column, 5 lines through. The other out, Hans Hashivos Nafshot Yisila, Achari Shashaba Adam B'Shuva Shmina Nafshot. It's like, the Rebbe is going to talk about certain concepts that you feel familiar with. But the way she frames them is so beautiful. The Rebbe says, everyone knows that the Hashivos of the Neshama, the point of the Neshama, is manifest, especially in the aftermath of sin. The aftermath of sin. She says, Shahari, listen to this. Shoshana, she was Tia ben Achokim, Yikashubi Yosem and Shoshana ben Shoshana. The Bible says that it's so beautiful that there are different types of roses. Some roses grow amongst roses, and some roses grow amongst thorns. The most beautiful rose is the one that does not grow amongst roses. The most beautiful roses are the ones that grow amongst thorns. So beautiful. The Bible says, Shepassi goes over here to Zohar, Shoshana, Ma'ala Reas, Peres, Mitzvah, Shar HaGadim, the most beautiful rose, the most fragrant rose, amongst all of the roses in the world, what up, Tip? Is the one which grows amongst the Leonard. Is the one which grows amongst the thorns. 13 years. And self-destruct, self-destruct, 10 years, and they're still. Well, why didn't you win?
Why didn't you win? Chelsea blocked me on Twitter or on Instagram. I don't know. I didn't say anything to her.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything to her. But that happens a lot. I get a lot of people don't like rabbi following. So I understand.
What?
A rabbi following them.
Very much
A rabbi following them.
That value tshuva
Because your account
higher spiritual space.
because you look like you're a
That could
bull.
be too. That could
That's
be
much
too.
greater than tzaddikim kibburim. Now again, obviously this notion of a tzaddik
Well, I don't know if I'm blocked. I can still click her profile. I can still click her profile. It just says there was an error. It just says there was an error.
Frame a little bit differently. Someone who is constantly
Why you
struggling.
blocked?
Hey, I don't really care. I don't know this woman. I don't really care about this woman.
So
I don't
much
care about
greater
her.
than someone who is just always arose.
I don't care about the Australian. I don't care about the Australian entertaining scene. It's just what you're into. It's what you're into.
So beautiful. Tzaddik is saying is,
What up, big dog?
what
up, big dog?
appreciates most in this world? The struggle. The struggle. When I am willing to engage in this struggle, when I say, there are so many thorns, and the thorns are always around me. You're talking about, no, I don't mean
Dude, are you getting your phone fixed on Wednesday?
You know, there are moments in life, Halavai, you have the bracha.
No, you're
There's
not.
no external adversity. But there's always
Rabbi.
internal adversity.
Dude, when are you gonna get your phone fixed so we can play
And then I
games?
see people who are roses who live amongst the roses, and I'm always surrounded by the thorns, right? And I'm always surrounded by the thorns.
You know that
Going ahead and often getting picked by the thorns, right?
you will laugh at the first
I'm
zero,
surrounded
zero,
by the
zero,
thorns.
zero, zero, zero,
And even
zero,
today I avoid the thorns.
50
Tomorrow I get stuck on the thorns. And yesterday I got stuck on the thorns. And the tzaddik says, just understand two things. Number one, your rose is always there. The rose is always there. The rose never withers. The rose never dies. This goes back to what the tzaddik said 2 days ago. He said a little longer than 2 days ago. But we learned it 2 days ago.
Are you still sick?
The reason why change is possible is because faith never impacts the nefesh. Sin never impacts the core identity of who you are. That always remains intact. Therefore, change is possible. So the rose is always there. And what HaKadosh Baruch Hu appreciates more than anything in life is not when I am a Shoshana bein HaShoshana. Because the truth is,
Do you think
a rose amongst the
we should bring back Larry Sinclair?
roses. The real challenge in
Yeah,
life,
he's on the
and the
list.
real success story in life.
So who won Raw Comedy? Who won Raw Comedy? Who won Raw Comedy?
Well, that I don't think we're going each and every day.
Some girl, Kelly,
Where from where was he?
So skip a little bit.
From where was
he? So this
Thanks for the
now Rebbe takes this concept and really expands it a little bit.
He's from Brisbane.
This is Kelly, yeah.
He's from Brisbane.
God of
He's
from Brisbane.
From Vienna?
Some of his other theme, which is Mashiach. Now, when we're going to come back to Mashiach also, what the Rebbe, what really started this whole conversation is that the Rebbe was accepting
Joshua Kari.
concept that the Dar, the generation of Mashiach,
Who won?
may not initially be worthy, but then ultimately are going to transform
From New South
What we
Wales.
want to discuss is, remember again, we said this a number of days ago. How does this happen? Sometimes the Baruch Hu goes
Is
ahead
that
and
where is that?
Where
is that? Is that Melbourne? Is that Melbourne? No, that's New South Wales is Melbourne. New South Wales is Victoria's Melbourne. No, Victoria's Melbourne.
By that change.
Oh, okay. So he won from Sydney.
Unworthy, but then morphs.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
He goes on and says, This is incredible.
Think of what the
So there's two things happening over here. There's a national conversation and a personal conversation. It's the same conversation. It's the conversation of change. Conversation of change. In the messianic context, so
What do you think the person
tells
is?
me that the generation will be undeserving in one moment and then be transformed into deserving in the next moment. That's the national conversation. On the personal level, the same thing is true. That I can be a Shoshana, I can find my rose, even though again I'm surrounded by the thorns. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, don't think, Al Yala Aladas, don't think that dynamic change has to go
When are you
ahead
gonna
and take
fix
a
your
lot of
phone?
time. Yisrael is kol shvavi v'dargas hatshuva ad she'yagia hatshuva shlema. Don't think that it has to take a long time until Klal Yisrael comes to the level of tshuva shlema. Don't say again on a national level or on a personal level. Why? Tshuva gimura eino oreches zman klal ve'efsha shivya rega echad. Wow. Let's say now we're beginning something that is transformative. Rebbe says, tshuva doesn't have to be a prolonged process. Real tshuva can happen in a moment. It can happen in a moment. Rega echad kidemuchach beperek beis b'kiddushin. As the Gemara proves us in Perek Beis and Kiddush. So we'll say, let me show you his example, and then we're going to have to back up a little bit and understand this. What's his example? So the Gemara will say famous Gemara, Mekadesh as Ha'isha, Al-Manas Sha'ani Tzadik. Right? If a man is Mekadesh, when the man comes and betroths a woman, conditional Kiddushin. Hari'at Mekudesh as Li, Al-Manas Sha'ani Tzadik. Man says to the woman, become Mekudesh as to me, on the condition that I'm absolutely righteous. What's the halacha says the Gemara? Afilur Rasha Gamer Mikudeshas. Even if the guy is mamish or Rasha Gamer. Rasha Gamer, nevertheless, the Kiddushin is good. Why, says the Gemara? Hoshishin Sheme Hira Tshuva V'daito. Because maybe the Tshuva. They understand why that's a strange Gemara? Because, again, the guy goes in and says, become a Kiddush on the Kiddush of a Tzaddik Gamer. And now we say, we're Choshish, maybe he did Tshuva V'daito. That means that externally, what does the guy still look like? What does he look like? A Rasha. Right? Or, I don't mean externally how he dresses. I mean like externally, as far as we know, he's still a Rasha. There's nothing to indicate to us that he has abandoned his rishus. The only thing that could possibly be happening is that internally something switched. Right? Shemehir Tshuva V'daito. Maybe he did Tshuva in his mind. So externally, nothing looks different. But yet, so what do you see? That ability to be now again, even Lashon over here. Shemehir her Tshuva V'daito. Here means what? Means what? A thought. A thought. He didn't do anything. He didn't change anything. The only possibility is that maybe he had a thought of Tshuva. And yet, it's clear from the Gemara, that's it. It's clear from the Gemara that is enough, again, on a halachic level, to allow the Kiddushin to take effect. Right? He's Mekadesh woman with it tonight. You can be Mekadesh with it tonight. I'm going to marry you on the condition you give me $1 million. Okay, so the woman gives me $1 million. Then we're Mekadesh as marry me on the condition I'm a tzaddik gomer. If I'm a tzaddik gomer, good. So even though the guy doesn't look at tzaddik gomer, we brought him up until this point as a rasha. Shemehir Tshuva V'daito, which tells you two things. Number one, tells you the power of thought in Tshuva, which we'll get into. But according to Rabbi Tzaddik, also tells us that Tshuva could be instantaneous. Tshuva could be instantaneous. So we'll have to stop over here. How that works. How you can have instantaneous Tshuva. We'll say again, we normally think Tshuva is a process. Tshuva is a mahalet. So the dynamic of that, and Me'er Hashem, we will see on Monday. Sure. All right, Thomas, I think good morning. Let us begin. We are continuing this morning with Rabbi Rothschild Osman days in Sitkas and Sabbath. So the Rabbi, let's just pick up where we left off. We left off on page Kufaf Gimel, Osman days. Page Kufaf Gimel, the area Hasidus, the left hand column in the bottom. So this is actually quite beautiful. The Rebbe writes as follows: "V'zuni davar rucha." So remember, again, the Tzaddik was developing a theme which is not novel, because we've learned this concept before. But you're going to see that what the Tzaddik is doing today, I think, is actually quite novel. So the Tzaddik spoke about the idea about messianic redemption. Mashiach could come either to a generation that is deserving or to a generation that's kulachai, that's undeserving. But the incredible thing is that the generation that's undeserving often could be transformed into a deserving one through the process of shuvah, as we'll discuss. And the Tzaddik will be highlighting the idea. Well, actually, let's see. So remember, actually, we left off, I think, page Kufaf Dalet, excuse me. So let's pick up page Kufaf Dalet. The Rebbe says, "V'hari amru chazal, eizu dvar chavuz mikol hadaros." This is actually a very beautiful idea. In the eyes of the Ribono Shel Olam, what is considered to be like the most, when Ribono looks at the generations, which generation is considered to be the most beloved of all the generations? So the Rebbe says, quoting over here the Yerushalmi, "Eizu dvar chavuz mikol hadaros, zeh Dor HaMidbar," generation of the desert, which is really quite interesting. Now, think about this, and the timing of this is quite amazing. Parshas Kisisa this week, Chrita Egel this week, one of the worst averos committed in the history of the Jewish people was, if you think about the top two averos committed by the Jewish people, Chrita Egel, what else? Right, Chrita Meraglim, committed by the same generation. That's now again also one of the. So in general in life, you never stand in judgment of someone else. Judging other people is never really a beneficial exercise, especially given the fact that we truly never understand the circumstances. We don't understand what it means to live under 210 years of servitude and then suddenly be emancipated. We recognize that there's a residual impact on being a slave for so many generations. So it has shalom, no level of judgment. But nevertheless, it's fascinating to see a statement like this. That the most beloved generation in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Dor HaMidbar, the generation that still objectively committed so many dramatic actions. Well, two major dramatic averos. So the Rebbe says, "V'akala ma'alasim shadra mivahu, b'pnei shezachu l'kabbalah satorah." So we'll say, but on the other hand, as much as Dor HaMidbar committed the Chet HaEgal, Chet HaMeraglim, they also were the generation who experienced Kabbalah Satorah. Kabbalah Satorah, Sinaitic revelation, acceptance of the Torah, Begam la'acher madrigasim hanemucha b'galus Mitzrayim, his alu v'hios hadar ha'kavit v'yosim mikol hadoros. So Rabbi say, the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. What does it mean when the Yerushalmi said that the most beloved generation in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Dor HaMidbar? The Tzaddik posits that if you look at the generation, the Dor HaMidbar, perhaps there's been no other generation who has undergone such dramatic transformative change as the Dor HaMidbar. It's possible that's what Chazal is, and that's what Tzaddik is trying to bring out. Think about this and say, it's true, they committed some significant averos. But where else did you ever find a generation who could go from slaves to Nasa Nishma in 49 days? Where else did you ever see an entire generation who could undergo such cathartic, transformative change within such a relatively short amount of time? The Rebbe says, in the eyes of HaKadosh, this is the thing that the topic is going to highlight over here. Number one is the power of change, or the ability to change. Number two, how in the eyes of the Ribono Shel Olam, when we exercise that ability to change, that is the most beloved thing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kimokin, ala doro shoshama hamelach ala vashalom. Let's actually skip a little bit. Skip to the bottom on page 4 of Dalit in the area of Hasidus. Skip to the bottom of the right hand column. The Zen Mipnei She'efshar. Here's the question. So it's something that asks on a different level. And it doesn't think this is the question that any of us that we ask ourselves many times when we bring the stories that we go ahead and look at. How can you have a generation? How can you have a generation who can exhibit the worst kind of behavior? The worst kind of behavior. Right? So they can go ahead and they could build the ego. They can go ahead and commit the chit marak. And we'll say, by the way, those are just the two major ones, right? Remember, again, there's a lot of other small stuff which unfolds over the course of 40 years in the desert. How could it be that you can have the same generation engage in all of this negative activity and yet also say Nasa Vishnu? How does that work? It almost appears to be an inherent personalistic contradiction, to which the Rebbe says something amazing. וזה מפני שאפשר שיהיה הדר ההוא מקודם כולו חייב ולאחר מכן לפני הכולו יסחפכו עושה מני הדר ויסעלו עד שיהיה דר שוכב יוסף. So again, the Tzaddik brings in the Dvar of Shalom Alech, which I want to leave out for today. But the Tzaddik says, in general, how could it be that you could have a generation that essentially is what he calls kulo chayiv, or committing the worst kind of activity, and yet again could then in the next moment raise themselves up to the pinnacle of holiness and spiritual accomplishment? So that just something so beautiful. Al yidei ma shashem yitkach v'ge'im yitrov b'chazeh shiri, v'al kach habibas yisrael zu v'mipnei shesheresh nishmasan v'mimakom kavua yosem v'kaladeros. So the Rebbe says, because you have to understand that the neshama of a Jew comes from a place that is Gavoa Yosef. The wording is so profound. The neshama comes from a place that is Gavoa Yosef. Gavoa Yosef, not just high, but more high. The highest of the high. To skip down a few lines, the MS, Kol Chatai Yisrael Einam Betzah. This is perhaps one of the most important lines in Kol Torah, because this is the level. He says that the MS is in reality Kol Chatai Yisrael Einam Betzah. They say when a Jew sins, it's not the essence. When I sin, it's not in my essence. It's not my essence. When I sin, I'm making a dramatic mistake. I'm abusing my koach habefira, my power of free choice. And when I sin, ultimately, again, I'm making a poor decision. But that sin does not reflect who I am in my essence. Listen to this. Rak nafshos Yisrael l'chatein, and Shimon understanding, because of a beautiful Gemara in Sanhedrin, that when a Jew sins, what is this comparable to? La'asa b'koi b'nei chilki. So he says it is comparable to a hadas, a myrtle branch that is growing amongst a southern road. Bad grass. I don't know, weeds. It's like a myrtle branch that is growing amongst these flowers. Shepnimius nafshon. נשארת בקדושתם, והכל מסתיר ומכסים עושים רק מבחוץ, ואינם פוגעים את פנימיותם. So we'll say the subject over here is discussing the very essence of the Jew. How is it that one generation could engage in such deleterious activity, such terrible pattern, ego, miraglim, and a lot of other stuff? We'd also say in our show. How does that happen? We'll say it's the same about the number of how it's going back. How is it that a generation could be so bad and yet HaKadosh Baruch Hu could bring about circumstances and they do tshuva and could transform themselves into a generation that's loyal to the Mechalek and Mashiach? How does that happen? Shevik says because you need to understand the essence of the dynamic of the Jew. The essence of the dynamic of the Jew is number one, Shoresh Nishmasam Mimakam Gavor. Remember that phrase. Shoresh Nishmasam Mimakam Gavor. The essence of my soul is from the highest of the high. I come from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I am the Nitzutz Elokim Mima'aman. You're right. I am a spark from the Rebbe. That's what I am. And that is my essence. But I sin. But I do things wrong. That's true. But those sins, those averos, as the Tzaddik says, they are not their inam da'atzah. They're inam da'atzah. They're not my essence. They're bad things that I do. So it says, I am like the myrtle branch that grows amongst weeds. There's a lot of weeds. Those weeds represent my bad decisions. Those weeds represent my wrong turns. Those weeds represent all the negative things I do in life. And sometimes there's a lot of weeds. So many weeds that you can't even see the myrtle branch. But at the end of the day, the myrtle branch is always there. The faith never impacts my essence. Never impacts my essence. The Rebbe goes on, so he goes on, if you turn the page in just a moment, well, okay, so he says, Aval Mizem Muvon, Shekarshe Yagiaz Mana Alti Kishisuka Chokin, Shestios and Nefesh, Vemshals Shoshana, Az Tishair Hashoshana, Hainu Hanefesh, Tishleimusa B'Kosha. So he uses the metaphor from Shir Hashirim as well. Tishoshana Bein HaChokin, like a rose amongst the thorns. So what does that mean, like a rose amongst the thorns? That statement is the ultimate essence of the Jew. A lot of times, I gave a lot of thorns to my negative activities. But just because there's a lot of thorns doesn't negate the fact that there's a beautiful rose. That's my etzim pinuso, the essence of who I am. The hados that grows amongst the weeds. So I'm going to say, why is this important? Because what Tzaddik is describing over here, why change is possible. Like they say, why assume that change is possible? Now, why is that? Why not say that after you make certain decisions, you lock yourself into a certain way, and that's who you are. That's what you are. You've gone down a particular derech. That's what it is. They say that change is possible. Why do you assume that? To which the Rebbe says, because, I'm not going to repeat everything again, but because of everything he said, when I sin, it's enough the essence. Because when I sin, the one thing I make to change my behaviors, and I make changes as a result of my bad decisions, certain realities in my life, but I never change who I am. I never change my communities. The communities remains. The rose remains. The hadas remains. Because those things remain, therefore by definition, change is always possible. That's how a Dor Hamid goes ahead and builds the ego, commits Chinta Meraglim, but at the same time also goes ahead and says, not salvation. It's a still on the name of based inherent contradiction. It is inherent contradiction. But Lamaisa, because the inner rose, because the inner hadas is never tainted, never compromised, therefore change always remains possible. So I'll have to stop over here. But again, you can see the power of the prophet's words. This entire Yisod, this is the key to tshuva, this is the key to optimism in life. Because if you don't believe this, if you don't subscribe to this, then the truth is, life is very depressing. Because every day is filled with dramatic mistakes. And if you don't accept this ideology of a tzaddik, it's not just a tzaddik. An ideology of Yiddishkeit. And at the end of the day, I make mistakes and said, to have locked myself into an ongoing downward spiral. But if I believe in the inner rose, I believe in the inner Hadas, it changes everything. All right, so listen. Good morning, let us begin. We are picking up. There's a first moon days so a new oath with the possibility of things outside of the white lesson. Although there was still a little bit more to go from the oath Aleph, we really capture the essence of your subjects. This idea of the Shekra saying the heaven Hayoti, Isha Yilhas Hashem Yitis Helen. Yosef, Boaz, where lesson, very incredible lesson being that if one wants to go ahead, truly be successful in their quest against the personalistic desire, in their quest ultimately again just against their own individual challenges, so the individual must produce the help of the emotional. But although a person may be able to encounter some level of temporal success, however, again, long-term success requires one to enlist the partnership of control to fight against the desire. Remember again, that was the distinction between Boaz and Yosef on one hand, who had challenges, but whose challenges was of a limited duration because of the emotional support that since they were going at it on their own, their staying power would only be so long. Because Hagi Ben Laish, he was able to resist a more than 2-decade temptation. And how was he able to do that? Solely because he enlisted the help of the the lesson, of course, is incredibly obvious and self-evident. But whenever we go out to meet our challenges in life, we need to invite HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be our partner in those endeavors. Then, that we're guaranteed success. There's no guarantee of success in anything in life. Always with the probability of success in this mission. With that, in days, we're also speaking by taking a look at the introduction here in the Rabbi Hasidus. The Rabbi writes as follows. By noon days, paragraph Rabbi Hasidus, right hand column, L is there. Shazman shall be Sita B'Vi Esem Mashiach. Lukash Cher you calls the name Yeshua. Let's remember again in Osnur, two sections ago. We talked about the concept of B'Ita Hashem. That either comes in one of two ways. Either become in its appointed time, B'Ita, or Afishena, expedited Gula. Expedited Gula, right? So remember again, on a messianic level, what that teaches you is there is a time by which Mashiach is going to come. No matter what we do or what we don't do. That being said, we have the ability to hasten his arrival by going ahead and engaging in positive dynamic activity. So the Rebbe says, when ultimately again is Bisman of Yehuda, he says, when everyone ultimately again thirsts for the Yeshua, for the salvation of the Rebbe Shalom, oath is Bar Le'el, שתוקף וחוזק היצהרה באדם מוכיח על תוקף וחוזק קדושת האדם לעובד זה ועל יכולתו להשיג השלמות המסגיר הזה. Okay, so the topic is kind of giving us a little bit of a summary. So in Oath Nun, we saw the concept of the Ifrah Hishana regarding the two different stages of Gula. In the previous also, Mandala and Mantas, the topic spoke about, which was an incredible idea, this concept that which I struggle with most, in fact, it turned out to be my greatest source of strength. Meaning what? If if I struggle in a particular area and it's an ongoing struggle, my ability to overcome that particular struggle, in fact, shows what my greatest source of koach truly is. So the other goes on, and the oracle says, and now if we bring all of these concepts together, says that the oracle says, inspired time, eight ish manila hagit masakisha hatakuna the girl suffering. So that is, now we can begin to see, now we can begin to see ultimately again how everything is embedded in the latter generation. After Hanira, Maisa Satan Masliach Rahman al-Islam, Mahato Rabbi Me'amenu, the Rishto Shal Hayit Sahara, Hapa Pikin Alina Mitzahos, Shadaf the Bar Hanamak Fios, and Iska Lesonim the Rum Hamalu. So David says, sometimes we go ahead and we look at the generation, and sometimes it appears that the generation in which we live in is so compromised, and ultimately again has so many dramatic and difficult challenges. And sometimes we look around and we wonder to ourselves, are we actually ever going to be worthy of salvation? So David says that we're going to see now how sometimes when things don't look so great, things don't look so great, there's the ability to put out the message of positivity, even from a compromised generation. Okay, so here we go. I don't know if that introduction was helpful or not, but Lamais again, essentially, the topic is going to say, and this is part of the beauty of the Sefer, is that as much as each owns often contains its own individualized message, what the Psalmist often does is we're going to see is go ahead and kind of merge individual messages into one greater, larger message as well. So that should begin. So left column, book supplement. A person shouldn't wonder to himself, in Europe, the Rothschild is shown, after Mibne Aminu, is stopping the Olam. So sometimes the person looks around and he says to himself, there are a lot of Rishonim, there's a lot of evil in the world, a lot of negativity. Sometimes it seems that the evil in the world is so dramatic, and there's no countermeasure. The guy can open and step and sometimes it appears like the rot in this world seems to intensify. Like it seems to grow with each given day. And sometimes the world has the appearance that it's hefty. So it's really an incredible statement that I think it's very applicable for our time. Right? Sometimes we look around and there's so much good in the world, there really is, but there's also so much moral decay on so many different levels. So if Savik says we look around, and ultimately again, we're here only to have compassion. Sometimes the world looks like it's hefker. Avala MSC, Shavada Enes. That's because the MS is, it's not like that. Sometimes even though the world looks hefker, the world is not actually hefker. And the Olam, Ein Am Yisrael Ne'ezat Klal Yisrael, so remember, this year, the Tzaddik is also talking about even just the matzah of Klal Yisrael. Because sometimes when you look at Klal Yisrael, and again, everything seems hefker. I think we live in such different times. But to understand how historically the Jew could have looked around, especially at the matzah of Klal Yisrael, and felt Ne'ezat V'nefka, Umufka, forsaken, and just totally hefker. Yeda Adam, Yasim Yibo, Shashem Yisrael, Yimsha Balakah, which is so beautiful. It is important for you to remember that the Ribono Shel Olam is always the one who is in charge of the vineyard. V'yam Yisrael, in Kamo Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And so this is absolutely beautiful. Ribbon Shalom is a vineyard, and we are the vineyard. I'm sorry, Pub he calls the vineyard, and we are the vineyard of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And who tends to the vineyard? Who is in charge of the vineyard? None other than the Ribbon Shalom. And he said, Omer Chazal, Yalla Adam Yisrael Ladas Beberer, Sheagis. Der HaKadosh Baruch Hu has Tibo, Umahuso Shal Karen Chavim Zeh, Yosem Menu. It's the mashal. Why does there have to be the mashal of a vineyard? Like, in other words, the message is clear that even though sometimes if our circumstances look as if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always in charge, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always running the show, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu always comes to us. So why does the Tzaddik give the example of a vineyard? There's something interesting about vineyards. Those vineyards, each type of vineyard produces a different type of grape, right? So for example, if you have a vineyard that produces Cabernet Sauvignon, that's different than a vineyard that has grapes that produce Merlot, which is different than a vineyard which produces grapes for a late harvest wine. Each of those vineyards must be tended to in different ways. And each of those clusters of grapes or those families of grapes need different things in order to thrive. So Tzaddik says there's something so beautiful. Sometimes we look around and things may appear to be so to see Ne'ezav but a Jew always has to remember that I am the Ribbon Shalom vineyard, and he is my Balak. And as the Balak, as the person in charge of the vineyard, it doesn't simply mean that he's in charge of the events as they unfold. That's obvious. That's obvious that he's in charge of the events. What it means is he knows exactly what the grapes need in order to grow and thrive. And he also knows, by the way, see, here's the difference, that for a regular Balak Karen, so the whole vineyard might be dedicated to this type of grape, the whole vineyard dedicated. If the Ribbon Shalom vineyard, in any one particular vineyard, there's a vine of this and a vine of that. There's this type of grape, there's that type of grape. And the Ribbon Shalom, as the ultimate Balak Karen, knows how to nurture and sustain each grape in accordance with what it needs. It's such a beautiful thing because it's the most amazing Chazal. Let's just finish paragraph. Chazal say, Yalla Adam Niskav Ladas Beberer, She'edia HaKadosh Baruch Hu es Tibo U'Mohiso Shal Karen Chavim Zeh, Yosem Menu. The person has to believe that the Ribbon Shalom knows what the grapes of the vineyard needs, even more than the grape itself. The grape might think it knows what it needs, but the Baal Karen truly knows what the grapes need in order to thrive. The Talmud HaKadosh Baruch Hu was acting the grapes of Jacob Shakamo, the Baal Israel Gamanish. And the Baal Karen, the Baal Shalom, is taking care of the needs of the vineyard at every single moment. The Vadai, Shekayia Ha'is Haloi Lekach, the Roman was carrying Israel, got Mishepon from our tables, Ad Yom Hamar. So we'll get to the Gula piece more tomorrow. I want to say that the principle of Tzaddik makes sure which is really incredibly profound. That in those moments when the world looks and when we feel Ne'ezav U'Mufkar, using those words because they're very profound words. In those moments when I feel Ne'ezav U'Mufkar, either on a personal level or I look around on a national level. And I just feel a cloudness on me. He looks. Ne'ezav U'Mufkar in those moments. Just always remember, I am the parent. I am the cluster of grace. In the Ribbon Shalom vineyard. Balak Karen not only knows how to produce award-winning wine, but ultimately he knows what every sort of grapes need in order to go ahead and actualize and maximize. The Balak Karen knows exactly how to take care of his vineyard. See, in those moments when I look and I feel Ne'ezav U'Mufkar, have believed that the Balak Karen knows what he's doing. We'll also stop over here. We're going to continue in this theme. Again, this is not a chiddush. We're going to see that the power of this message lies in the metaphor, ultimately, of the vineyard. And therefore, some people continue to stop here. All right, good morning. Let us continue. So yeah, we are finishing up more session today. Host again. Above, really picking up from the Gemara Masechus Sanhedrin, where the Gemara Darshan the Pasuk Shekra Achein the Hebel Hayofi Yiras Hashem His the Gemara explained that Shekra Achein is Yosef, and Hebel Hayofi is Boaz, which we pick up today. And Rebbe is developing the theme that in the battle against the Yisrael, there are two ways that a person could approach it. A person could go and try to go at it himself, and a person could be successful. To summon up the personal strength, to summon up courage, to be able to go ahead and combat and vanquish the Sahara. But at the end of the day, because the person is doing at it themselves, and because they are not enlisting the help of the ownership, their efforts will not be fully successful. Or a person could go ahead and understand that you cannot be successful in anything in life without the assistance of the Ribono Shel Olam. Without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is no success. Without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is no enduring success. And therefore, before I tackle any challenge, specifically one which requires me to go to battle against the Sahara, I must absolutely enlist the help of the Ribono Shel Olam. So let's try to continue examples of this. So last week we spoke about Yosef. Today we're going to pick up with Boaz. If you take a look at this link in the top page, same PDF that I sent out last week. And if you only have Hasidus in the right hand column about halfway down. When we say Shakasa the Hava Hayot, remember again, the subject quoting the Gemara. The Gemara saying check Rahim was a reference to Yosef. Haval Hayofi, Haval Hayofi. So beauty is fleeting, beauty is fleeting. Mashakasu Sham the Haval Hayofi, Zemberames, Mitzorah, Mishal Boaz, Neged, Tokef, his Kabros, Haiba, Vasasas, Yitzhahara. So Haval Hayofi refers to Boaz's battle against Yitzhahara. Now, where do we learn that Boaz had a battle against Yitzhahara? So remember again, this is in the story of the Yes. So in the Jaws was, again, remember, Naomi tried this entire time for Ruth to go out to lay down by his feet and looking to be Merades that Boaz is supposed to marry Ruth. So remember again, that night, Boaz and Ruth are alone in the greenery. And as the David is going to say, he says as follows. He says, Boaz could have easily sinned with Ruth that night, and no one would have ever known. והקם שגם גדולו זו חסיר לשני מסע ניצחון, ולפני שעון רבסים בגמר בסופה, שם גם כן שנזכר שעה בדברו, בעל כוח ולנסות. So in that night, when Ruth was there with Boaz in the greenery, Boaz was tempted to sin. Boaz was standing with his feet. Boaz was standing with the beautiful woman who was laying down by his feet. And ultimately, again, pretty much gave himself over to him. He was tempted to sin. Bahayalo Bishazu Tokef Hakad Yitzara, Dishtoki Lachto, the last also of Samaisa. He had a desire to sin with her. Amit Negdo Tokef Ayuda Kahatsmo, but he resisted the temptation. So Boaz resisted the temptation to sin ridiculous, and he resisted this temptation by summoning up within himself this inner courage. Therefore, Boaz was able to emerge victorious. לכך היה ניסיונו רק באחוז בלבד. לאחר שאינו מוכח לכמה. It's very interesting. So once again, the reason why we speak about it is so profoundly astounding and surprising is because what the Tzaddik is describing as a less than perfect victory against Sahara, I think for many of us, the Holy Spirit is Tzaddik to assume that it is a perfect victory against Sahara. But at the end of the day, Boaz was able to overcome this Taiva himself. Just like Yosef was able to overcome the Taiva himself. Yet the topic says here, such a victory is imperfect. Because any victory where a person relies solely on himself is not a victory that can be relied upon long term. That's why he explains over here that the Nisayon of Boaz only lasted for a couple of hours, just that night. It was not the ongoing Nisayon. The Nisayon of Yosef only lasted for a particular duration. Because at the end of the day, when you are going at it yourself and not relying on the assistance of the Rebbeinu Shalom, your staying power to resist sin is limited. Now the other contrast is the last piece of this Gemara is Isha Yiras Hashem Yitzhala. A woman, it's interesting by the way, that beauty and women, the Gemara understands over here, is a reference to men. Very interesting, right? Sheker Hashem is Yosef, Hevel Ayofi is Boaz, Isha Yiras Hashem Yitzhala. Who is the woman ultimately again, who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu? That is, this refers in the Tzovik's model. Hainu anitzachon sheneachshav le'ini HaKadosh Baruch Hu ki nitzachon amiti u'muchlach al hayitzah. So this is the victory, which is considered to be a complete victory against the Yitzhara. Who does this refer to? Amazing. Halkidan La'ish. So who's Halkidan La'ish? Shalom Naga Michal Bashol, for the Osam Hashem Shol. So a little bit of background. So remember again, David Amalek is married to Michal, the daughter of Shol. That shidduch came about after David Amalek rose to prominence, after he killed Goliath, after he killed Goliath. So he became a general in David Amalek's army. The king then invites him ultimately to become his son-in-law. David Amalek married. Remember again, as David Amalek's fame rises, so Shaul becomes more and more jealous. To the point where Shaul is ready to kill David. Michal is the one who tells her husband David, "My father's coming to kill you tomorrow." This is the famous story where David Amalek essentially stuffed pillows under his cover to make it look like he was sleeping in bed. She lowered him down through the window, and David Amalek escaped. The next morning, Shaul's soldiers burst into David Amalek's home, and again, but by that time, David Amalek already had a number of hours start on Shaul. I think this is the beginning of the entire story when David goes, "No, you're farming." Ultimately, he's going to see this mission, given food and weapons. This is where Zoe sees that even though he tells Shaul, you see that they're going back in there, they're eating it, that he actually, oh my son. To make matters worse, Shaul, as an ultimate affront to David Amalek, burns the head and gives away David's wife Michal to another man. A man by the name of Halkidan La'ish, who was an incredibly pious individual. Now, the issue over here is that Halkidan La'ish didn't exactly have that much at his say in this, because the king ordered him. There was a remarkable miracle. Halkidan La'ish was quote unquote married to Michal for 20 years, over 20 years, and in that time never laid a hand on her. we'll say, an absolute remarkable display of personal strength. Personal strength. Literally, he's living with this woman. The king is giving to her, and he calls her a very beautiful woman. The king had given her to him as his wife, but Hadalah recognized all too well she was married to someone else. So because she was married to someone else, he did not lay a hand on her. Shalonaga bima banicha bashol kol Ashishana, Mishinosa Ashitsil Gablamara. He did not lay a hand on her for 20 years from the time that he married her until he returned her to her husband to David. The Rachni Tzachon Kazeh, Mokiach Al Yiras Hashem, Hamechsheves Gam Be'inei HaKadosh Baruch Hu La'amitis U'Buchlefet Es Legamre. So the prophet says, this husband and wife is called in the eyes of Chazal, Isha Yiras Hashem Itis Halah. This is a woman. This is a woman who's a Yareh Hashem. It's interesting also to say to yourself, why does the Gemara, why was the Shlomo, why does Shlomo HaMelech refer to righteous men? Why does the Gemara refer to righteous men as women? So it's interesting because in the eyes of Chazal, a woman is like the paragon of piety. So even when you're going to describe a righteous man, you often describe the feminine, which is really quite fascinating. So Palti Ben Laish explains, is going to be the fundamental distinction to a Boaz and a Yosef. All three are righteous, and all three overcame the Yetzer Hara. The difference is that a Yosef and the Boaz went at it on their own. And because they went at it on their own, they were successful, but their success was of limited duration, which is why their Nisayon was only able to last a short amount of time. Because when you correct things on your own, your staying power is limited. Holding the Irish, on the other hand, enlisted them in his war against the Sahara. And because he had enlisted God as a partner, he was able to successfully combat the Sahara for over 2 decades. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Yetz Hashem. This last piece of Hagi Ben Laish in Yetz Hashem tomorrow. But I will say less than a topic is screaming out loud and clear, which is the ability to engage in long-term success against the Sahara is fundamentally predicated on one's willingness to enlist the Ribono Shel Olam as a partner in this effort. If Hashem is not a partner, you can be successful on a short-term level, but you can't be successful in an ongoing effort. All right, let's stop here. We'll spend one more day in Miracle Shemona Esponal. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We are continuing with Yetz Hashem. In place of Nun Kalitzin Tzidkas Hatzah. Remember again, yesterday we began this particular episode of subject introduced this fascinating idea, namely that the greatest accomplishment in life is not simply combating the Yetzer Hara. Because a person combats the Yetzer Hara and even is successful against the Yetzer Hara, but does so on their own without enlisting the help of the Ribono Shel Olam. So a topic called such a success, Shatter Achim, Yehaval Hayir. It's beautiful and it's wonderful, but it's not the way it's done. We spoke about the idea that the Stoics agree with is that although sometimes we might have thought that the chemical accomplishment is to put in Hishtaltus and quote unquote not to bother the Ribono Shel Olam until effective one might have. It turns out that the path to success requires to invite the Ribono Shel Olam as my partner. The beginning of any life endeavor is the beauty. combat against my Yitzhahara. So it means only when you invite God as your partner that your success is true success, and that your success has the ability to endure. Incredibly so. So now, now the Tzaddik gives a couple of examples of this. So picking up on page Kuf in the Bioya Hasidus, the left hand column, bottom side, bottom of left hand column. וזה מה שדרשו חז"ל על החסד שבשם, שקר אחים בהבל היובי, איש היראת השם יתמסחלה. Literally again, but also we know it is, so sheker achim, so grace is false, hevel hayofi, beauty is vain, isha yiras Hashem yishala. A woman who fears God, she shall be praised. Of course, the outer face is lazy. If we didn't do it inside, but the Gemara Masechus on Hesed actually darshans that these three statements refer to three great men. It's interesting. So again, we'll see how this is. So we're going to go through this now. So take a look. He says, Sheker Achim. What does it mean, Sheker Achim? So he says, Melames Hono Shel Yosef Hatzak Bikar Atzmo Neged Yuvui Ushas Mitzvah, which the cup days. Sheker Achim, that refers to some again, so fame, I have to do English word for fame. I think you don't really translate as favor or grace, right? So sheker achim for favor, grace is false. That's a reference to Yosef. Yosef in his fight against the seduction of the wife of Potiphar, which took days. בניצחון זה מכונה רחם מפני שאינו יופי גמור, משום שלא יצא נקי לגמרי מבית זה לחלוטין. This is a very dramatic piece. So what that says over here, that Yosef, also remember again, Yosef's battle, inner battle against the seduction of the life of Potiphar, it is a very big discussion in Chazal. Remember again, based on the pasuk, that the Torah says that Yosef returned home. Lasos Malachos. Remember again, this was Rashi says on the day when everybody was outside their Avodah Zarah, right? So Yosef comes back to the house to do his work. There's the focus in the Gemara. What does he need to do his work? So one of the things he says, do his work is have those responsibilities. Obviously, to do his work, ultimately, again, was your metaphor for the fact that he was actually ready to continue the seduction of the life of Potiphar. To say, when we read these stories, sometimes, well, there's a couple of things. Sometimes when we read a book about great people, we tend to see differently on the different. One of the beautiful things we do is like, you not deify. Like, this is why the Torah Yoshua goes out of his way to tell us about the mistakes of his people, right? Think about this. Why does the Torah have to tell us that Moshe Rabbeinu hit the rock? The man counts the number of mistakes he made in life in one hand. I can't count the number of mistakes I made since I woke up on one hand. Right? But Moshe Rabbeinu an entire lifetime. So why did he become a slave? Why did he become a slave? And every single person knows that Moshe Rabbeinu hit the rock. The man alone. Just according to Moshe Rabbeinu was incredible. Something happened. He didn't go and carry himself 20 years. Right? But what is this? Everything is transparent. You have to know everything. Elamai. So Rothschild understood that the notion of ascribing infallibility to a religious leader is very tempting. It's very tempting. Right? It's nice. Right? It's nice to say someone's infallible. It's very nice, except it's false. It's fundamentally false. No one is infallible. It's impossible. If you're human, the only source of infallibility in this universe is the Rabbi Rothschild. And that's what makes that to be great. It doesn't make mistakes. But unless you're God, you're going to make mistakes. So it's fascinating. So sometimes we have a notion of fallibility by the greatest of people. The other piece is in the greatest tzaddik is a human being. And that's what the Torah often tells us about their struggles. struggles of Yosef outside with Esau's struggles like I think that this is the kind of Nisayon that 99.999% of people would fail. For one simple reason, there's a beautiful, attractive woman actively trying to seduce you every single day. Every single day. Like the Gemara says, she will change her clothing multiple times throughout the day in order to look more beautiful. Remember, that by itself is an awesome, overwhelming challenge. Couple that with the fact that Yosef has no one. Yosef has no one. This ability to enter into this illicit relationship gives him a relationship with someone. With someone. His own family rejected him. He's still the Hebrew servant. He's still the Hebrew slave. He has nothing. He lived in a relationship with that. So besides the just the carnal desire that's constantly being the opportunity, the illicit opportunity that's constantly being put in front of him. The ability to forge a relationship with another human being, especially influential one. But Yosef stands up and says every single day. Every single day this is happening to him. Simply yet Yosef manages to go ahead and overcome the desire. Which also I think is probably one from like just a personal struggle perspective, probably one of the most awesome stories in I was going to say Tanakh, in the entire world, in the entire universe, in the entire history of man. We're talking about dealing with personal struggles. So it's interesting that the Gemara says that Yosef is called Sheker Achem. Yosef Sheker Achem. Yosef Sheker Achem. I don't understand. It's the pinnacle of human accomplishment what he did. Yet the Gemara says Sheker Achem. Remember again, it's point of 7. What does Sheker Achem mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? It means nice, very nice, but not really great. What's the shot? So Rav Tzadok explains over here in the Hasidic. He says, because Yosef did in fact overcome the desire to be with Asia's body. But listen to this. But he did not escape the clutches of sin in totality. What does that mean? Right hand column, 4 lines down. And close over here, the Gemara says, Al Yosef ba'osa ma'isa shel Eishes Potifar sheyashu tifin shel shiftas zera yidain siparne yada. So the Gemara gives an interesting lashon over here, which literally means droplets of shiftas zera, droplets of semen emerged from his finger. So to give us the context in this Gemara, the Gemara says that he was ready to sing with Eishes Potifar. Again, if you go with the approach that that he came back to the house to go ahead and do his work is a metaphor for the fact that he was ready to get into his desires. So the Gemara records 2 interesting ideas. That Ya'av part of the karka, he like plunged his fingers into the earth, which almost sounds like what he did is he did something like physically painful in order to go ahead and remove the desire, and the Gemara says the Yotza Shifar Zara and Pili Siparni Yada, and seeing came out of the system. So the Pashtos, what it means is that Yosef experienced some type of exhaust Zara. He experienced some type of seminal emission as a result of the desire to be patient with people. Somehow there was something happened, like there was some type of release of desire from Yosef. The point that Chazal is making over here is that Yosef escapes the clutches of his sin. Doesn't see the Ephesians 55. But lo yotza naki legamre lechali. He doesn't emerge from sin without something. Right? He wasn't totally cleansed of sin. And again, the Tzaddik goes on and he says, "V'chin nikra v'nechshav nitzach v'nizeh al yitzahara k'nitzachon shal sheker ve'acher shafilu az lo hayez nitzachon kamer b'chol nevi yitzahara v'zeh mishum she'efsha b'koach hanosh ne'efsha b'koach." So I'll stop over here. I'll say it's just dramatic piece. So Tzaddik says, so why is that? Why is that? How can it be that a young man like Yosef would assert the most dramatic self-control? You know what I'm saying, right? Again, like I said, I really think that 99.999% of people would fail this Nissan. Would fail this Nissan. A beautiful woman trying to seduce you each and every day. Each and every day. You are alone in a foreign land, rejected by your family. I think if any person is honest with themselves, there is no way that a person will reject you against that this way. Yet he does so. And yet the Psalter calls it, or the Gemara calls it, Shekirachim. It's nice, but Shekirachim. The Psalter says, and we'll have to talk about it, the Psalter says, that Yosef didn't enlist the help of the Ribono Shel Olam to combat this Yitzhak. In other words, he did a great job. But he assumed that the only way to combat this Yitzhak is on his own. Didn't enlist the help of the Ribono Shel Olam. And I will say this goes back to Tzadik's central theme. That when you go out to battle against the Yetzer Hara, never think for a moment you should do it on your own. We're going to see this. I need I need God's assistance for anything and everything. Which is why even when I go out to battle against the Yetzer Hara, the first step in that battle is to invite the Ribono Shel Olam to join me on that mission. And if I don't enlist the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if I'm successful, my success ultimately is going to be limited. All right, we'll stop over there. We'll pick up the Red Hashem. All right, everyone say good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting this morning in Tzikas Tzadik. We are picking up in Os Ayin, and we left off on page Samach. So we can just reorient ourselves a little bit. The Tzadik is speaking about this incredible idea, namely that the area in life in which we experience profound deficiency is often the area of life in which we can find the greatest amount of strength. So, the Tzaddik essentially is teaching us the idea that our weaknesses really highlight or show us what our potential strengths truly are. So, the Tzaddik gave a couple of examples of this. Today, we're going to focus on one incredible example. We're on page Samach. the right-hand column in the Uriah Hasidus, first paragraph on top, about 4 lines in. Ba'al derech zeh, gam kippur matzim, ma'she'amru chachamim ezal. You also find what Chazal said when they wrote Shebiyom Nechrav Bo Habayis, the day on which the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. Bo Bayom Nolad Melech Mashiach. On the day in which the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Melech Mashiach was born. The Gemara says, the Psalm says, Hare, Shish Skula Shadafka Bismana Kilkul, Yivali Ba'atikin. I think some of the reason. Where do we get this idea? We've all heard of this idea. So on the day that the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Mashiach was born. So it's Yerushalmi. He quotes it over here in paragraph Reish Nun Hey. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. Let's take a look at it together. Yerushalmi. Of the Hava B'chad Yudai, the Hava Koim Radei. There was a Jew. There was a particular Jew who was plowing with his ox. What happened? Ga'as Torsei Kumai. The ox, he let out a groan, whatever the groan of an ox is technically called. But the ox let out a groan. The Shamakara was an Arab who was passing by. He heard the ox making this sound. Amalei bar yudai, shari tirecha, shari kanecha, v'hacharet beis mikdash. Jew, go ahead and unhitch your ox and unhitch the plow, because the Beis Hamikdash, your temple, has been destroyed. The Arab was saying to the Jew, there's no point in doing anything. Your Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed. Gas is minor too. So then the ox groaned a second time. Amalei bar yudai, charter to Racha the Katar Kad Kalecha, said, Jew, whatever that will also say, resaddle or reattach your ox to the plow. The Hayalid Malka Mashiach, for your Mashiach was just born. This is the source for this idea. So right, on one moment, the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed, and in the very next moment, Mashiach is born. Amali Mashmei, so the Jew asks the Arab, what is the name of Mashiach? To which the Arab responded, Amalei, Amalei Mashmei Menachem. Ultimately, what's the name of the Mashiach? What's the name of his Mashiach? His name is Menachem. Amalei Mashma Dabri, what's the name of Menachem, Mashiach's father? Amalei Chizkiah. It's a very, the Gemara itself is a very gripping story. But then goes on to discuss how this particular Jew tried to do anything and everything in order to be able to find the Mashiach. The point of the story is that in the very moment that the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Mashiach was born. Why? Because this is Rabbi Tzadik's thesis, that from destruction, whether it's personal destruction or whether it's national destruction, in that destruction are the very seeds, are the very catalyst for dynamic, cathartic growth. So on a personal level, it's often because when we, as we mentioned, over the last 2 days, when we sin and when we make mistakes and when we destroy ourselves, also we begin to see what our weaknesses are. And when we see what our weaknesses are, now I know what I can work on. It's very important. Speaking about this a little bit, people rarely improve when life is going well. Like usually, again, when everything is firing on all cylinders and everything is doing what it's supposed to do, people generally don't change. People change when things go horribly wrong. People change when they hit a brick wall. People change when they make mistakes. That's how change in life truly works. And that's what Tzaddik is saying over here also. When is Mashiach born? Mashiach is born when the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed. When the Adam and Chava begin their redemption, when they're covered with the fig leaves, the very thing with which they sin. When do we begin to make dramatic changes in life? When we make mistakes and I realize, you know what, I'm pretty broken, or I'm broken in this area, or I'm deficient over here, and now I know exactly what it is that I have to fix. So Tzaddik goes on, he says, this is so beautiful. So the Gemara Masechet Sanhedrin discusses the idea. So where do we know that there's a concept of Tchiyas HaMesim, resurrection of the dead? Where do I know that that concept exists? And the Tzaddik goes on and he says, the Gemara brings a number of different proofs. So the Tzaddik then goes on to say something so beautiful. He says, what is the concept of Tchiyas HaMesim? Think about this for just a moment. And this is such an interesting insight. What's Tchiyas HaMesim? We got on the most basic level, something that is dead comes back to life. Why is Tchiyas HaMesim the paradigmatic example of what it is that occurs over the course of the Messianic era? Right? What is that? What is that? And the Tzaddik says something so beautiful. Tchiyas HaMesim is the paradigmatic example of the ability to take something that is broken and to go ahead and once again make it whole. Isn't that a, and that's why, what's the emotion of Mashiach? What is Mashiach all about? Mashiach is all about repairing the world. Mashiach is all about going ahead and repairing ourselves. We have to repair ourselves before Mashiach comes. And once Mashiach comes, often that opportunity is lost. But the Maisa, Tzaddik says, the fact we have a concept of Tchiyas HaMesim tells you that no matter how badly something is broken, it can be repaired. Isn't that incredible? So each and every day in Shemona Esrei, right? We speak of V'ne'amar ata la'chayosni. If I believe in Mashiach, if I believe in Tchiyas HaMesim, if I believe that the dead could come back to life, then no matter what is broken inside of me can be fixed as well. He goes on, he says, take a look in the left-hand paragraph on page Kuf Samachas. Again, the topic just goes on, and he's just giving a number of examples of this, but the reason why it's Kedai to go through the examples, even though they're all highlighting the same point, is because it is interesting to see how reinforced this concept is within our tradition. That you see example after example, situation after situation, where over and over again you see the notion that from that which is broken emerges that which is whole. From the mistakes we made, we learn how to build. From that which is dead has the ability to come back to life. He gives one last stop for today. He says, "B'zel inyan paraduma." He says, "Inyan paraduma." Shebekolcha l'tayr es ha'adam mitumas meis. What does paraduma have the ability to do? Paraduma has the ability to purify someone from ritual purity with a corpse. Tumas meis. Now, what's unique about that? Paraduma corresponds to which avera? To the Egel, sorry, to the Egel Azov, to the Chet Egel, to the sin of the golden calf. The sin of the golden calf. Like the Egel caused so much death and destruction. It caused so much terrible fallout. Not just the thousands of people who died because of the Chet Egel, but the stain that the Chet Egel left on the spiritual consciousness of Klal Yisrael, a stain that has followed us throughout the generations. And yet again, it's the Egla Arufa, it's the Para Aduma, right, the red heifer, that has the ability to cleanse us from the most profound, intense source of Tumah, from Tumas Meis. So once again, the Tzaddik says, from the destruction, from the weaknesses, from that which is broken, ultimately again we begin to see the ability, or the very building blocks to go to repair. So examine and it goes on. But again, we'll say, well, we'll stop over here for today. But the Yisod is a very profound one. Because very often when we make, on a personal level, when we make mistakes in life, so we look at them just as that, as mistakes. And clearly, again, this mistake is something that's broken. You know what I mean? But we forget the second part of the sentence. Yes, the mistake represents as a manifestation of that which is broken, of that which is deficient, of that which is in a state of disrepair. But now what? It's the bracha. The bracha is I know what to work on. I know exactly what to work on. I know exactly what my next area of growth has to be. And therefore, says the tzaddik, that's the bracha of sin, if you can say such a thing like that. The bracha of faith is that now I know exactly what it is that I need to work on. I know what my avoda is, and therefore it turns out, says the tzaddik, that faith itself becomes the very building block for personal istiqlal. So we'll stop over here. We'll pick up the merit session with Ayin Aleph tomorrow. In Mitzvahs. All right, so we say good morning. Let us. Begin. So we are continuing in Meretz Hashem in Os Ayin in Sifras HaTzadik. So we began this particular piece by the Rebbe in yesterday's shiur. And the Rebbe really highlighted this incredibly profound yesod. This idea, just to quote his Lashon again, but also davar shebo nimtzach yisrael hamiyuchad shel kol adam, in a very thing in life in which you find your deficiency, in the very thing in life in which you find you're lacking, that is the thing that the Rebbe says, Umuchan lahagia al ma'alasa hamiyuchadas. That is the way that you will come to recognize and to actualize your singular and your unique maila, your unique character trait or attribute or strength. So also, remember, on a basic level, what the Rebbe really highlighted to us, is this idea that, and we've seen this before in Sifkas HaTzadik, that it's our weaknesses that truly teach us or show us what our actual strengths are. Like we mentioned yesterday, we often think in life there are two buckets. There are weaknesses and there are strengths. But the truth is, there's only really one bucket. There are strengths. There are strengths that I know about, and then there are strengths that I don't yet know about. How do you find out about your unactualized strengths? How do you find out about the qualities you possess that you don't yet know about? So Tzaddik posits something amazing. He says, you find that out through the expression of your weaknesses. When you fail, or when you fall, or when you find a weakness in a particular area of life, that shows that weakness is actually a koach that is waiting to be harnessed and rechanneled. He gave the example of Abaye, where Abaye felt that perhaps he was lacking morally because he had such a taiva, where he felt he could not resist the taiva to be able to sin in a particular situation. The Saba, Iliana, who shows up and tells him, no, that the fact that you're about taiva, the fact that you have desires, shows that you possess passion. And that in and of itself, that passion, if channeled in the right way, becomes your greatest strength. So the Rebbe gives another example. We're on page Kuf Samach Zayin, bottom left hand column, we're reading in the Te'urei Hasidus about 5 lines up. He says, this is incredible. Allah Pasuk, Vayisparu alei te'ila, Vayasu lahem kaduros. The Pasuk says, after Adam and Chava sinned, so what they do? They made for themselves clothing out of fig leaves. Clothing out of fig leaves. So in other words, why fig leaves? Why make themselves clothing out of fig leaves? So the Rebbe says, quoting Rashi, because the very thing that Adam and Chava sinned with, very interesting by the way. There was a machlokes in Chazal. What was the eighth das Tobara? What was the tree? The one thing that everyone agrees with, it wasn't an apple. It wasn't an apple. But it's actually interesting. So why is it that the apple is so closely associated with Gan Eden and the fruit? So remember again, if you fast forward a little bit, to Parshas Toldos, and remember again, we have the story of Yaakov and Esau, and Yaakov dresses up as Esau to go ahead and get the fruit. So Yaakov comes to get the brachas. So Yaakov comes in to his father, Yaakov comes into Yitzchak, and Yitzchak says, Re'ah b'ni kereach hasada. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. And that was a compliment. Rashi says a compliment. If after you go hunting, everyone knows after hunting, the smell of the slaughter is disgusting. It's terrible. So Rashi says over there, like an apple orchard. Like an apple orchard. And Rashi says the scent of the apple orchard is the scent of Gan Eden. So somehow the scent is the same. So kind of that association over time leads us to think that the fruit that Adam and Chava ate was an apple. But in fact, again, there's a machlokes in Chazal. Was it wheat? Was it grapes? Was it te'imim? Was it figs? Interesting that machlokes all revolve around items that are shivas hamim. 7 species of very top. In any event, we'll go with the Pashup Shot that they eat from a fig tree. They ate a fig. That the fig was the forbidden fruit. So listen to this. So the Hainu, Bachila Safrivet, right. Go atzmo miskinu. So see here the Tzaddik says, here's the expression of my idea. Remember, the very thing with which they sip in was the very thing through which they were remedied. They ate from the fig tree, they ate from the and ultimately again, what covered their nakedness? What covered their quote-unquote shame in the aftermath of the sin? The fig tree. The fig tree. Kaguros, Kedei Lechasos S page Kufsanaches S Marameim. The Dav Tumikak Lomdu Chazal, She'etz Hadas Haya Eitz Teina. So Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. And this, I think that this is an incredible finish. The Tzaddik says, how did Chazal know that it was a fig tree? How did they know? From where did they get this idea that the forbidden fruit was a fig? Which was such a muscle, by the way. Such a muscle. Throw it up all the way for a fig. If it was a steak, with a nice bottle of wine, not get the tiger. Right? Throw it all the way for a fig. Don't say, don't do that every single day. Throw it all the way for a fig. The things that we think are worth it to sin for in life, right? The shortcuts we think are worth it. We look back and we say, oh my gosh, I threw away opportunity. I threw away Rothius. I threw away Kedusha. For what? For what? For a fig. But in the moment, the fig looked like the most tasty thing in the world. So the topic says, how did the Chazal know that the forbidden fruit was a fig? Where did they glean that from? Where did they get that from? So Tzaddik posits, and this is really incredible Kiddush. The Tzaddik posits that Chazal worked backwards. The fact that Kadosh Baruch Hu clothed Adam and Chava in the Alei Te'ina, in the fig leaves, taught Chazal that there must be that the fruit they ate was the figs. Why? Because the Tzaddik says here is always the model. The thing with which you ruin yourself with, the thing with which you sin, becomes the very thing through which you are uplifted and remedied. That's the way life works, as a Tzaddik. So if they were remedied with the fig leaves, it must mean, says a Tzaddik, Chazal understood that they sinned with the fig as well. Harei sheyish ba'oseit te'ina laila miyuchades uskulu yisera v'takin es hakilkul shenigra min achila mimenu. So we'll say, so this model that Tzaddik is espousing is an incredibly profound one, because essentially what Tzaddik says again is that the very things with which we sin, the very things through which we go ahead and sometimes spiritually demolish ourselves, become the very things through which we are able to attain unprecedented levels of growth. So let's finish this section. Listen to this. This is. So I'll say before we get to this piece. So again, I just want to crystallize this idea that a tzaddik is creating a model, and the model is the thing with which you destroy is the very thing through which you build. The thing through which you sin is the very thing which is responsible for the creation of a beautiful spiritual edifice. When we sin, we see weakness. When we sin, we see fractures in the spiritual edifice. When I sin, I now know what's wrong with me. If I know, because I've given this much like lahavdo, person's not feeling well. The only way to remedy illness is how? Right? But before the medicine, right? Okay, assuming you're not self-medicating, right? Before the medicine, what do you need to do? You have to get a diagnosis. Right? In other words, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, if I'm suffering and I just keep taking medication, right? And then I realize, well, why am I not getting better? I'm taking all this medication. Well, because maybe taking the wrong medication. Maybe you don't know what's wrong with this. In other words, that if I don't know what the diagnosis is, and I think if I fall and I break my arm and I take Advil and I realize I don't know why am I not getting better? It's because the bone hasn't been set. In other words, just because you're taking something that has a curative effect doesn't mean it's going to work for your particular malady. So the incredible Yisod in life, says Rav Tzaddik, is I have to know what's broken in life in order to fix it. Well, how do you find out in life what's broken? How do I find out what I have to fix? That, says the Tzaddik, is the beauty, it sounds strange, but the beauty of sin. The beauty of faith tells me exactly what's broken. And if I know what's broken, I now know what it is that I have to fix. So I said that's what Tzaddik says. It's the very thing that undermines us that becomes the very catalyst for growth. We'll have to stop over here. We're going to pick up tomorrow morning with an incredible example by Mashiach. Tomorrow morning, Mashiach and Chias Mason. Mashiach Chias Mason tomorrow morning at 5:45. I think you got to be on time. Don't miss it. All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin. So we're going to start this morning in Eretz Hashem, resuming our Seder in Tzidkas HaTzadik. So then in Eretz Hashem we'll start the daf at 5:55. So just a public service announcement. If you're not on the WhatsApp chat, see me after share and I'll add you to the WhatsApp chat. And because I sent out the PDF of what we're going to be doing in Eretz Hashem today, but it's Kedai to invest in a set of Tzidkas HaTzadik. I'll send out the edition that we use. You can order it online. It's a beautiful sefer and an important addition to one's library. And also, it's good to learn from a sefer rather than from sheets or other things like that. So I'll send that information out today, but at least for today we'll get started. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem this morning in Os Ayin in Tzidkas HaTzadik, and here the Rebbe says something truly beautiful. He says on page Kuf Samech Zayin, if you're following along on the PDF, so the Rebbe says as follows: Va'os Davar Shebo Nimtza Hisar Hamid Shel Kol Adam. We'll translate the words, and then we'll try to understand with a little bit more depth what the Rebbe is saying. He's saying in that particular area of life where you find your greatest hisara. Hisara represents that which you are lacking. So in that area of life where you find that which you are lacking, that's in that area in which you are most deficient, that's what the Osa Davar, the Osa Inyan Manish, the Ayada Asman, that through that very thing through which you are deficient, Mukhan Lahagia Ma'alas. It is in that area that you have the ability to achieve your most unique and singular accomplishment. Now, what the Rebbe is describing here, he's actually spoken about in previous theses and previous sections, that often we look at our struggles and our faults and the areas of deficiency as weaknesses. Now, in fact, they are, until they're dealt with their weaknesses, but they also represent, says the Rebbe, the greatest opportunity for growth. My deficiencies, my weaknesses, my areas in which I am deficient represent what the Rebbe says, my ma'ala amiyuchaydas, my most unique ability for accomplishment. What does this mean? So first of all, if you take a quick look, he says in footnote Reish Nun Gimel, he says, Ra Masha Kasa Rabbeinu La'el, Mishi Yesh Lo Teshuka Gidola, Yesh Lo Teshuka Gidola, V'Tavas Hagos. I'll use okay, he gives an example that if someone has incredible types, incredible desires, so a person might take a look at their desires and they say, oh, what a lowly individual I am. Look at these things I want. Look at these things that I desire. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, Kiad Rabba, Ukli Muchan L'Tokef Avos U'Teshuka Derisha Sa'adas. So, for example, he actually quotes over here a little bit of good Chazara, the Gemara in the Sefas Sukkah, where the Gemara quotes us, remember again, that Abaye one time overheard a man and a woman having a conversation in an inn. Right? Do you remember again the story that they said, "Oh, let's travel with each other tomorrow." So Abaye said, you know what? I'm going to follow them because there's no doubt that they're going to sin. And Abaye felt, I'll be the chaperone. They're not going to know I'm the chaperone. I'll be the chaperone. I'll follow them. And this way, when they're ready to commit an Avera, I'll be there to stop them from sinning. Remember the Maisa? He follows them. They get to the crossroads. And they say, oh, how nice it's been to travel together. But alas, you have to go this way. I have to go that way. Hatzlacha Rabba. Hatzlacha Rabba. Have a good journey. And Abaye was so upset. Abaye said, wow. He said, if I was in that situation and I had the opportunity to sin and no one was around, I don't think I could have resisted temptation. So here the irony of the story was that Abaye was following the couple because he thought that he was going to be the shomer, right? He thought he was going to be the chaperone. He was going to be the one to prevent something from occurring. And meanwhile, he sees that these people were to a certain degree even greater than he was. They resisted a temptation that he thought he could not have resisted. So the Gemara says, Saba, there was an old man who appeared to Abaye. Now, of course, whenever mysterious old men appear in the Gemara, usually it's Eliyahu Navi. And Eliyahu Navi told Abaye, Abaye was very dejected. He was very dejected because he thought that what is highlighted was such a fundamental deficiency in who and what he was. But the Saba, the old man, appears to Abaye, and he says to Abaye, don't be upset. He says, he goes on, he says, I'll tell you the rest of it outside. Essentially, he says to Abaye, the greater the tzaddik, the greater the Yetzer Hara. Right? The more, see, interestingly enough, in the world of spirituality, the greatest anomaly is that in general, the more proficient you become in something, the easier it becomes. Right? The person wants to hone a skill. Right? I want to be a good basketball player. The more I play, the more I practice, the better I become. I want to become better at my profession. Right? The more I learn and the more time I spend in it, the better I become. The one area of life where this formula doesn't work is when it comes to one's luchnius. That the more I do it and the more time I put into it, sometimes the greater the challenge becomes. Because as I grow, my Yetzer Hara grows along with me. But the Tzaddik is pointing out over here something very interesting. That the Saba, Eliyahu Hanavi, was not simply comforting Abaye by telling him, don't worry, because you're a greater tzaddik, ultimately once you have a greater Yetzer Hara. He was comforting Abaye in a different way. So he was telling Abaye that at the end of the day, the fact that you have this Yetzer Hara, the fact that you have these taivas, that's not a weakness. That's a strength. That's a strength. It's just a shayla of how you choose to channel it. Sometimes says to them, and this is what he's saying, that which is our greatest deficiency, that which is our Achilles heel, actually, if channeled the right way, can become your greatest strength. Sa'abaye, you're upset, you're dejected, because you say to yourself, oh, if I was alone with this woman, I would have committed an Aveira with her, right? I could not have resisted the temptation. What does that say, Abaye? That you have great desire. So you're dejected because you think that you would have channeled that desire in the wrong direction to sin. But Abaye, that same desire, if harnessed and channeled in the right way, could accomplish incredible things. And that is what the Tzaddik is saying. Look once again at the Lashon in Ayin. And the verse Hashem has made a link to buy this part because it's so important. First of all, have your own Tzidkas Tzaddik. It's such a source. So just look at these words again. But also Davar Shabonim Sabah Yisrael, Amiyuchot Shal Kol Adam. In that particular area, where you find the chisara, in that particular area where you are deficient, dafka, ba'os davar, uba'os in mamish. It's dafka in that thing, in that deficiency, in that struggle. You see, we'll say often what Tzaddik is saying, we have to stop because what Tzaddik is saying is in life, we think that there are like two buckets. There are my strengths and there are my weaknesses. Right? The strengths are the things I want to build on. The weaknesses are the things I have to leverage against. And Tzaddik said it's not true. There's only one bucket. What's the one bucket? Strength. There are two kinds of strengths. There are strengths that you know about and strengths that you don't know about. And then there are actually these three parts. Strengths you know about, strengths you don't know about, and then weaknesses. And what are weaknesses? Weaknesses are just strengths that have to be converted and channeled in the right way. It says of Tzaddik, not only that, but sometimes the greatest strengths that we cultivate in life is when we're able to harness and turn around those very weaknesses. And those who have to stop over here, again, in Eretz Hashem, over the next 2 days, we'll spend 2 more days on this post, but over the next 2 days in Eretz Hashem, we'll see some examples of this, which will make this concept. At least today, hopefully, we establish the conceptual or intellectual framework. And in Eretz Hashem tomorrow, we'll begin to plug in the Metziastic examples. Go ahead, everyone. All right, so let's say good. All right, well, good morning. Let us begin. So today's daf, today's post is Saturday. Remember again that everything introduced to a fascinating idea, namely the concept that as a person grows in their ruchnius, person grows in their spiritual level, by definition that requires a deep process of tshuva for one's past affairs. Now remember again, as I mentioned yesterday here, this discussion of subject is choosing the side, so to speak, in a focus that we saw in the second Shema about what one does with the of the past. I did tshuva, I didn't repeat the mistake. What do I do? How do I relate to that past? So we saw a very significant theological dispute. One of them saying that once you're done, you're done, file it away, and see you're not committing the sin Avera again, leave it alone. You did the tshuva, case is closed, shut it out. Second opinion Quoting the concept and doing the Kakasine means solid, my sin is constantly performing the work of God. But a person has to constantly do Shiva to the ideas of his past, even if one has not gone ahead and repeated that mistake. Now I will say, just to use that, I didn't mention this, but I just mentioned it now. What's the svara for that? I understand, I think most of us understand and relate very well to the first approach, which is you make a mistake, you do tshuva, let it go. Let it go. It's done. It's time to move on. Right? It sounds psychologically healthy, relationship-wise it's healthy. What's the svara for the second approach of the Hakasine my Averos confront at all times to never go ahead and forget to constantly do tshuva, even though I've done tshuva and haven't repeated the mistake. On a basic level, the svara is it's always good to remember what I remember someone once told me, she's going back over the wall, someone once told me exactly what people channel. He wanted to do something that was not committed. That happens right now. But I'm saying, like, you wanted to do something that wasn't committed, but he wanted to do something that wasn't committed was a ksela. Like, when he wanted to do X was prohibited because it's a drabanan, because it may come to Y. And the person said, I'm never going to do Y. I'm never going to do it. So I don't need to worry about this. I said to the person, I said, Daddy, I'm like in awe because when I think about myself, there's nothing I can say I wouldn't do. There's nothing I can say that I don't have the potential to do. Right? Dude, I would never ever do that. There are things that I say I can never imagine myself doing it now, but anytime I look back in my life, there are the errors that I did that I never thought I would do that I didn't do. So how can a person ever say, I never ever do something like that? The world is filled with people who never thought they would do certain things, and unfortunately did those very things and worse things. So the idea of constantly remembering the ideas, I think, on a basic level, is to sensitize you to your weaknesses. I have frailties. I have temptations. And as much as I would like to think that I can stand up when the Nitsayon faces me, not necessarily. Baha'u'llah, the picture that is, look at what I've done in the past. I'm a good person. I've done many good things. But I've also done many averos, which tells me that I'm prone to temptation, which tells me that I am prone to sin, which tells me that I'm a fragile individual. And again, that's okay. I'm a human being. So by constantly remembering my averos, it's not that I'm beating myself up over what I've done. It's that I'm being real with myself. Because when people think that they're above temptation, and people think, that I will never, ever do that, usually they do that. But if I remember all of the things I thought, again, not as if beating myself up and making myself feel bad, but just as of reminding myself how incredibly fragile and so into temptation I am, that allows me to lead life with a different level of awareness. I think that was the basis for the Son of Gemara. But the Tzaddik is introducing something a little different. What Tzaddik is saying is, as you climb the ladder of spiritual accomplishment and become a better person, you begin to actualize your potential. To a certain degree, when you begin to actualize your potential, it magnifies the sins of the past, which is very interesting. Because you know, as I begin to actualize my potential, it shows what I really could be. Well, once I show what I really could be, then to a certain degree it amplifies the failures of the past. If I'm capable of being this, whatever this is, that I'm holding in life, okay, right? So before I became this, before I reached this level of spirituality, so that the simple behavior might have been justified when we demand life, like the 2-year-old still, and stuff like that happens to people on that paragraph, on that level. But once I reach this new level of accomplishment, I'm capable of this. I'm capable of these praises. Or once I'm capable of this greatness, this failure becomes even more magnified. So Tzaddik said, therefore, it's this incredible, like almost strange dialectic on the more I grow, the more I have to reconcile for the mistakes of the past. That this requires a new shuvah. So according to the Tzaddik, I am perpetually locked in this cycle of shuvah, which again, the Tzaddik didn't make this up. This is the Gemara. The Gemara has an opinion that says you constantly do tshuva for the averos of the past. Just in the Tzaddik's model, it's incredible. The more I grow, the more the more I have to, the more I speak my capacity for greatness, the more I have to reconcile the mistakes I've made in my life. That was a take a look, page 2 of Gimel. It's really an incredible idea. Page 2 of Gimel, bottom left hand side. We're going to skip, he brings down this piece from the Arizal, which is actually quite amazing. It has to do with the fact of how the Rishana is judged in Malaysia and brother. We'll skip that for now because I want to get to this last piece. He said, "Tam sheishka beruchnis ha'in shel yerido l'tzorech aliyah." We're all familiar with this concept of yerido l'tzorech aliyah. That literally a descent for the sake of a future ascent. And the word is started. שמזדמנת לכל אדם מפעם לפעם ירידה ממדרגתו בקודש, אין להם תכליס היא לגרום לו עלייה. They will say the path of goodness, like the path of spiritual growth, is not a linear one. But rather, again, there is this concept of the region of Tzedakah. But more often than not, what happens in life is, I take 2 steps back in order to take 3 steps forward. That's the way it works. But often when I fail, failure in life itself becomes the catalyst for future growth for a variety of different reasons. When I fail, often we become a coach, especially in moments of failure. Then we do in moments of success. When I fail, I recognize what my weaknesses are, and therefore I know what it is that I have to work on. And when I fail, those moments, I realize life has not gone as I planned it to, and therefore I really need to push. I need to with both hands on the wheel. There's something, so also that concept of Yeridas Rachliya. By the way, the concept of Yeridas Rachliya is in and of itself, I think, the most profound concept of leadership. Because again, I will say, if you don't have the right perspective when it comes to failure, you can very easily derail your life. The failure is just that, failure. But every time I fail, but it's pretty often, it's just easy to give up. Now, so anything the concept of the Yeridas Rachliya says, no, every failure paves the way for some greater future ascent. I know my weakness. I know what I have to work on. I know what I have to do. I know how I have to focus. Again, that becomes something dramatically amazing. But look at what Rabbi Rothschild to end. He says, "She'eis bishot from alam daktikim b'da'avam umakpidim al tofid kashrus lo ואז הוא עץ הירידה ואז צריך האדם לעשות תשובה ולהכניס בליבו חלקה יוסר עמוקה." So listen to this. The Tzaddik says, in my model, you know what the original Tzedakah means? You know what it means? It means that every single time it changes the meaning a little bit. It's Aliyah Tzorech, the Yeridah Tzorech Aliyah. The Yeridah Tzorech Aliyah means that the Yeridah is a necessary part of every Aliyah. What is that? That means that the Tzaddik, that whenever I ascend the ladder of spiritual accomplishment, there's an automatically rebuilt value. What's the result? What's the descent? You need to go back and do tshuva for my previous evidence. I say every time there's an aliyah, I'm pulled back a little bit. There's a yeridah into that which was. There's a descent back into faith. There's a descent back into the mistakes and the missteps of the past. There's a descent, there's a Yerida back to go ahead and reconcile my behaviors as well. So incredible, no? So every single so there's Yerida that is a Tzorech Aliyah. Every single time I grow, I have to now take a step back, reconcile with this thing to the past. Now, once again, that I see my capacity for greatness, to a certain degree, it amplifies the of the past. Because how could I have done those things if I'm capable of doing this? As it ever goes on, there's a Agmas Evesh Batzar, Shyish Shlomi Mash Niska Bechatav, to Asam Evesh. I just want to point out that to a certain degree, so how do you do tshuva? In other words, this is a pretty intense matter, right? In this intense matter, pretty much my entire life is always tshuva, right? So remember, I'm doing tshuva for the averos that I've done now, and when I grow up, I'm doing tshuva for the averos of the past. It's like tshuva, 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 tshuva. So the simple answer is yes. Yeah, that's actually how it works. You know, life is actually constant and perpetual tshuva. But also, when people have most of again, a number of that concept of conversation, you learn in the subject the idea that sometimes the pain that you feel over having sin, there is in and of itself the truth. That is in and of itself the truth. So the subject says, Lav Zafra, that this Yerida L'Tzorach Aliyah is, let's say, an in-depth process of truth. Sometimes it's just the pain. And I must nefesh, as I grow in life, and I realized my mistakes. I had another epiphany, which is that how much greater I could have been had I not got sidelined by the other things. Like this, you see this in life. Sometimes you see, sometimes you see, I think after that I find this with the children. You see the children, you see them doing something beautiful, learning, or testing, or this stuff. You think to yourself, if I was doing that at that age, what I could have been. Right, what I could have been had I not made this mistake. They did not make that mistake. They're not going down this road. Things. It's no, you can't live like too much like that. But to a certain degree, that's the Agmas Nefesh of faith. And that Agmas Nefesh is in and of itself the form of choice. So we'll say, this brings us together, and we'll have to stop. What Tzaddik introduces us to is this idea that every time we grow, spiritual growth requires some level of introspection into the past. Because as I grow and I realize what I can become, I am once again held accountable for what I have or have not done. And the subject says this is the meaning of the concept of Yerida Yitzorech Aliyah. That at the end of the day, every Aliyah, every ascent, always comes with a necessary descent. What's the descent? As I go up, I am forced to also now go down and re-examine the sins of the past, do tshuva again, reflecting now that I know that I'm capable of so much, I must reconcile with the mistakes of the past. So to stop over here, to begin your session next week. Alright, Kevin, so good. Let us begin. So we are actually going to have this morning the stiff toast salad side. Started out on the yesterday. And let's begin a very, very beautiful piece by the Rabbi. So we're learning some of the text, some of how it's Siva. And the reason for Siva to unlock was to allow the redemption to deliver even brachos which were already promised, and the brachos which were already pledged, and the brachos which were already committed by the Torah. Yes, Siva is the really the only to ultimately deliver those to our consciousness. So some of the night, so that begins us something absolutely beautiful. You really have to see this. Misha over al Izabir. Someone goes ahead and violates a particular Avera. And what happens? Gan Shaf the Tshuva Shema Allah. I guess you're going to see why this is so special, because this relates back to something we just learned the other day. So a person commits an Avera, whatever the Avera is. Gan Shaf the Tshuva Shema Allah. That's it. The person Baruch Hashem the Tshuva Shema. The person managed to complete and total Tshuva for the particular case. Nikamako, the Chomadrega Shu'ula, the Hisronis Nash Yosef Kusha, Mispura Allah, Trot Allah Hatam Shekapabada. And also this is fascinating. So listen to the progression of events. A person commits an Avera. Person does Shuvah, engages in the act of repentance for that particular Avera. And now what happens? A person builds themselves up. Literally, his lesson is, and now I work on myself. I work on myself to become a better person. And I'm successful. I'm able to reach an elevated level of holiness in every level of elevation, I should say, in every degree of holiness which I reach. Once again, there is a kitchen, there is a judgment that is awakened against me from the Averos I committed in the past. Because I hear this at first glance, it seems very strange to fly in the face of that which you don't know. So again, I committed an Averos, I did Shiva for the Averos. I became holy. Again, I realized my downfall, I realized my weakness, I did Shiva for it, I worked on myself, and now I find myself on a new level of elevated holiness. As a result of that elevated level of new holiness, and that new level of elevated holiness, there is a judgment that is once again awakened against me for the Averos of my past. Okay? In the Madriga Chadasha, Ein Zu Nechshevet Shuvasa She'achasu buys in the present, because now in this new level, in this new darga, in this new Madriga, in which I found myself, currently, this new elevated level of holiness, this Shiva that I did in the past is no longer sufficient. Based on where I'm holding now, the Shiva of my past is no longer sufficient to remedy the Averos. Luckily, there is a website. Yesh lo lachzor v'loshut mechadash t'shuva al chatav. Therefore, again, says the website, when I reach this new elevated level of holiness, really I need to do tshuva again for all of my past Averos. Decharata yoser amuka, with a sense of remorse that's even deeper. Amashachata p'nei is God. I will say, you know this, again, when I said this piece, it seems to find the face of every single thing that we learn about tshuva. Right? Remember again, I committed Avera, I do tshuva shleima. Now again, I grow, I become better. I always thought that what So what's the process? You shut the door. You shut the door. You did tshuva, and only when you do tshuva, you become a better person. Shut the door. Something says, no, just the opposite. When you commit Navira, do tshuva, I become even a better person, a heightened level of holiness, where I'm holding now, the tshuva of my past is insufficient. I need to do tshuva again for my averos of the past. And that's what he writes. וזהו עניין מה שאמר דוד המלך על עצמו, לפני דוד המלך said about the rest of his Gemara. וחפשי נגדי סמוי. My hate, my sin is every God. Once again, we're going to publish my focus in tomorrow about Averos that you could do for in the past. You have to, unless you did not listen to the same sin over the course of the last year, you have to be true for it alone. So again, when we have the conflicting secret, Ashley the sin Pasha, or praise Lord is the one, is the person whose sin is covered up. And then we had again this the fact of sin that is in David says that you always have to do it as you grow in life. You have to go ahead and do new tshuva on the averos of the past, because based on where I'm holding now, the tshuva of the past is no longer sufficient. Al-Fatih, Shehem and David Amala, Shekar Niskablu Tshuvasu Hashem Yisrael, even though David Amala knew that when he did tshuva, he said, David Amala knew that his tshuva was accepted. Now, again, it's reference to the episode of Bathsheba. And how did David Amalek know that his tshuva was accepted by him? David Amalek had a great gift. The gift was that Nasan Hanavi told him, Hashem forgives you. He was explicitly told that Ribono Shel Olam forgives you. Moshe Ne'emar Lo Yizkin Nasan Hanavi Gam Hashem Ha'avir HaKasma. Hashem has removed your sin. Mikomakom, so nevertheless, even though, again, David Amalek was told that his sin was forgiven, Mikomakom Lefishu David Amalek Ohaya Omer, Nisha Ba'osa HaMadreg B'Shahayis B'Shas Chuvasa, U'B'chol Yom Kamim, Haya Ola U'Niskala Yosef, B'Shasa HaNiskapa, B'Madrega L'Madrega. But since David Amalek is becoming greater day after day, and he's going Madrega to Madrega, and the Madrega of today is greater than the Madrega of yesterday, which was greater than the Madrega that he was on once he sinned. Therefore, David Amalek had to perpetually do tshuva for his sin. Let's pause the moment and analyze this, because this is incredibly dramatic. So I think that it can be understood on two levels. On a basic level, none of this is basic, but on a basic level, they say it like this. Make an idea. I do tshuva for the idea. I grow. I become a better person. So let's say, as I become the holier you become, the more profound the process of tshuva is. So on a basic level, the topic is saying like this. Tshuva I performed after the faith, represented the spiritual level I was on. That was the quote unquote the best tshuva I could deliver at the time. But now that I've grown, and now that I've become someone better, I have the capacity to go ahead and do a better tshuva. And as a result of that, right, demanded of me to now put forward a better form of tshuva corresponding to the newly elevated spiritual status in which I find myself. The tshuva of the past worked fine because that was the level I was on. But now that I find myself on a new level and I have the ability to deliver a heightened level of tshuva, that's what I'm obligated to do. And that's what David said. That's what I meant when he said, as I grow in life, my spiritual growth, as a new tshuva, because now I am capable of delivering a heightened level of tshuva. Incredible. Or perhaps it is not pshat, but perhaps if somebody sings something else as well. She will say, when I commit an avera, so why is tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because, again, you know what realize is I'm not perfect. And how does you know I'm not perfect? Because he uses it with all of my imperfections. So that's the rationale for tshuva, that I recognize that at the end of the day, I am wholly flawed, totally imperfect, and if I be able to do tshuva, let's say I watch this. After I commit the faith and I do an avera, and now Hashem, I grow. What is that growth highlight? What does that growth highlight? That capacity for greatness. That once you demonstrate the capacity for greatness, the culpability of sin becomes even more apparent. And I can also think about this in just a moment. If your 3-year-old child goes ahead and the 2-year-old takes a cup of milk and throws it on the table, you get annoyed, but there's a limit to 2. Child is 2 years old. If your 12-year-old goes ahead and dumps out the cup of milk on the table, but there's the height level of responsibility. Yeah, because you know better. So when I sin, when I commit an avera, there's forgiveness, because again, okay, we all make mistakes. But then once I go and I become a holier person, and then comes to God, yeah, there's a capacity for greatness. And if you look at the capacity for greatness, that highlights, that even brings it once again to the center stage, the culpability for sin. You're not incapable. You're not unable. Look at what you've accomplished. Look at what you've done. And now, once I see what I can do, the culpability for sin becomes even more manifest. So the great anomaly says that Tzaddik is, the more I grow in life, the more tshuva I have to do for my past. Because the more I grow in life, the more apparent it becomes how much I'm truly capable of. And the more I'm truly capable of, that highlights the culpability for sin even more. Therefore, says the Tzaddik Tzavos again, going back to the Gemara in the second Simba, the Gemara made all about, did you commit the Averas again or not? Right? I did an Avera in 5780. I did Shuvah for 5781. So now the Shah is up the Tshuva for it again in Rosh Hashanah 5782. So the Gemara made it kind of dependent on what. Oh, did you commit the Avera again or not? Which if Tzaddik says it actually has nothing to do with whether or not you committed the Avera. And the great anomaly is, did you grow? So you must say, I would have just the opposite. That the more you grow, the less you have to worry about the past. And the Tzaddik says it's just the opposite. The more I grow to a certain degree, the more responsibility there is for the past. Because my growth shows how much greatness I am truly capable of. And then once I demonstrate and actualize that greatness, the Rosh says, come on, what are you doing? That same greatness was there when I could have did the Avera last time. That same Avera was there that same greatness was there when I committed the infraction, when I committed the transgression, and I misused that koah. So the greater I become, says Reb Tzadok, the greater my responsibility to do tshuva again for the past. And also, I want to point out, this is not a din in onesh. This has nothing to do with punishment. Right? Once I go out and I tshuva, onesh is taken care of. But it's taking of this is a din of personal responsibility. That the greater I become, the more I realize that I really do have the ability to control myself. And I really do have the ability to actualize my personalistic greatness. And I really do have the ability to accomplish great things in this world, which then heightens my culpability for the transgressions of the past. Therefore, says the Tzaddik something amazing. Whether or not I recommit the averos of the past, if in Eretz Hashem I'm on a trajectory of growth, the more I grow, the more I have to reflect and repent for that which I've done in the past. So let's stop over here for today. We're going to spend one more day on the sit because it's a truly transformative sit, which again brings up the Gemara, but yet takes a dramatically different view of it as well. All right. Today, continuing your host, Simon Spock. Let's pick up on Summer Days. Bring the Biblia Hasidus on the right hand column, the second is a different paragraph. From the same yesterday, the other introduced us to a really fascinating concept. The idea that even after the Torah we have something to happen, some type of bracha each for an individual, the only way to truly actualize that bracha is through tefillah, which is really a really profound idea. Because even after the Torah was decreed that something positive, that something wonderful is supposed to occur, at the end of the day, if I do not activate that reality tefillah, it will not happen. And we explained that the logic behind that is that when the Torah gives me brachos, in whatever form they may be, the power of those brachos is the ability for them to create a force meaningful relationship with Hashem. But the brachos can create a force meaningful relationship with Hashem if I acknowledge that they are in fact from Hashem. And the way I acknowledge that the blessings I have the right to spend the Rebbeinu Shalom is through tefillah. By davening to Hashem for the things that I need, and thanking Hashem for the things that I have received, I acknowledge that all comes from above. So to get bracha without tefillah, says the Tzaddik, undermines the entire purpose of bracha. Because it's very important that everything in life is about relationship with Hashem. Everything in life. And the goal and the purpose of everything in life is to create a relationship with the Rebbeinu Shalom. So the moment that bracha doesn't create a relationship is the moment that bracha is not really worth all that much. So we have a brought Raya Simon from Eliyahu Rabbi. So take a look. And on page 6 on the page, second diagraph, right hand side. This is truly beautiful. The Ilu HaChachamim from the Arabic Yuga, one of writes so they're considered a fascinating Gemara Shema. They'll say, the truth is, the Gemara Shema, let's take a look. The Gemara says, Zigzardin Shal Adam, the Michtav, the Rosh Hashanah, the Nechtam, the Yom HaKippur. completed. So those are the actually interesting discussions general the Gemara has about when a person is judged. So one school of thought, which is the predominant school of thought, says a man is judged on Rosh Hashanah and his judgment is sealed on Yom Kippur. There happens to be a second opinion, which we'll touch on as well. We're not going to Rosh Hashanah, is that Adam Nidon the Choyo, that a person is judged every day has its own independent judgment. So look at what the Rebbe says. So he says, Moral guys, it's not Rosh Hashanah. Big Zaytin Shlo Adam. Who Niftav the Rosh Hashanah B'Neftan and Kippur. So it's this month again. And Merav Yehuda holds that a person is judged, or his Zaytin, his decree, is written on Rosh Hashanah and is sealed on Yom Kippur. Now, think about this just a moment. If that's true, that I'm judged on Rosh Hashanah and then I'm sealed on Yom Kippur, then what don't I have to do? Daven what? Or if everything is, I have to daven maybe Elul, Rosh Hashanah, Aser Tshuva, Yom Kippur. Everything I have to daven leading up to that judgment. But at the end of the day, the judgment is truly signed and sealed and running the line, then wherein lies the power of Tefillah for the rest of the year? Everything is already decided. So look at what Rabbi says. This is what Hawkins out shaking as a Sagidola. Sheheim taking as the Seder HaTfilos. Aniba Shishad and Sabbathayim. That even Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir will agree that a person has to daven Shemona Esrei every day. But what about the fact that I already, again, judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur? If judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur, then why do I have to daven each and every day? I'll tell you why, says the Gemara. Ela Sharadaitam, Mispalim Gam Ama Shakar Nigzab Rosh Hashanah, Mishum Shemitzrechas Atfilah Kedei Lahotzias HaGzardin, the Paul of Tov. So this is incredible. Rabbi Yehuda and Meir will agree that even if we accept the theological construct that all is decided on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, it comes Yom Kippur, the Gzardin is sealed. But Meir Rabbi Yehuda was thinking you still have to daven each and every day. Why? To bring the good that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has decreed for you to fruition. Because there is no such thing as experiencing bracha in this world without tefillah. Tefillah is there to activate the bracha. So it could very well be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu decreed it, signed and sealed. But at the end of the day, without tefillah, you cannot bring it into the realm of reality. Tefillah is necessary in order to bring things into reality. Those say it's such an incredible idea. Think about this. It's so profound. The prophetic is saying is like this: a person can have a whole life of bracha waiting for them at their fingertips, but without tefillah to make it into reality, as bracha remains dormant. So we believe that the Torah will always judges us favorably. So I can have a beautiful and favorable judgment on Yom Kippur, but at the end of the day, how much bracha do we leave on the table? How much bracha do we leave on the table, says the Tzaddik, because I'm not davening, or because I'm not davening in the way that I could be davening. Tefillah is the way that I claim the bracha that has already been allocated to me. But you can't get it unless you pay for it. It's such an incredible yesod. He goes on, the subject goes on. Also, I'll also point out that there's another fascinating idea, which of course is that as much as there is a gzardin, in general, one of the hardest things to kind of wrap our head around, as Yamin Noraim is, so there's a judgment on Rosh Hashanah. It's sealed on Yom Kippur, but is there the ability to alter that judgment? Right? The ability to alter that judgment. And if there is the ability to alter the judgment, then what's the point of the judgment? And if there is no ability to go ahead and alter the judgment, I understand why I have to daven to go ahead and claim the brachas, but the tefillah help change concentrate their negative decrees. So just as an aside, the answer to all of that is yes. Tefillah always helps alter everything, even if there was a gzar din. Because remember again, the way you look at it is gzar din, a decree, ultimately again is meaningful because it reflects where I am at the time the decree is handed down. But the if a person chooses to change themselves, then it's possible sometimes, I'll give you a good notion. It's kind of like tax law. Right? Meaning, if you go ahead and you earn X amount of money. Now, let's say a person earns $50,000. Person earns $50,000, they're taxed at a certain rate. If Baruch Hashem, you do well, and you earn more money, and now you earn $100,000, so you're in a different tax bracket. Have the tax laws changed? Have the tax laws changed? No. What's changed? Your personal circumstances. So it's a good mashal for how also to the Rebbeinu Shalom as well. I won't offer you that, but it's a good mashal nevertheless. You understand? Which is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me a gzar din. He gives me a decree. Bein the Tov, bein the Rak, Shalom. That's the decree. That decree applies to me based on where I'm holding. But if I change myself, I put myself kiviyachol in a different bracket. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his decree. Because the decree that was handed down was for me in a certain place. If I move myself somewhere else, then by definition, just the original decree doesn't apply to me. The original, right? The taxes on $100,000 are different than the taxes on $50,000. And at the end of the day, the tax law hasn't changed. My personal circumstances have changed. So what you see over here is, so obviously, Tefillah has the ability to change us. But what Rabbi Tzaddik is highlighting over here is even if we accept the premise that everything is sealed and decreed on Yamim Noraim, at the end of the day, don't leave bracha on the table. And if I don't daven in order to forge a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I don't get the bracha. And what's the think about this? It could be that we go through life with so much bracha that is waiting to be claimed by us. Just perhaps because I'm not dialoguing with the Rebbeinu Shalom, I'm not getting it. Because remember, again, looping back to what this was stop, the whole point of the bracha is to forge relationship. And the only way the bracha forges relationship with Hashem is its access through the portal of Tefillah. Tefillah that says, Rebbeinu Shalom, I know this comes from you. I know it's only from you. And I thank you. If I'm not, if the bracha doesn't create dialogical and relationship connection, then ultimately, again, the bracha remains unclean. Says that the person can have a whole lifetime of bracha and bounty waiting for them, and it only becomes yours. I'm going to stop over here and pick up the grand session tomorrow. All right, children, say good morning. Let us begin. We're actually gonna. Skip a little bit to post some stuff. Sadly, I sent it out last night on the WhatsApp chat in PDF. And we're going to spend the message in the next 2 mornings focusing on some of the not that Samafei is not important. We began Samafei yesterday, we got the essence of Samafei, so that explains some of this Rothschild talks about a willingness to lay down one's life if one is not going to live a life in conformity with Ratzon Hashem. So we discussed that already. So I'll move on to Samach Vav, because here the Rebbe really highlights something that I think is just fascinatingly amazing. So the Rebbe says as follows. On page Samach Aleph, in the beginning of Hasidus, the bottom left hand column. The Rebbe says as follows. Lamud Tefillah, Samach Vav, Lamud Tefillah, al Hashem Yisbarach, Zarech ha'adam l'chol gabach ha'mitzvah. A person requires tefillah. A person requires tefillah for everything. That's literally translated, it means to stand and pray before Hashem is necessary for everything for which a person requires. Now, what does this mean? Zeh, Ava Pushkar Nigza Me Hashem Yisbarach. Shedavar Zeh Yiyah. For example, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu already ordained or decreed that a certain thing is in fact going to materialize or unfold, let's say there's a gzira, there's a decree, a good decree. The Baruch Hu has decided that I'm going to benefit or I'm going to be blessed in a particular way. The chozos, Sarach ha'adam le'espalo, shachin kach yadam. A person still needs to daven that the bracha will come to fruition, that the bracha will be actualized in the way in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu intended. It feels like a very fascinating idea. We don't yet know why this is, but the Rebbe is introducing us to Shemcha HaTefillah, that bracha cannot come about in this world without prayer. And even if something is ordained from the Ribono Shel Olam to happen in a particular way, which is beneficial to me, that benefit will not materialize, that benefit will not actualize if not preceded by prayer. So just to show you where the Rebbe gets this from, if you take a look at footnote Reish Lamed Daled, so here the footnote actually quotes, which really is the biblical source for this idea. The Rebbe writes, Moshe Amar, B'chosiach hasoda terem yevaretz, b'chois tiv hasoda terem yitzmach, kilo yizdir Hashem Elokim ala aretz, va'adam, if you turn the pages, va'adam ein la'avodas ha'adama. So the pasuk literally reads as follows, that before any of the vegetation or herbage or grass began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought rain. That's why, so remember again, the Torah is painting the image that all of the necessary vegetation was literally sitting right beneath the top of the ground, ready to come out. Why didn't it come out? Because the Kodesh Baruch Hu did not yet bring rain. Why did the Kodesh Baruch Hu not yet bring rain? Because again, the Adam Ayin La'avodas Adam, for there was no man to yet go ahead and work the earth. Human beings were not yet created. Man was not created, so there was no one to work the earth. And Rashi says, so beautiful, Rashi says, Rashi, Adayim Ohaya Ba'aretz Kishen Nigmara Brias Ha'olam B'Shishi Kodem Shnei Ba'adam V'Cha'isev Asada L'Tzamach V'Lama Kilo Himter. Again, Rashi says, so why was there no vegetation? The Kodesh Baruch Hu didn't cause it to rain. Ayin, why didn't Hashem cause it to rain? Not Tano Himter. V'Tisha Adam Ayin La'avodas Ha'adama Ve'in Makir B'Tavasa Shal Yishamer. V'Tisheva Adam Yad Hashem Tzarech L'Olam ultimately, again, Rashi explains because there wasn't no human being to daven for the rain. There was only one other than Havar on the earth. They were able to daven for the rain. That the rain comes. That's the rain comes. So the Rebbe, so we'll say, isn't this incredible? The station is there. The station is there. It's sitting there right beneath the top of the soil. It's all there. If Baruch Hu has a plan, the plan is to bring forth vegetation, but yet it cannot. If Baruch Hu does not bring it forth until someone is there to die. So the Rebbe therefore goes ahead and essentially builds a philosophical and theological construct around this idea. What do you see? That even if the Ribono Shel Olam is ready and poised to give him bracha does not materialize in this world unless it is preceded by Tefillah is the necessity to bring about divine blessing. Now, let's pause for a moment. Pause going to analyze it, at least from the perspective of Bereshis. Because from Bereshis we can begin to ask, why is that? Why didn't HaKadosh Baruch Hu bring rain until ultimately man was there to go ahead and daven for it? What's the whole point of a miracle? What's the whole point of bracha? The whole point of bracha is one of the ways in which we forge a connection with the Ribono Shel Olam. That's one of the ways. Right? The whole everything I have to start with gives me my health, it gives me parnassus, it gives me a family, it gives me these things. And my goal is to see all these things don't just happen by themselves. They're just because by putting effort, these things materialize only with incredible divine intercession. Only the Hosh Baruch Hu is involved. Tefillah is the way that I recognize the Ribono Shel Olam's involvement in both what we'll call the miraculous and the mundane aspects of life. Without prayer, I could just as easily assume that these things occur on their own. With Tefillah, I recognize that the things that I have in life are only because of the Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, says that HaKadosh Baruch he's not going to bring about bracha, even if he's ready to, without tefillah, because then the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. We'll say, isn't this the Yisod in life? To recognize that everything I have is only because of the Ribono Shel Olam. So if there's no tefillah, which represents the theological awareness of this Yisod, then at the end of the day, there's no bracha. There's no bracha. What's the point? What's the point? Everything HaKadosh Baruch Hu does is to create an awareness of my involvement in his life. It's such a profound yesod. He goes on, he says, L'raya al-Kaf, he gives an example of this. Hello, Tira be'Elio. Go to Rabbi Eliyahu Hanavi, listen to this. It looks on the face. Shekvar Amar Lo Hashem Yisbarach, Lech Hira'eh el-Achov, Ve'etna Mater Al-Pnei Ha'adam. So now we'll say this refers to the episode of Malach Ma'alif, where Achov, where it's in the Eliyahu, interesting enough, decided on his own to withhold the rain. There's a whole discussion in general, but Eliyahu decided to withhold the rain. Even the Gemara says that Mater Shel Shanim, the key for rain is something which is held onto by HaKadosh Baruch Hu exclusively, and he does not go ahead and hand it out to anyone. Okay? Eliyahu got it. Doesn't have to keep the explanation. It's a different story. In any event, so what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells Eliyahu Hanavi, go to Achab. Achab is the reason Eliyahu withheld the rain because of the ongoing evil perpetrated by Achab and his wife Izana. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Eliyahu, go to Achab, it's going to rain. It's going to rain. That's not matter. Ya'apiki now Achakach, Sha'ala l'rosh HaKarmel, Vayikar Artze Vayosem Panav Ben Zirgot, Shnishtateach la'aretz, Shama Panav Ben Zirgot Mispar Lamater, Shehirba B'tfilah Ad Sheva Geshem. And yet what does the Navi say? Eliyahu, the Navi goes up to Har Carmel, and what does he do? He davens. Davens. Why davens? Why is davening? At the end of the day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu told you that the rain is going to come. Why is there a need for tefillah at all? Elamai, Abapisha Hilchach HaKadosh Baruch Hu Shemutin Matar, Hari Shekam La'achar Shenigzam Min HaShamayim Adayin Zach Mispalo Shiab HaDava. You see from it says that some exactly what you were saying before, even if something is divinely ordained to happen for you in a positive way, it is only through the power of prayer. That's the bracha, that the blessing ultimately is materialized. Such an incredible situation. Let's just think about this in just a moment. You know what this means? Pretty much tzaddik. It means that there could be a whole storehouse of blessings that is waiting for each of us that we have not yet received because we haven't properly utilized the power of prayer, the Koach HaTefillah, which is such an incredible yesod. See, in our theological context, we have to assume if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to give me something, he's going to give it to me. He's going to give it to me. Okay, of course I have to be worthy of it. So once I'm quote-unquote worthy, then ultimately I'll receive it. That's what it says. It's not necessarily true. There's a din in tefillah. I can have all the requisite merits. Right? I can have all the personal piety. But without the tefillah, the brachos don't come. Without tefillah, the brachos don't come. And again, the reason for that is because the brachos are only meaningful if I recognize they come from Hashem. The brachos are only meaningful if they're used to build a bond, used to build a relationship between myself and my creator. How is that relationship? How is that bond built? That's prayer. Because tefillah is when I articulate and express everything I have in this world is from you for this day. So therefore, says himself, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu promises it, ultimately the blessing will only materialize if first it preceded ultimately by prayer. Okay, so we'll stop here for today. We'll try to pick up. We'll spend one more day with this tomorrow. Okay. Okay, guys, so that's the general tzaddik around the Russia with folklore discussion. So that's always the theological outline. All right, so good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up, or we are continuing with this Zion. We left off yesterday in the footnote above, where we were focusing on the concept of the power of Rusha. We saw the Imam Shaf's office that said that when a person's stuff was called Bayish, the first article that was when a person is embarrassed about the Averos he has committed, that Rusha, that embarrassment, ultimately creates a sense of Mechila. So creates forgiveness. So trying to figure out exactly what the nature of that dynamic is. Why is it that Rusha has the power to affect this level of Shiva? We're picking up again in footnote Kuf Memzav, and we're picking up now in the second paragraph of that footnote, the right hand side, with the Nesivas Olam. The Nesivas Olam, the Maharal, Nesivat Shiva, Dover Zed Sanas Lama Habusha Mehaber Ulo Filulo Operation. Why is it that Rusha, why is it that embarrassment has the ability to go ahead and atone for one's sin? So again, I committed an Avera, I'm embarrassed about the fact that I committed an Avera, and then somewhere, somehow, because of that Rusha affects children, that Rusha affects Kaya. So why is that? He says, about govers and Mitzvah being in Avera. So the Maharal explains this is a fundamental understanding, a fundamental concept within the reality of what it means to be embarrassed and Rusha. Pirush Davar Asher Adam Isbayid. When a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an Avera I committed, Mora Shumusalik Atzmo Umachik Atzmo Menachit Legamer. That shows, the embarrassment shows that I'm removing myself and distancing myself from that sin in totality. Because whenever I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, I remove myself, I distance myself from that thing. We'll say it's simply an incredibly profound idea. When I'm embarrassed about something, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done this. I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed with this. I don't want to be associated with this. I distance myself from it. Looking at us upon it, this is different than someone who has us is funny, like someone who has a bit of arrogance. But ultimately, again, he strengthens himself. He's acting the faith. He's part of the sin. The kasher is acting the faith. Ein hasar lefeit. Hazek kasher achit is acting both. Aval amedai ish melafeit. Noresh she'ein hafeit is acting both. Never say, when you're proud of something, that thing becomes a part of you. You want to self-identify with that thing. When you're embarrassed about something, I definitely don't want to self-identify with that particular action. In fact, all I want is to place a distance between myself and that action. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want to connect with it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want to be identified with it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely want to place a distance between myself and that action. These are my face. It's not part of me. Rabba, Martik Asmo Minachit, Kimosha Hayishon Bayish, Loratzel Ahaske Esachit Ve'adisha Lachim, Mokulin Lo Achit, Ve'achashim Therefore, again, the Maharal explains on a very simple level. Where there is embarrassment, when I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, he says two words. Number one, he is accident. It doesn't become part of the essence of who I am. That's number one. And by definition, I distance myself from that thing, which means I don't want to be associated with this action. I don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this thing. This does not represent who and what I am. It says in our that's true. That's tshuva. Listen, at the end of the day, what is the fundamental cornerstone of tshuva? It's the repudiation of the sin. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want this to be associated with me. It's a fundamental repudiation and then distancing oneself from that particular action. That's tshuva. Therefore, says the Maharal, that's how the Gemara says, if you're embarrassed about the faith, it means you don't want to be associated with it. It means that you feel that this does not reflect who I really am, which by definition don't want to keep doing this. I want to change this cycle of behavior. That's true. No, Ish the Chaladas, Madreg, says Hamistayish, Shiish the Midas Hafshitas Vimashami, Moshe's Panim Lagan Eva, Yabusha, Fukshitus El Ha'ad, Dam Hafef Ha'az Panim. So this is actually very interesting. There's another piece says the Maharal, which is embarrassment. Embarrassment is the opposite of arrogance. See, he points that Busha and Azus Panim. Right, Azus Panim. So many of us, we may be familiar with this word. We might have been called it when we were little also. This is a good parental term of review, Azus Panim. So the idea over here is Busha and Azus Panim are opposites. And so Azus Panim means a certain arrogance, brazeness. Busha is the opposite, right? We often think that the opposite of arrogance is humility, right? Humility. But the truth is, we all understand how arrogance manifests itself. So how does humility manifest itself? Right? Behavior, how does humility? So it's interesting. The Maharal says humility manifests itself in embarrassment. In embarrassment, when I am embarrassed and I feel embarrassed about the ideas that I committed, that in and of itself is a manifestation of one's inner humility. Because again, I'm humbled. I can't believe I did this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be associated with this. This is not who I am. This is not who I want to be. Says the Maharal, that's humility. That's the opposite of Azaz Panim. Yavusha Pshitus ala Adam Pafet Ha'az Panim. He defines it as that. Yavusha, this Pshitus, this simplicity. So they say arrogance is incredibly complex. Why is arrogance complex? Because arrogance requires a person to build themselves up on multiple levels, ultimately constructing faulty realities in order to inflate one's ego. Humility is easy. I mean, humility is not easy. It's not easy to achieve. Right? It's a struggle. It's not easy to achieve. But once you achieve it, it's a pshutus. Humility is a simplicity. It's a simplicity. Humility doesn't mean that I'm down on myself. Humility means I recognize what I am, but I also recognize what I'm not. It's a pshutus. So therefore, again, as is telling the opposite of that, he's going to say this pshutus, this humility, this simplicity, which is manifest in Dusha. Therefore, again, when does kapara occur? Kapara occurs when I possess this midah of pshitus. When I possess this simplicity. When I possess this Dusha. Most of the law, Kasha Yish, the Midas of Shitas, Shevas Pasha, and Milwaukee. They'll say it's such a, again, there's no confusion over here, but it is such an incredibly profound idea about the power of Dusha, and the power of being embarrassed, and the power of allowing ourselves to feel that embarrassment. No one ever likes to feel embarrassed. Of course not. And often we mask those feelings in a variety of ways, and run from those feelings in a variety of ways. But what I was saying is, feeling embarrassed about my averos is an incredibly profound, cathartic experience. And in fact, this is going to sound strange, there's a certain happiness that accompanies that embarrassment. Because if I feel the embarrassment, that means that the faith is not being part of it. Isn't that incredible? See, the problem is when I sin and I don't feel embarrassed, that's where the challenge begins. Because if I don't feel embarrassed, that means that I'm totally okay with self-identifying with this particular behavior. But where there is a where there's an element of embarrassment, that's an incredible bracha. That's almost like the reflex that says, this is not me. This is not me. This is not who I am. This is not what I want to be. This is not how I'm going to build myself into the person I truly desire to become. And that's why the Gemara says, those feelings of busha, by definition, are the process of tshuva. Those feelings of busha, by definition, are the actual repudiation of the avera. And I quote one more piece of the answer, which I think is also incredibly profound. This is in Mesirat Yesharim. Tshuva tinasing lechodim of the chesed gama. So here the Ram is as follows. He says that tshuva in and of itself is an incredible task. And obviously we learn this together the two times, the two cycles we did Mesirat Yesharim, and we used the Hara to do Mesirat Yesharim the first time. I think it's an incredible opportunity, but I can't manage to know it's a Hara. So anyway, the Ram is as follows. He says that tshuva is a chesed. So what does this mean? So Ram explains very beautifully that the way the world should work is if you look at Avera, you get an onesh. That's the way it should work. There's a chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does. Actually, it's a twofold chesed. Chesed number one is that God does not punish us instantaneously. That's chesed number one, even though that's the way the world should work. If you look at Avera, you get an onesh. Chesed number one is that there's delayed punishment. Chesed number two is there's a concept called tshuva. And with tshuva, you can obviate the punishment. And with tshuva, you can turn your life around. Tshuva, you can do anything. He goes on, Shekefshav akiras halatzon ke'akiras hamaisa. The Hainu, listen to this phrase. Literally, it means when you uproot your will, it's as if you are able to uproot the action. Now, what does this mean? The Hainu, Shekiyos hashav nakir eskafo, umodebo, umisponin al ra'aso, v'shavu misharik alav karata gimura, umeikara kicharatas hanegema. So also here that I can't explain. This is kind of just the concept of tshuva even a little bit further. even a little bit further. So we'll say, which is this idea that when a person experiences haracha, so we'll say, we know this, right? Let me take you back just a little bit more. The Gemara says that when a person, certain types of tshuva have the ability to go ahead and negate the punishment associated with a particular thing, right? For example, you could take the tshuva and you could transform your averos into shtavos, your intentional actions into unintentional actions. And then there's even a higher form of tshuva, where a person could take his averos and turn them into zechuyos, right? And turn them into mitzvahs. But Rav is focusing on over here is the ability of tshuva to go ahead and uproot the faith altogether. I will say, if I think about this at just a moment, it doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of tshuva in its ability to negate punishment. Right? So I commit an avera. That avera, every avera, let's say every sin, every avera, big or small, comes with an orange, comes with a punishment. So when it's coming again, tshuva comes along, and I can do the process, and I can negate the punishment. I can hear that. There's what's the word? Not leniency, but whatever, forgiveness. Right? This guy, clemency. Right? Thank you. It's clemency, right? So I did the crime. I should get the punishment. I do tshuva. This clemency. The notion that tshuva is powerful enough to actually uproot the act, to make it like the act never even happened. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's even like another level. But the notion that tshuva is powerful enough to retroactively uproot an act like it never occurred. How is that dynamic possible? So I have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day on tshuva on this piece of the matter. We'll pick up with this piece of the Siyas tomorrow, and then we'll link it back in Meretz Hashem tomorrow. Back to the side. All right, good morning. Sorry, we're going to put this away. All right, fellas, say good morning. So we are continuing in Meretz Hashem in Os Nun Zayin. So we started this Os last week a little bit, and in Meretz Hashem, let's just pick up quick review from the beginning. So Tzaddik introduced us to this concept, this incredible concept regarding the power of Rusha, the power of embarrassment, specifically the embarrassment that one suffers from one's aver. So let's actually pick up just from the beginning of the oath, just for a moment, because this way again we'll be able to get a bit more context when we spend one day on this so far. So the Rebbe is from the beginning from the area of Hasidus Lamed Isayin. The Rebbe writes, "Yisurim hanitzachim la'adam einam rak b'mashira imo b'kol." So that's we're used to speaking about the concept of Yisurim, the concept of suffering. Right? So generally, again, we associate this with person commits averos. Every avera brings with it an onesh. Always brings with it a punishment. Again, whether that's a punishment in this world, a punishment in the next world, Every action has a reaction, every action has a repercussion, and therefore by definition, every Avera has its own flesh. So says the Tzaddik, when we speak about Yisur suffering, we often think in terms of like physical suffering. He says, however, Alaganda Pamina had Saba Agmasab is reading this book, we read this already. That Sheisha Adam Liba Allah Vela Sha'asa is Soflamikas, that Shavim Aim Manish, Ibu Saba Asisura Gehenim, and it's Sofim Low, they with his Zate, with his Nakos Al Osa Avera, Shemis Harid Al Sha'asa Vishab B'Chuba Shalima. So the Rebbe now points out something additional. He explains that when a person goes ahead and suffers Agmas Nefesh, and right now he's using the term Agmas Nefesh. Agmas Nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil, so when a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, that that is also a form of Yisur. That is also a form of suffering. But not only is it a form of suffering, that Agmas Nefesh that a person experiences as a result of his Avera is also a form of Tshuva. It's also a form of repentance. I'm going to explain what that means. We'll explain how that works in just a moment. Akala Usa Divar Avera, the Hanisbayish Ba Mokulumbo, Akala Vanosa. So I said this is incredibly profound. The Gemara Masechet Brachos explains that when a person is embarrassed as a result of an Avera that he has performed, that embarrassment seems to be the cause for his mechila, for his forgiveness. That's right. Now, I mentioned before, what the Rebbe just did was just kind of interchange terms. Right? In the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of Agmas Nefesh, inner turmoil. And now the Rebbe replaced that with the word Busha, embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his Averus, so again, I was putting the Gemara Masechet Brachos, a person is forgiven for all of his sins. The power of Busha, the power of embarrassment to allow for atonement for one's sins. Now, what's the logic for this? What's the reason for this? He says, Saval Onash Yehenom, Be'etzim Habusha, Shirishto Mahmas Asiyas Havera. Because through the embarrassment, it's either that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. Isn't this incredible? That the power of embarrassment is such, the intensity of embarrassment is such, that it's evil how it's already big in Gehenna. That's the nature of Musha. Listen to anybody who's ever suffered embarrassment, real embarrassment, knows that, yes, absolutely, the pain of embarrassment. None of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment can be quite intense and overwhelming. So let's talk about those pictures for a moment, because this idea of the Rebbe is explaining over here is that Busha has this twofold aspect. Number one, Busha itself is a chilek of tshuva, right? When the Gemara says that Busha, the Gemara says that a person who doesn't have Avera and that is embarrassed by that Avera, is forgiven. So somehow the Busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for tshuva. It's the vehicle for tshuva. And then the Rebbe says that Busha itself is so intense that Busha almost counts as Gehenna. Now the truth is those concepts are interrelated. According to Rabbi Rothschild, why is it that Busha has the ability to atone? Because Busha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna, we're not going to so very interesting. The difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and let's say the Christian concept of hell are dramatically different. Right? Gehenna is a rehabilitative process. The reason I'm showing this to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, we say one day at some point they're going to be able to go to Gan Eden. That's to go. Some neshamas can go right to Gan Eden. Others neshamas can go through the purification process, the rehabilitative process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. The Christian concept of hell could be a shtickle punitive. That's the part. So the idea over here is that somehow the busha is Gehenna. Gehenna is rehabilitated, and therefore by definition that affects tshuva. So we're gonna kind of branch this out into two pieces. So let's speak about for a moment, or at least for a few minutes today, and then Amir says something tomorrow, the power of busha. If you take a look, it's footnote Kuf Mem Vav. A very, very profound piece over here that you're going to see. Interesting from the Shita Mikdash. First, we're going to look at the Mikdash on the Sabbath Brothers, and then we're going to see a piece from the Mesilas Yesharim. Incredibly profound. So footnote Kuf Mem Vav on the bottom. Page Kuf on the Test if you're following along, and footnote Kuf Mem Vav. You know, so what I would say also, we're going to be in the subject for a little while. It's Kedai, it's a good investment for your library. We're using the Ozda Hagar version of Sishkas. I'll send you the version. It's you have to set up start to own. So it does, of course, actually telling you the PDF. But the Shmuel says, Rabbi Shidin Kebetes, Ha'usa Davar Umisbayish, so Mokla Kolbonosa. Shem is Bayish Bohen, Shadusha Ololo Tshuva. Shmuel says, so here, the Shidin Kebetes expounds in the Gemara. And says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamis Bayish Bahen, here it says it explicitly, because the Busha, Ola Lo Tshuva. Busha counts as Tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the Tshuva. So what's the the Meiri, Shabusha Sha'agan Spayu Shamasha Chata, the Yisod HaCharata, the Harata to Yisod HaTshuva. This is incredible. Because it was like, it's now close to Meiri. This is interesting. Again, we're in a Sefer of Hasidus, according to Shita Mikdash, according to Meiri. So you're going to see this is going to kind of look close to the Shayim. So, right, so Shita Mikdash says that what's the power of Busha? The power of Busha, as we said before, is the Tshuva. Says the Meiri, why is Busha Tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the Tshuva? So the Meiri says, because the Busha is the equivalent of Charata, is the equivalent of remorse. And Charata, the Charata posits the Meiri, is the soul, the basis, is the foundation stone of Tshuva. Rabbi said this interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri, then we're going to have to back it out a little bit, then we're going to have to stop. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri positing this idea that harata, remorse, is the yesod of Tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. We'll say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then the truth is, how do you know if you really recognize that you did that? So let's be honest. Sometimes I commit an avera, and the truth is there are two reactions I have. That was incredible. It was trust. It was such a great avera. I'm not going to do it again because it's awesome. Do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said it's what we call more like intellectual Tshuva. Intellectual, and you see this a lot of times. A lot of times when people make profound changes in their life, so the way they react to their past is. It's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a charata back there. There's almost like an intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a charata. The Meiri says that the true litmus test of tshuva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful about something, if I regret something, regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this. Because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, and what I am, and what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's charata, to have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that's the sort of tshuva. How do you know if you had karata? At least in the Erie posits, zusha, embarrassed. If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows ultimately that if I could take it back, I would. And if I can take it back, I would. That's true shira. So I have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see, actually two more pieces. In the Mesivas Olam of the Maharal, and then of the Mesivas Yisharim in Eretz Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll go through these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject's idea of the power of future as well. All right, gentlemen, so good morning. Let us begin. Also that the tracking of the news that we can take back up. Dr. Rothschild, if anybody would like it, the holiday was supposed to be Dr. Rothschild. We're supposed to Aloha, very well. From there, yep, that one. Keep you together throughout the table. Alright, so we'll say, so with that, let us begin a beautiful, beautiful new oath. Today, oath from Zion is skipping in the bus for now. And we'll make our way back to everything one day. One day, no. So let's take a look. Let's start in the Bi'uri HaChasidus, oath from Zion. So the Rebbe writes as follows. He says, Hayisurim and the Tzrachim la'adam, Einam rak b'mashira imaluchot. So go say, speaks of the concept of Yisur. The concept of Yisur literally means suffering. Now, we'll say that the role of suffering in Yiddishkeit plays an incredibly pivotal role. Sometimes Yisurin are understood as onesh, as punishment, and sometimes Yisurin are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or atonement. Again, every neshama, every individual needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is, again, because of averos we've committed. Sometimes the cleansing is a result, ultimately, again, of not living up to potential, not actualizing opportunities. But that's the role of Yisurim. That's the role of Yisurim. Again, we'll get into this a little bit more. But the Rebbe says when we think about Yisurim, we think about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. That's how we normally understand it. But look what he writes. There's another form of Yisurim as well. Elegam b'chamini hatzar ba'admas nefesh sheyesh la'adam b'libo al haveros sha'asa. So that writes something so profound. That sometimes the most profound form of Yisurim, the most profound form of suffering, is not physical suffering. But rather, again, it's the suffering that comes in the form of the Agmas Nefesh. How do you translate Agmas Nefesh? Internal turmoil. Right? Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person committed. And as I was like, what Rebbe is saying is, I think, probably something that all of us heard from parents and authority figure growing up. That sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you committed the act. And I don't say we all know this just from our adult lives. I committed an Avera, and why did I commit an Avera? Because again, I can the Gemara says, a person doesn't sin unless a person thinks that there's something in it for him. A person doesn't below, that's Lamed Aleph, low, Lamed Vav. I don't sin unless there's something in it for me, which is Chazal's general understanding of man, which is people are very utilitarian. People do things if they're going to benefit from it in some way. If there's no benefit to me, generally I'm not going to do it. And then what happens? I sin, because again, I think I'm going to get something out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin, and maybe I even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. And he stood up and says, that inner turmoil, that feeling of profound sadness, whatever says, is one of the greatest forms of research. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. Turn the page, click on the test. Nechshavim in mamish. Kilu yisrael, listen to these words. Kilu saval as yisuret begehenim. Hanitzrafim lo kedei liyizdafeh uliyiznakos al usaviro. Shemischayim al shasa. Yishav b'tshuva shleim. This is an overwhelming statement. The Rebbe says the feeling of agmas nefesh, feeling ultimately again of embarrassment. We're going to see, he's going to call it Busha in just a little bit. But the feeling of embarrassment and the Agmas Nefesh, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made a bad life decision, having committed an Avera, the Rebbe says that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. I will say, the truth is, you don't need the Rebbe to tell us this, because I think many of us absolutely relate to this. The feeling of having made a bad decision, knowing that you made a bad decision, and knowing that you could have prevented this bad decision. We'll say, how many times in the whole world I do something, and then afterwards, when do you think it's that? I can't believe I did it. So sometimes in life you make bad decisions and you're upset and you're angry, but then you realize, you know what? I made the best decision I could at the time you have to decide. And then there are other bad decisions where I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever reason I chose anyway, and it was that this links back ultimately to Osman Hay. How did I choose badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that which I knew to be true. I made a decision, and I managed to feel like I'm in God. I managed to feel like I'm in God. But the Rebbe says something amazing. The Rebbe says, so also, before we get to it, so first of all, think about how powerful this Yisod is. Because I would venture to say, we're not going to take a show of hands, but I venture to say that we can all absolutely relate what the Rebbe is saying. That we all make decisions in life, where after I make the decision, I'm not sure I'm in heaven. I'm not sure I can't believe I did this. So this is the two of goodness. Number one, the Rebbe says, Mishav B'Tshuva Shleim. You know what the good news is? The good news is if you feel that level of Agmas Nefesh and Busha in the aftermath of a bad decision, that's part of your tshuva. That's part of my tshuva. Because once I think about it, it's just, well, why do I feel this way? Because there's a hakar, there's a recognition that I chose poorly. I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose poorly, that recognition that I did the wrong thing is in and of itself a chilek of my tshuva. It's a chilek of my tshuva, which is very profound. He goes on, he says, "V'lachin amu chazal." Also, but I'm going to point out also, what this does is, the goal of this, says the Rabbah, is to sensitize us to how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot save yourself from in life. There are certain things that occur that the truth is I'm powerless to stop them. But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of doing. That I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and subject to those feelings of Agmas Nefesh. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me an Agmas Nefesh, why do it? Why do it? So if I think about this concept before the commission of the act, it could save me from engaging in such self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I didn't, the quote-unquote good news is those feelings of Agnes Nefesh ultimately again are in and of itself count as part of tshuva. So the Rebbe goes on to one more line, and we'll stop. ולכן אמרו חז"ל בסוף פרק כמה במסכת ברכות, כל העושה דבר הדרך, listen to this. So this is just another formulation of the Rebbe's previous concept. The Gemara says, person committed an adera, והמסבייש בה, מוכן לא קורבנות. This is very profound. If I commit an adera, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the adera I committed, ultimately again, I am forgiven. Mokhen lo, I'll call up on myself. I will say, now why is it that busha, why is that embarrassment serves ultimately again to atone for the sin? Like why does that work? So I commit to Avila, that I am embarrassed that I did it. Mokhen lo, such an individual is totally fully forgiven. What's the pshat? The Rebbe says that from the calf, כי כבר סבל עונש גהנום בעצם הבושה שיש לו נחמת בחיית האווירה. They say it's very simple, because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. When the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an Aveira is forgiven, it's not the pshat that I'm bypassing the punishment. It's that what? The busha is the punishment. The busha that I feel, again, the incredible, sad irony is, I commit the act and I impose the punishment upon myself. It's amazing. It's kind of like being told coming down from Samai. Right? It's not like a reversal of my life fortune because I've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha is just on one hand incredibly powerful. Because of course the problem is if I don't feel busha in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is a terrible state of disrepair. But the Maisa says that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore almost has a cleansing cathartic effect of sugar. So we'll stop here for today, but understand that the truly additional thing is so profound. I could avoid this. Okay? Ask anyone who wants to sign up for Gehenna, raise your hands, I want to go to write the speaker out Gehenna, and there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So they'll say, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really create for myself Gehenna in this world. Then hopefully the goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity and decision making. And a recognition that I don't want the Agmas Nefesh. I don't want the Busha. I don't want to give it. As much as the Agmas Nefesh, Busha, and Gehenna are not happening in the aftermath of sin, I would so much rather save myself from that self-inflicted pain and all of this. All right, so we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with the continuation of this concept tomorrow. Shkoyah. ששנינו במשנה, שזדיקני מידי חכמנו, כל זמן שמסכימן דייתן מסגשבס עליהם, והרי בין כן הרי נמצא שהזיקנה מטיבה Remember, we have the opposite. Remember, again, what's a zaken? We associate the old age with the acquisition of wealth. And we assume that the older a person gets, the wiser. So again, now you see these propositions are telling me again on on one hand, Zachar is Parach Meir Korasecha, and old age is called Yimei Hara. You're telling me woe to the one that leaves and never returns. Lament and almost painting almost like a negative picture of old age. On the flip side, you tell me old age, how does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching the answer from old age. So let's go on over here. So look what Zadik says. מוכרח לומר שיש אוננו בהצטערו על כך שחסק ימי הזקנה כוח החמדה שיש לצעירים וכוח היצר הרע של טבע. And so this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech lamenting about old age? And what were Chazal lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the Yetzer Hara, the loss of the evil inclination, right? The loss of the desires of youth. The verse like, see, when you're young, and the fires of desire burn within you, there's an incredible amount of energy that you possess. But as we get older, and those fires are diminished, on one hand, it is possible that the day-to-day struggles of life perhaps diminish. But along with those struggles, along with the diminution of those struggles, is a diminution of that energy. Remember again, that's like what Sabbath was saying before, that in this world, there are no good co-hosts, bad co-hosts, or so inside of me. No good needles, no bad needles. There's energy. There's energy. And life is all about how you choose to channel your internal personalistic energy. When you're young, there's more energy. When you're older, there's less energy. So when Shlomo HaMelech says, Zachar es barecha b'nei b'furesecha, remember your Creator when you're young. Before the days of negativity come, Shlomo HaMelech is just saying, channel, when you're young, remember Hashem, use your energies for your avodas Hashem when you're young, because you won't have that same energy when you get older. And that's why he calls it Yimei Ra. Yimei Ra, the days when you just won't have the same amount of Torah. Chazal say, woe to the thing that leaves us and never returns. Because the beautiful vigor that we possess when we are young is something that when it ebbs and leaves us, we constantly come back. So says Reb Tzadok, that's what Chazal, that's what Shlomo HaMelech are lamenting. When you're young, you have so much of this Torah, and you can use that Torah. But when you're young, you have so many more taivas, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants, and pulled in so many different directions. It's true. It's very true. But Lamaisa, at the end of the day, if you channel those kohos correctly, you also have the ability to go out and accomplish great big things. Whereas when you get older, that energy is lost, the ability to accomplish in a dynamic way diminishes as well. So I will say so again, but I want to be clear. Not to say chas v'shalom that when you get older you don't have the ability to accomplish chas v'shalom. What a tzaddik is saying is energy. It's all about energy. And successful living is all about how you choose to channel that energy. And we rarely do that when a person has their youthful vigor. They have more of that. So Chazal is saying, take advantage of channeling that youthful energy and vigor in the right direction. Because one day you won't have it. Or one day you won't have as much of it. And when you don't have as much of it, ultimately again the pressure diminishes as well. I suppose we'll stop up here for today. We'll pick up again some of the last leg of actually a pretty wild Gemara. So the Gemara says we on the second Shabbos. The Gemara says Imra Isa Lachtek and Kalim and Uriah Chasidus page Yod. Imra Isa Tam Kacham Shenoking the Noter Kinachash. If you bump into or run into a Sia Tam Kacham, third scholar, Shenoking the Noter, which is no gain, like Nekama, who avenges, takes revenge. Noter harbors animosity, Kinachash, like a snake. Like a snake. So what does that mean? He says, Kisha'anoshim Mizazim and Ben Mikol Chokachbo, Mikol Diveshanayim, Mikol Shuhu Lekavo Lekavotor. This is to this. Essentially, the Gemara says like this. You see a Kamikaza who goes ahead and is vicious towards people. Now, again, the Gemara gives a bit of context. When you see a Kamikaza, ultimately, again, he was trying to go ahead and advance the right hashkafa safai, right outlook on life, and people degrade it. Or people degrade HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or they degrade Torah. And Chacham fights back with a venom, with a viciousness. Hadreyu al masna. What does the Gemara say? Keep that big thing. If you find a Chacham like that, stick with him. Stick with him. Embrace someone like that. Embrace someone like that. I knew Yidabiko Shesofech Lehinat Lehanas Mitzvah. So what I say, it actually are quite a surprising Gemara. So what are Chazal saying? If you see a Talmid Chacham who possesses a viciousness to defend the Ribono Shel Olam and to defend Torah, especially in the face of those who disparage them, them being on Torah. At the end of the day, that's a Talmid Chacham. That's a person you want as a red. Talmid Chacham, one of those references. I will say again. Now, obviously, we're going to put the context for this. What is he going to do? As a solid thing like this, there's a time to take humility, and there's a time to be more backward, like to be old. And also, one of the most important things in life, and this has been very much lost in contemporary society. Just because someone says something doesn't mean you have to respect. It's very interesting. A little lower this than our adults. In our greater society, you have to have a plan out, which you see what's happening temporarily. I think with these children, what do children do? Child says something, and the other child reacts. And what do we teach our children? Just because there's a stimulus, there doesn't have to be a reaction. It's just because someone says something to you, you don't have to say something back. So obviously, again, that becomes the golden rule in much of interpersonal relationship. So you don't have to say something. Someone says something, it's abrasive, it's hurtful, it's this, that. Sometimes you just move on. But sometimes you do have to react. Sometimes when someone says something that perhaps is damaging to Torah, that perhaps is damaging to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, someone says something that is a corruption of the Messiah, someone says something ultimately that undermines the authenticity of Halakha, whatever it is, sometimes there's a time to respond, but sometimes that response does have to be vicious. Sometimes that response does have to be sharp. I would venture to say the times that a response has to be vicious and sharp are very few and far between. Sometimes it does have to happen. So let's say, what do we call that? We call that kas. That is a form of anger. It's anger in the form of kana'os, some zealotry, but it's kas in some shape or form. And yet, what do you see? You see Chazal extolling it. Right? You see the rabbi saying, "Oh, you see a Chacham like that? Chagreyu." Ultimately, again, go ahead and form a relationship with it. So Tzaddik says, "Hare shechshivu Chazal midazu kevod shinasis l'shem shamayim." But also, you see to yourself, "My gosh, this is kas. again, the Rambam says one of the most anger, one of the most destructive midos. And yet here you see Chazal Manish. I want to point out what's happening over here. What is the Gemara saying? Not only is the Gemara going ahead and extolling the midah, right? Not only is the Gemara going ahead and saying, by the way, it's good that Tam Chacham is behaving the same, but what else is the Gemara saying? Chagrehu. Chagrehu means you should forge a relationship with such a Tam Chacham. So Tzaddik says once again, another just display of this same Reb Tzaddik principle. Because whenever the character trait or wherever the behavior is used in conformance with the Ratzon Hashem or as a way to ultimately actualize the Ratzon Hashem, the will of Hashem, then the need is positive. Don't say it's a proof. Now I want to be clear, and especially on this. Remember, the use of kas. Kas is like playing with fire. So is fire beneficial? 100%. A lot of times in life you can't accomplish things without a little bit of fire. But if it's left unchecked and used whenever, it can have a dramatic destructive effect. So I just want to be clear that Tzaddik is using this as an example. Is there a constructive use for kas? And can kas sometimes become a beautiful and important midah? Yes, but only when used as a way to bring about the Ratzon Hashem, which again I will say, I would venture to say 99% of times that there's kas, it's not this kind of kas. It's not constructive kas. It's often thinking, but again, the point that Tzaddik is just trying to make is the same way that humility and the same way empathy, which sound like good midos, could be terrible things when they are used against the Ratzon Hashem. Something like kas can be something constructive and positive when used ultimately to bring about the Ratzon Hashem. An incredible idea. He goes on, he said, they should have it. Then we'll say that Tzaddik expounds on this a little bit. That we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We're not finished with kas just yet, right? There's still more to discuss with kas, but in Hashem, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up. Let's say because Reb Tzaddik is blown away by this expression of Chazal regarding kas. Since kas itself, we'll just spend a few lines with speaking about why kas is considered to be so dramatically destructive. So stop over here for today. We'll pick up. Spend another day or two in Hashem and Osman Zion. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We're just gonna spend a few moments on the subject this morning, so we get a little bit of a head start on that. So we're gonna complete Os Samach. So let's continue with Zion. Zion in the bottom right hand column in the Uriah Hasidus. The Rebbe writes as follows: Va'al inin zeh shehaya misayeh la'adam im holet hapia nirolo b'derech haTorah af she'in zeh ratzon Hashem. So again, Reb Tzaddik's concept is that the Ribono Shel Olam may allow a person to be successful in life in a particular endeavor, even if the Ribono Shel Olam does not feel that particular endeavor is a good idea. If the individual truly feels committed to the fact that they are performing the Ratzon Hashem. they're performing the will of God. A dramatic idea that Baderech Sha'adam Notze Leilech Molichin also. Persons truly believe that they're walking along with Derech Hashem, the proper path, even if the Ribono Shel Olam disagrees. The mice Hadach God will help them along that path. To give you an example here, he says, Anas Ne'emar, Lo Bashamayim, Lomar, Me'afer Shekar Nosna Tola Mehar Sinai, Ein Anu Mashkivim Bebas Kol Hashamayim, Hagam Shi Anas. Also, there's a interesting concept in halacha of Lo Bashamayim. What does Lo Bashamayim mean? But even if halacha l'maisa, a person will go ahead and be supported by a bas, like as we're going to see in this moment. So Baruch Hu will come out and to say the halacha follows so and so. But that would not be a definitive raya in halacha. To give you an example, the Mula B'Gemara, Kishnechel Rabbi Eliezer v'Chachamim, B'Din Chaner Shachat Balkurios. This is when we can see this from the Zia of Chaner Shalach Nei. It was a machlokas of tuna and kala that specifically dealt with an oven that was comprised of different pieces. So there was machlokas, Rabbi Eliezer v'Chachamim, and what happened? Yotze Sabas called Hina Shalayim Ba'amra, Shalacha Kimosa B'Kol Makom. Sabas came out and said that the halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. Halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. As the Gemara says, and yet, Va'amar Rabbi Yeshua Aradna Va'amar Lo Bashamayim. And yet, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yeshua gets up and he says, even though the Gospel says that the halacha follows Rabbi Eliezer, we ask him, Lo Bashamayim. Ultimately, halacha is not decided. Halacha is not decided by the Ribono Shel Olam. The Torah gave us the Torah, and we decide the halacha. V'hainu, shetzvarnos ne'Torah ne'Hadzinai, v'ne'amar v'ashaloch v'yadim, v'alkin in anu mashkich l'baska. So now, what does that mean? In mashkich l'baska, what does that mean? It seems to appear to be that a heavenly voice is a pretty compelling argument that the halacha follows that particular opinion. So if you remember again, there's another principle in Torah. What's the principle in Torah? He follows the majority. So in this case, the majority felt one way, Rabbi Eliezer felt a different way, and therefore the halacha follows the majority. The bas kol came along and said that Rabbi Eliezer is correct. Very nice. That's very nice. Certainly incredibly impressive. And the Moshe does not alter the halakhic process at all. So the Tzaddik deals with a very interesting question. He said, I don't understand. So why did the bas kol come out? In other words, you hear the Shiloh? The Shiloh is, okay, Achayrav in the Hatos, right? You go, but you follow the Rabbi, you follow the majority. Fine, I understand that. At the end of the day, so why did the heavenly voice come out in support of Rabbi Eliezer? In other words, the Ribono Shel Olam also knows what's written in his Torah, right? After all, again, he authored it. He also knows. So when I said he knows, he also knows this is a din of majority. Because this din of majority, so why even have the bas come out at all? It's a good kasha, which the Tzaddik says so beautifully. He says, nevertheless, the Miteshu who wrote that, Lele B'derech. So the Tzaddik says so profoundly, because at the end of the day, Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was correct. And Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that his position was truly reflective of the Derech Hashem. And this goes with our general concept of Baderech Sha'adam Lotze Lele that we can say. Rabbi Eliezer felt he was correct despite the fact that he was in the minority. Rabbi Eliezer felt that he was correct despite the fact that there is a biblical principle of Acharei Rabban La'achos. And when the Ribono Shel Olam sees that someone is convinced of their derech, of the correctness of their derech, and truly feels that their derech is the Ratzon Hashem, the Ribono Shel Olam lends his support to that individual, even if objectively what the individual is doing is incorrect. It's incorrect. I will say it's a very profound episode. It's almost like, if I was thinking about this a little bit, that I think in parenting, we sometimes do this also. Like sometimes your child has an idea and wants to do something, and in your advanced parental mind, you're thinking to yourself, that's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's such a bad idea on so many levels. But you see that your child is convinced about the correctness of it and the goodness of it, and that your child genuinely feels that this is a good area. I'm not talking about where a child wants to do something possible, terrible, or something. I mean, this thing, it's just not a good life decision. But when I said my child is convinced of it, and every parent knows there are times when you feel that the child is very objectively harmful, that you step in. But then there are other times where you say, you know what? Okay, you know what? The child is old enough and mature, doesn't want to get young children, but old enough and mature enough to potentially make informed decisions. I disagree with you, but this is the way you grow, and this is the way you spread your wings, and this is the way you mature. So I have to give you that support, even if at the end of the day, I fundamentally disagree. That's really what the subject ultimately, again, is really highlighting this here, is this idea that at times in life, the Ribono Shel Olam goes ahead and listen, I don't agree with what you're doing. And of course, when God doesn't agree, that's a pretty good indicator that what I'm doing is wrong. But Lamaisa, if he sees my conviction, and he sees my dedication, and he sees that I'm really committed to this, and goes, okay, I'll give you the help to be able to do it. Objectively, it's not right. But I said, if you believe in it, and if you believe that it's the derech and the Ratzon Hashem, I'm not going to stand in your way. I'm not stand in your way. I'll even help you. That's why a bas kol comes down. They don't say, oh, God. So interesting, because we all know that story of Rabbi Eliezer, and everybody's bothered by the same fundamental question, which is if Rabbi Eliezer is truly wrong, then why does the bas kol come out? Why does the bas kol come out? Especially when the bas kol stands in contradistinction to a halachic principle that the Rothschild himself went ahead and espoused. Elamai, because Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was right, and he was convinced that it was the Ratzon Hashem. And the derech sha'adam Moshe, that's the one last piece on the stock. We're probably not getting an early stuff on the dock, but all right. So the Tzaddik says as follows: "It's va'al derech zeh, mevor ma pesach gam ki hisloninus b'nei Yisrael al Moshe va'Aaron, kishenisi korach va'adasa." Listen to this. Going back a couple of the parshas Korach. Remembering it was something amazing happens. The earth opens up, swallows up Korach and his followers. Right? A pretty clear indication that Korach was wrong, Moshe was right. What's Klal Yisrael's response to the earth opening up and swallowing of Korah? Atem Yechanisem as Am Hashem. You, they accuse Moshe, look, you're killing Jews. You killed Jews. What? First of all, Korah started. Second of all, it was an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. And by the way, as powerful as Moshe is, Moshe can't make the earth open. Right? Moshe can't make the earth open. Only after the Torah can make the earth open. And yet they're accusing Moshe of killing Jews, of killing Am Hashem. What's the shot? He says, "Mikom Achon Chashvu," turn page. "Mikom Achon Chashvu al Zeh, Ki lo b'Shamayim, V'lachin in Nismok al Pelach Zeh Shel B'rias Ha'adama, Ki Chacham min Hashamayim L'das Be'er Shagin." And listen to this. The Tzaddik essentially says, the Klal Yisrael said as follows. Klal Yisrael said, Moshe, you're Moshe. And the derech sha'adam Moshe Lele Moshe Moshe. You're powerful, I am Moshe. And there's no question in our minds that if you are convinced of a particular derech, and you are convinced that that derech is correct, and it is the Ratzon Hashem, the Ribono Shel Olam is going to help you down that derech. Did God want to open up the earth and swallow up Korach and his followers? No. You know why he did it? He did it because you were convinced of the correctness of that approach. But it is not indicative of the fact that that was the fate they truly deserve. They'll say, so again, literally what they're saying is, Moshe, you know what you're like? You're like Rabbi Eliezer Pater Shalachno. You're like the Bas Kol. Rabbi Eliezer was wrong. He was the minority, and Allah was decided by the majority. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees that you have convictions and sees that you're dedicated to your cause, then at the end of the day, he'll support you, even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have convictions, you're dedicated to your cause, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is supporting you, even though what? You're not really correct. That was their kind of it was like this concludes the O's, and what comes out of this are a couple of I think are a number of different lessons, a couple of sub-lessons. Number one, you see the power of having convictions and the power of believing in something. You know, so many times in life we're like paranoid about things. It's like you ask people, yeah, I think you find it a lot. I think a lot of those like they're involved in a lot of things, and a lot of things aren't. So for me, like, what am I truly? What are my convictions? What do I believe in so much that I would even be able to sway the opinion of the people in a certain way? The power of conviction, the power of dedication to an idea, to a principle, to a cause, and so strong, so intense that you even lobby the Ribono Shel Olam from a side. That's power. Base, which is the primary lesson of the Tzaddik, which is how important Hashemah Nefesh introspection is in life, and to really examine and to look at the derech, the path we have chosen for ourselves in life. Because very often we assume that if I'm successful, that's indicative that my path is blessed by God. And what the Tzaddik is highlighting for us is that's not necessarily the case. That a person could be enjoying life's success, but nevertheless the path that I've chosen for myself is not the right path. How can you have success without divine approbation? It's very simple. Yes, sometimes they're happy. You can have success even if God says, I don't think that's really the right path. As long as I believe it's the right path, then my powerful to potentially give me success. But how important it is to be able to take a step back, to introspect, to look at the way we're living, to look at what we're doing, to look at how we're behaving, to look at what we're engaged in. Because even if we're successful, that doesn't always mean that it's the right day. Have the courage to be able to step back despite the success. It's almost like it's very easy to be introspective when things don't go well, because you don't really have much of a choice. Right? It's very easy to be introspective when you kind of hit a brick wall and the things you're engaged in are not yielding the fruits of success. That's easy. And the Tzaddik says it's no lesson focused, but everything is going great. When everything is going beautifully, and life is going according to plan. So still take a step back, introspect, examine, and to truly figure out and make sure that the way I'm living and what I'm doing is the true Ratzon Hashem. Okay, we'll stop over here. So yeah. Alright, the verse says, good morning, let us begin. We are picking up today, continuing with Host 7th book, in Sitnas HaTzadik. Let's pick up on each of the 7 days. In the Uriah Hasidus, on the right-hand column, the second paragraph. Then we turn next to it. Rabbi introduced us to a really fascinating concept. The idea that even if the Baruch has something positive, some type of bracha in store for an individual, the only way to actualize that bracha is through tefillah, which is really a really profound idea. Because even after the Baruch Hu decrees that something positive, that something wonderful is supposed to occur, at the end of the day, if I do not act that the arrows into tefillah, it will not happen. And he explained that the last Tikkun is that when the Baruch Hu gives you brachos, in whatever form they may be, the power of those brachos is the ability for them to see and to forge meaningful relationship with Hashem. The brachos can be created and forge meaningful relationship with Hashem if I acknowledge that they are in fact from Hashem. And the way I acknowledge that the blessings I have a right to Shalom is through tefillah. By davening to Hashem for the things that I need, I thank you to Hashem for the things that I receive. I acknowledge that all comes from above. So to get bracha without tefillah undermines the entire purpose of bracha. Because it's very important that everything in life is about the relationship with Hashem. And the goal and the purpose of everything in life is to create a relationship with the Eternal Shalom. So the moment that bracha doesn't create a relationship is the moment that bracha is not really good for all that much. So whoever brought the rayas from Eliyahu Hanavi, so take a look at page 6 on the page. Really, second paragraph, right hand side. This is truly beautiful. The Ilu HaChachamim, Rabbi Rothschild, Dominic Bryce, so there comes with here a fascinating Gemara Neshama. They'll say, the truth is, the Gemara, so let's take a look. The Gemara says, the Gzar Din Shel Adam, the Nichtav the Rosh Hashanah, the Nechtam the Yom HaKippur. He says, it's actually an interesting discussion. General the Gemara has about when a person is judged. So one school of thought, which is the dominant school of thought, says a man is judged on Rosh Hashanah and his judgment is sealed on the Kippur. There happens to be a second opinion, which we'll touch on it. That Adam Nidon B'Chayil, that a person is judged for each and every day has its own independent judgment. So look what the Rebbe says. So he says, Pharaoh writes, the Gzar Din Shel Adam, the Nichtav the Rosh Hashanah V'Lechem Yom Kippur. Well, since remember again, where we do the whole, that a person is judged and his Gzar Din, his decree, is written on Rosh Hashanah and is sealed on Yom Kippur. Now listen, I think about this for a moment. If that's true, that I'm judged on Rosh Hashanah and then I'm sealed on Yom Kippur, then what don't I have to do? Doesn't work. In other words, if everything I have to have it, maybe Elul, Shoshana, there's Mitzvah, Yom Kippur. I just have to daven leading up to that judgment. But at the end of the day, if judgment is truly signed and sealed and running in the line, then Yoram has the power of freedom for the rest of the year. Everything is already decided. So look what the Rebbe says. This is no Chokim al Anshe Knesset HaGedolah shehem tiknu es seder hatfilos hamidah shishad lo zabachayot. That even Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir would agree that a person can daven Shema Esrei every day. But what about the fact that I already, again, judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur. If judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur, then why do I have to daven each and every day? I'll tell you why, says the Gemara. Ela Shaladaitam Yispalim Gam Amash Shachar Nigzad Rosh Hashanah. Mishum Shenitzrachas Hatfilah Kedei Lahotzias Hagzardin Lepol Lepol. Listen, this is incredible. We can agree that even if we accept the theological construct that all is decided on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and comes Yom Kippur, the Zardin is sealed. The Rabbi Yehuda was still saying, that each and every day. Why? To bring the good that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has decreed for you to fruition. Because there is no such thing as experiencing bracha in this world without tefillah. Tefillah is there to activate bracha. So it could very well be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu decreed it, signed and sealed, that at the end of the day without tefillah cannot bring it into the realm of reality. Tefillah is necessary in order to bring things into reality. They'll say it's such an incredible idea. If you think about this, it's so profound because the public just like this. A person can have a whole life of bracha waiting for them at their fingertips. But without tefillah, to make it into reality, that bracha remains. So we believe that the Torah will always judges us favorably. So I can have a beautiful and favorable judgment on Yom Kippur, but at the end of the day, how much bracha do we leave on the table? Like, how much bracha do we leave on the table, says the Tzaddik, because I'm not davening, or because I'm not davening in the way that I could be davening. What is the way that I claim the bracha that it's already been allocated to me, but you can't get it unless you pay for it. Such an incredible result. He goes on, the topic goes on. I'll also point out that there's another fascinating idea, which of course is that as much as there is a bizarre thing, in general, one of the hardest things to kind of wrap our head around, sometimes with Yom Kippur, is so there's a judgment on Rosh Hashanah, it's sealed on Yom Kippur, but is there the ability to alter that judgment? Right? The ability to alter that judgment. And if there is the ability to alter the judgment, then what's the point of the judgment? If there is no ability to go ahead and alter the judgment, I understand why I have to daven to go ahead and claim the brachos, because tefillah changed not to Yom Kippur negative decrees. Just as an aside, the answer to all of that is yes. Tefillah always helped to alter everything, even if there was a Gzardin. Because remember, again, the way we look at it is Gzardin decree ultimately, again, is meaningful because it reflects me where I am at the time the decree was handed down. But when I say if a person chooses to change themselves, then it's possible sometimes, I'll give you a good notion. It's kind of like tax law. Right? Meaning, if you go ahead and you earn X amount of money, now let's say a person earns $50,000. A person earns $50,000 with tax at a certain rate. If Baruch Hashem, you do well and you earn more money, and now you earn $100,000, so you're in a different tax. So have the tax laws changed? Have the tax laws changed? No. What's changed? Your personal circumstances. So it's a good muscle for how also the Ribbon Shalom is well. I will not believe that, but it's a muscle nevertheless. Which is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me a Gzardin. He gives me a decree. Bein l'tov, bein l'recha. That's the decree. That decree applies to me based on where I'm holding. But if I change myself, I put myself to the in a different bracket. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed the zikr. Right? It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changes the decree. Just the decree that was handed down was for me in a certain place. If I move myself somewhere else, then by definition, just the original decree doesn't apply to me. The original, right? The taxes on $100,000 are different than the taxes on $50,000. And at the end of the day, the tax law hasn't changed. My personal circumstances have changed. So what you see over here is, so obviously, tefillah has the ability to change us. But what the tzaddik is highlighting over here is even if we accept the premise that everything is sealed and decreed on Yom Morah, at the end of the day, don't leave bracha on the table. And if I don't daven in order to forge a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I don't get the bracha. And also think about this. It could be that we go through life with so much bracha that is waiting to be claimed by us. Just perhaps because I'm not dialoguing with the Ribono Shel Olam, I'm not getting it. It's like, remember again, leading back, this was that, the whole point of the bracha is to forge relationship. And the only way the bracha forges relationship with Hashem if it's access through the portal of tefillah. Because the tefillah that says, Ribono Shel Olam, I know this comes from you, I know it's only from you, and I don't. If I'm not, if the bracha doesn't create dialogical relationship connection, then ultimately again the bracha remains unclean. Says the tzaddik, the person can have a whole lifetime of bracha and bounty waiting for them, but it only becomes yours if you came with your tefillah. And let's have to stop over here. We'll pick up the next session tomorrow. All right, so there's a good morning. Let us begin. We're actually gonna skip a little bit. This Sabbath, I sent it out last night on the WhatsApp chat. Yeah, and we're going to spend the next 2 more days focusing on some of the dots. Not that some of things are not important. We began some of yesterday. We got the essence of some of the we had to explain some of this concept about one's willingness to lay down one's life. If one is not going to live a life in conformity to Ratzon Hashem, we discussed that already. So I'll move on to some of the thoughts. This really highlights something that I think is just fascinatingly amazing. So the Rebbe says as follows. I want page Samach Aleph, in the base, the bottom left hand. The Rebbe says as follows. Lamo B'Tfila, Samach Vav, Lamo B'Tfila, ala Hashem Yisbarach, Baruch Ha'adam L'chol B'Rach HaMitzvah. A person requires tefillah. A person requires tefillah for everything. Now, literally translated, it means to stand in prayer before Hashem is necessary for everything for which a person requires. And what does this mean? Zeh, אף על פי שכבר נגזר מהשם יתברך, שדבר זה יהיה. For example, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu already ordained or decreed that a certain thing is in fact going to materialize or unfold, let's say there's a zera, there's a decree, a good decree. The Baruch Hu has decided that I'm going to benefit or I'm going to be blessed in a particular way. The Chozos started ha'adam le'ispadal shachid kachi adam. A person still needs to daven that the bracha will come to fruition, that the bracha will be actualized in the way in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu intended. It feels like a very fascinating idea. We don't yet know why this is, but the Rebbe is introducing us to the Koach HaTfilah, that bracha cannot come about in this world without prayer. And even if something is ordained from the Ribono Shel Olam to happen in a particular way, which is beneficial to me, that benefit will not materialize, that benefit will not actualize if not preceded by prayers. So just to show you where the Rabbi gets this from, if you take a look at footnote Reish Lamed Daled, so here the footnote actually quotes, which really is the biblical source for this idea. The Rabbi writes, Moshe Ne'amar, V'chosiach hasoda terem yev haaretz, v'chol isich hasoda terem yitzmach, ki lo hintu Hashem Elokim ala haaretz, v'adam, you turn the pages, v'adam ein la'avodes ha'adam. So the pasuk literally reads as follows, that before any of the vegetation or herbage or grass began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought rain. That's why, so remember again, the Torah is painting the image that all of the necessary vegetation was literally sitting right beneath the top of the ground, ready to come out. Why didn't it come out? Because the Kodesh Baruch Hu did not yet bring rain. Why did it not yet? Why did the Kodesh Baruch Hu not yet bring rain? Because again, the Adam Ayin La'avod. Where there was no man to yet go ahead and work the earth. Human beings were not yet created. Man was not humans were created. So there's no one to work the earth. And Rashi says, this is so beautiful. Rashi says, with Rashi, Adayin lo haya ba'aretz kushe nigmara brias ha'olam b'shishi kodesh nevra adam v'cha'ise b'asada lo tzamach v'lama kilo hinter. Again, Rashi says, so why was there no vegetation? Because Baruch Hu didn't cause it to rain. Ayin, why didn't Hashem cause it to rain? And not come over there. L'tisha adam ayin la'avodas ha'adama ve'in makir b'tevasa shal yishamim. Finishing the footnote. L'tisha adam yad Hashem tzarech li'olam hispalel alo. Ultimately, again, so Rashi explains, because there was a human being to daven for the rain. There was only one other than Chavar on the earth, and they're able to daven for the rain, that the rain comes. So the red, so we'll say, isn't this incredible? The vegetation is there, it's sitting there right beneath the top of this soil. It's all there. The Baruch Hu has a plan, the plan is to keep up vegetation, but yet it cannot, the Baruch Hu does not bring it forth until someone is there to daven. So the Rebbe therefore goes ahead and essentially builds the philosophical and theological construct around this idea. What do you see? That even if the Ribono Shel Olam is ready and poised to give you bracha does not materialize in this world unless it is preceded by tefillah. Is the necessity to bring about divine blessing. Now, let's pause for a moment. And analyze it, at least from the perspective of Bereshit. Because from Bereshit, we can begin to ask, why is that? Why did not the Baruch Hu bring rain? And so ultimately man was there to go ahead and daven for it. What's the whole point of a miracle? What's the whole point of bracha? The whole point of bracha is one of the ways in which we forge a connection with the Ribbon Shalom. That's one of the ways. Like the whole everything I have to do gives me my health, it gives me finance, it gives me a family, it gives me these things. And my goal is to see all these things don't just happen by themselves. But it's just because if I put in effort, these things materialize only with incredible divine intervention, only with all Baruch is involved. Tefillah is the way that I recognize that the Ribbon Shalom's involvement in both what we call the miraculous and the mundane aspects of life. Without prayer, I could just as easily assume that these things occur on their own. With tefillah, I recognize that the things that I have in life are only because of the Ribbon Shalom. Therefore, says Rabbi Rothschild, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not going to bring about bracha, even if he's ready to, without tefillah, because then the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. So isn't this the same way? Recognize that everything I have is only because of the Ribbon Shalom. So if there's no tefillah, which represents the theological awareness of this yesod, at the end of the day, there's no bracha. There's no bracha. What's the point? What's the point? Everything that Kadosh Baruch Hu does is to create an awareness of my involvement in his life. It's such a profound yesod. He goes on. The Raya al-Kaf, he gives an example of this. Hello, Tira Be'ilio. Those who are Be'ilio Hamavi, listen to this. It puts on the face. Shekvar Amalo Hashem Yisbarach. Lech Tira el-Achol. Ve'etna Mater Afnei Ha'adam. So in other words, this refers to the episode of Malach Ma'aris. The Achol, whereas the Be'ilio, since it's not decided on his own, to withhold the rain. There's a whole discussion in general, but Eliyahu decided to withhold the rain. Even the Gemara says that the key for rain is something which is held onto by HaKadosh Baruch Hu exclusively, and he does not go ahead and hand it out to anyone. Okay? Eliyahu got it. Doesn't have to keep guessing. Doesn't feel so different story. In any event, so what happens? The story tells Eliyahu go to Achav. Achav is the reason for the old withheld the rain was because of the ongoing evil perpetrated by Achav and his wife Sarah. The Baruch Hu says to Eliyahu, go to Achav, it's going to rain. It's going to rain. That's not matter. Ya'afiki never Achakah, Sha'ala L'rosh HaKarmel, Vayikar Arta Vayosem Kanav Ben Yergov, Nishtateach La'aret, Sham Kanav Ben Yergov Mispar Lamater, Shehirba B'tfila Ad Sheba Geshem. And yet, what does the Navi say? Eliyahu, he goes up to Har Carmel, and what does he do? He davens. Why davening? Why is davening? At the end of the day, we told you that the rain is going to come. Why is there a need for tefillah at all? Elamai, Apapisha Hukach, Mifiach of the Baruch Hu Shivizin Matar, Harishagam La'achar Shenigzam in Hashamayim, Adayin Krach Mitzvah Shia B'Hadaba. See from here it says that that which we were saying before, even if something is divinely ordained to happen for you in a positive way, it is only through the power of prayer that the bracha, that the blessing, ultimately is materialized. Such an incredible spiritual lesson. Think about this in just a moment. You know what this means? According to Tzaddik, it means there's going to be a whole storehouse of blessing that is waiting for each of us that we have not yet received, because we haven't properly utilized the power of prayer, the Koach HaTefillah, which is such an incredible yesod. See, in our theological context, we often assume if he's going to give me something, he's going to give it to me. He's going to give it to me. Okay, of course, I have to be worthy of it, but once I'm quote unquote worthy, then ultimately I'll receive it. And Tzaddik says it's not necessarily true. There's a din in tefillah. I can have all the requisite merits. Like I can have all these personal piety, but without tefillah, the brachos don't come. Without tefillah, the brachos don't come. Again, the reason for that is because the brachos are only meaningful if I recognize they come from Hashem. The brachos are only meaningful if they're used to build a bond, used to build a relationship between myself and my Creator, how is that relationship? How is that bond built? That's prayer. That's tefillah. Because tefillah is when I articulate and express everything I have in this world is from me, Kodesh Baruch. Therefore, it says that even if Kodesh Baruch promises it, ultimately the blessing will only materialize if first preceded ultimately by prayer. Okay, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We'll spend one more day with this tomorrow. Okay, it's a good guy, but that's the general Sadiq Milan or Russia with homework and stuff. So that's always the theological outline. All right, so good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up. We are continuing the first Zion. We left off yesterday in the footnote part, where we were focusing on this concept of the power of Risha. We saw the Gemara Masechet Brachos that said that when a person suffers bayish, and a person argues that both meaning low. When a person is embarrassed about the idea that he has committed, that's Risha. That embarrassment ultimately creates a sense of mechila. So it creates forgiveness. So trying to figure out exactly what the nature of that dynamic is. Why is it that Risha has the power to affect this level of tshuva? So we're picking up again in footnote Kuf Mem Vav, and we're picking up now in the second paragraph of that footnote, the right-hand side, we're going to see this Olam. Gemara, Mesivat Tshuva, Dover Zeh Tzarech Tam, Lama Habusha Mechaber Ulo Kulo Avarosha. Why is it that Risha, why is it that embarrassment has the ability to go ahead and atone for one's sins? So again, I commit an Avera, I'm embarrassed about the fact that I committed an Avera, and in some ways, somehow, because of that Risha affects Tshuva, that Risha affects Hakara. So why is that? He says, about govers and Muslim being in Abisha. So the Maharal explains this fundamental understanding, a fundamental concept within the reality of what it means to be embarrassed by Abisha. Jewish govers that. Asher Adam Bayish Minachit. When a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an Avera I committed, Mora, Shumisalik Atzmo, Umachit Atzmo Minachit Legamri. That shows, the embarrassment shows that I'm removing myself and distancing myself from that sin in totality. Because whenever I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, I remove myself, I distance myself from that thing. Let's say it's simply an incredibly profound idea. When I'm embarrassed about something, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done this. I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed with this. I don't want to be associated with this. I distance myself from it. Looking at God's happening, she was asking the faith. This is different from someone who else. I was just wondering, like someone who has a bit of arrogance. But ultimately, again, he strengthens himself. He's asking the faith. He's part of the sin. Because she was asking the faith, in Hasar the faith. As that, Hasar hates was asking them. אבל המביא ישמור החית, מורה שאין החית is asking them. Yeah, listen, when you're proud of something, that thing becomes a part of you. You want to self-identify with that thing. When you're embarrassed about something, I actually don't want to self-identify with that particular action. In fact, all I want is to place a distance between myself and that action. And I'm embarrassed, I actually don't want the connection. When I'm embarrassed, I actually don't want to be identified. When I'm embarrassed, I don't want to put the distance between myself and that action. These are values that I hate, or in a hate in it's not part of me. The other rabbi, Martik Atzmo min hate, כמו שהיו שואו מתבייש, לא רצה להסתיר את החטא והחטאים, לא יכולים לבוא החטא, ואחר שהוא מיוחד מן החטא. Therefore, again, the Maharal explains on a very simple level. If there is embarrassment, when I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, he says two words. One more thing is asking. It doesn't because it becomes part of the essence of who I am. That's number one. And by definition, I distance myself from that thing, which means I don't want to be associated with this action. I don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this faith. This does not represent who and what I am. Says the Maharal, that's true. That's true. Because at the end of the day, what is the fundamental cornerstone of Tshuva? It's the repudiation of the sin. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want this to be associated. It's a fundamental repudiation and then distancing oneself from that particular action. That's Tshuva. Therefore, says the Maharal, that's how the Gemara says that is buying Yishma, if you're embarrassed about the faith, it means you don't want to be associated with it. It means that you feel that this does not reflect who I really am, which by definition means you don't want to keep doing this. You want to change this cycle of behavior. That's true. No, Ishta Faladas, Madregas Hamizbayish, Shinish Midas Hapshit. There's Minashanu, Moshe's telling the Lord, Yabusha, Upshitus al Ha'adam Kafe Ha'az Panim. So it's actually very interesting. There's another thing says the Maharal, which is embarrassment. Embarrassment is the opposite of arrogance. So that Busha and Azus Panim. Right? Azus Panim. So many of us may be familiar with this word. We might have been called it when we were little also. This is a good parental friend of his youth. And so the idea here is Busha and Azus Panim are opposites. And so Azus Panim means a certain arrogance, Busha is the opposite. We often think that the opposite of arrogance is humility, right? Humility. But the truth is, We all understand how arrogance manifests itself. So how does humility manifest itself? Right? The Hebrew, how does humility manifest? So it's interesting, the Bible says humility manifests itself in embarrassment. In embarrassment, when I am embarrassed and I feel embarrassed about the Averas that I've committed, that in and of itself is a manifestation of one's inner humility. Because again, I'm hold up. I can't believe I did this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be associated with this. This is not who I am. This is not who I want to be. Says the Maral, that's humility. That's the opposite of Azaz Kana. Yavusha Shikis Ala Adam Hafid Ha'az Kana. As that Wusha is Shikis. There was an arrogance is incredibly complex. Right? Why is arrogance complex? Because arrogance requires a person to build themselves up on multiple levels, ultimately constructing false realities in order to influence one's ego. Humility is easy. I mean, humility is not easy. It's not easy to achieve. It's a struggle. It's not easy to achieve. But once you achieve it, it's a cheapness. Humility is simplicity. It's a simplicity. Humility doesn't mean that I'm down on myself. Humility means I recognize what I am, but I also recognize what I'm not. It's a cheapness. So therefore, again, as this one and the opposite of that, he's going to say this cheapness, this humility, this simplicity, which is manifest in Kedusha. And they can't move on alone. Hashiyish lo midas hashibus, shemishpashit many things. Therefore, and when does kapara occur? Kapara occurs when I possess this midah of hashibus. When I possess this simplicity, when I possess this kedusha. They can't move on alone. Hashiyish lo midas hashibus, shemishpashit many things. We'll say it's such a profound. Again, there's no conclusion over here, but it is such an incredibly idea about the power of Busha, and the power of being embarrassed, the power of allowing ourselves to feel that embarrassment. No one ever likes to feel embarrassed, of course not. And often we mask those feelings in a variety of ways, and run from those feelings in a variety of ways. But what I was saying is, feeling embarrassed about my Avera is an incredibly profound and cathartic experience. And in fact, this is going to sound strange, there's a certain happiness that accompanies that embarrassment. Because if I feel the embarrassment, that means that the hate is not really incredible. Isn't that incredible? See, the problem is when I sin and I don't feel embarrassed, that's where the challenge begins. Because if I don't feel embarrassed, that means that I'm fully okay with self-identifying with this particular behavior. But where there is a push, where there's an element of embarrassment, that's an incredible bracha. That's almost like the reflex that says, this is not me. This is not me. This is not like this is not what I want to achieve. This is not how I'm going to build myself into the person I truly desire to become. And that's why the Gemara says those feelings of Busha, by definition, are the process of tshuva. Those feelings of Busha, by definition, are the actual creation of the Avera. And I quote one more piece of here, which I think is also incredibly profound. In Mesilas Yesharim, Tshuva Tinaseh Lechotim Bechased Gana. So here the Quran narrates as follows. It says that Tshuva in and of itself is an incredible quest. And all these people, we learn this together. The teachers, the new cycle, we do Mesilas Yesharim, and we use the Hara to do Mesilas Yesharim. Very incredible opportunity, but the narrates as follows. He says that Tshuva is a chesed. What does this mean? So around the Torah, it's very, very beautiful that the way the world should work, you look at Avera, you get an owner. That's the way it should work. There's chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does. Actually, it's a twofold chesed. Chesed number one is that God does not punish us instantaneously. That's chesed number one, even though that's the way the world should work. You look at Avera, you get an owner. Chesed number one is that you're delayed punishment. Chesed number two is the concept of Tshuva. I would kill you for uprooting the punishment. I would kill you to turn your life around. It could be because of anything. He goes on, Shekatsav Akiras Hamason, Akiras Hamaisis. The Hainu, listen to this phrase. Literally, it means when you uproot your will, it's as if you are able to uproot the action. What does this mean? The Hainu, Shebiyos Hashav Nakir Aspecha, Umodeba, Umisbuni Ala Asa, Vishabu Misharid Ala Parata Gimura, Umeikara Kifaradas Hanegema. Those who break down Palestine, this is kind of just taking the concept of Shuvah even a little bit further. So which is this idea of when a person experiences harata. So also we know this, right? Let me take it back just a little bit more. The Gemara says that when a person truly takes the Shuvah, have the ability to go ahead and negate the punishment associated with the particular thing, right? For example, you could take the tshuva and you could transform your averos into shevos, the essential actions of Adam. And then there's even a higher form of tshuva, where a person can take his averos and turn them into zekuyos, right? And turn them into mitzvahs. What Rav is focusing on over here is the ability of tshuva to go ahead and uproot the faith altogether. I will say, if I think about this for just a moment, it doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of tshuva and its ability to negate punishment. Right? So I commit an avera. That avera, every avera, let's say every sin, every avera, big or small, comes with an onus, comes with a punishment. So when it's coming again, tshuva comes along, and I can do the process, and I can negate the punishment. I can hear that. There's what's the word? It's not leniency, but whatever, forgiveness. Right? It's not very common for people. Clemency. Right? Thank you. It's clemency, right? So I did the crime, I should get the punishment, I do tshuva this clemency. The notion that tshuva is powerful enough to actually uproot the act, to make it like the act never even happen. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's even like another level. But the notion that tshuva is powerful enough so that you actually uproot an act like it's never occurred. How is that dynamic possible? So we'll have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day on tshuva on this piece of the matter. We'll pick up with this piece from the Siyat tomorrow, and then we'll link it back in there from the tomorrow's year back to the 7th. So yeah. All right, so this is good morning. Sorry, this is particular. Alright, so let's say good morning. So we are continuing the Meretz Hashem in Os Nun Zayin. So we started this Os last week a little bit, and the Meretz Hashem, let's just pick up quick review from the beginning. So it's got to introduce us to this concept, this incredible concept regarding the power of Risha, the power of embarrassment, specifically the embarrassment that one suffers from one's other. So let's actually pick up just from the beginning of the Os, just for a moment, because this way again we'll be able to get a bit more context. We spent one day on this so far. So we'll grab it from the beginning from the Oya Single Shapit Lamed Israel. The other writes the Yisurim and Soften the Adam Inam Rak the Mashriya Imo the Poor. So that's what we're used to speaking about the concept of Yisurim, the concept of suffering. Right? So generally again we associate this idea person commits averos, every avero brings with it an onesh, always brings with it a punishment. Again, whether that's a punishment in this world, a punishment in the next world, every action has a reaction, every action has a repercussion, and therefore by definition, every avera has an onesh. So it says the tzaddik, when we speak about Yisurim suffering, we often think in terms of like physical suffering. He says, however, Alagam the Pomini had Sava Agma said, just reading the script because you know this already. What Sheisha Adam Libo Allah Dero Sha'asa, page Koflam Fest, Nakshavin Hain Manish, to do Sava as the Surah Gehenim, and it's talking low. They his Dake, Uda his Nakos, Al Usa Avera, Shemish Harid Al Sha'asa, the Shab, the Chuba Shalina. So, the Rebbe now points out something additional, which means that when a person goes ahead and suffers Agmas Nefesh. Now, right now, he's using the term Agmas Nefesh. Agmas Nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil. So, when a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil as a result of their mitzvah, yeah, this is, that is also a form of Yisurim. That is also a form of suffering. But not only is it a form of suffering, that agmas nefesh that a person experiences as a result of his avera is also a form of tshuva. It's also a form of repentance. L'achim, I'm going forward and we'll explain how that works in just a moment. L'achim, Amru Chazal b'sof perek Hamid b'Nesefes Brachos, Akola Usa Dvar Avera, De'Hamisbayish Ba Mochel Lo, Akola Vanosa. Those are the incredibly profound. You understand the Prophet saying that when a person is embarrassed as a result of an avera that he has performed, that embarrassment seems to be the cause for his mechila, for his forgiveness. That's when, no, you know, both say, just I mentioned before, what the Rebbe just did was just kind of interchange terms. Right? In the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of agmas nefesh, inner turmoil. And now the Rebbe replaced that with the word busha, embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his averis, so again, when I was putting the York Second Prophets, mochel and loach kolavanose. A person is forgiven for all of his ways. The power of busha, the power of embarrassment to allow for atonement for one's sins. Now we'll say, now what's the logic for this? What's the reason for this? He says, because through the embarrassment, it's true that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. This is incredible. That the power of embarrassment is such, the intensity of embarrassment is such, that it's evil I was already in Gehenna. That's the nature of Musha. Let's say anything. Never suffered embarrassment, real embarrassment, knows that, yes, absolutely, the pain of embarrassment. I mean, none of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment can be quite intense and overwhelming. So let's talk about this for just a moment, because this idea of what the Rebbe is explaining over here is that Busha has this twofold aspect to it. Number one, Busha itself itself is a feeling of tshuva, right? When the Gemara speaks about busha, the Gemara says that a person who doesn't have Avera and then is embarrassed by that Avera, mochalelo, is forgiven. So somehow the busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for tshuva. The vehicle for tshuva. And then the Rebbe says that busha itself is so intense that busha almost counts as Gehenna. Now the truth is those concepts are interrelated. According to Rabbi Rothschild, why is it that busha has the ability to atone? Because busha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna, that's very interesting. The difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and let's say the Christian concept of hell are dramatically different. Right? Gehenna is a rehabilitative process. The reason that the Neshama goes to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, this year, one day, at some point, we're going to be able to go to Gan Eden. That's the goal. Some Neshamas can go right to Gan Eden, others Neshamas need to go the purification process, the rehabilitative process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. Christian concept of hell could be a trickle. Punitive. That's the concept. So the idea over here is that somehow the busha is Gehenna. Gehenna is rehabilitative, and therefore by definition that affects children. So we're going to kind of branch this out into two pieces. So let's speak about for a moment, or at least for a few moments today, and then in their session into tomorrow, the power of busha. If you take a look in footnote Kuf Mem Vav, a very, very profound piece over here that we're going to see. Interesting when you shoot them into bed. First in the footnote, we're just shooting into bed on the Seventh Brothers, and then we're going to see a piece from the Mesilas Yesharim. Incredibly profound. So footnote Kuf Mem Vav on the bottom. Page Kuf on the press if you're following along, and footnote Kuf Mem Vav. I would say also, we're leaving up subject for a little while. It's Kedai, it's a good investment for your library. You're using the Ozba Hadar version of Tzidkas, and I'll send you the version. It's a beautiful set of Sfarim to own. So it's so very fantastic to tell you the PDF. But the footnote says, Rabbi Shidin Kubetes, Kava Usa Gavar in this Bayish Bo, Mochel Kalavonosa. Shem is Bayish Bohem, Shabusha Ololo Tshuva. So we'll say, so here, the Shidin Kubetes expounds on the Gemara. And says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamis Bayish Bahem, here it says it explicitly, because the Busha Ola Lo Tshuva. Busha counts as tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the tshuva. So what's this? What's the pshat? The Meiri, Shabusha Sha'adam Ispayi Shamashachata, who Yisod HaCharata, V'Charata who Yisod HaTshuva. This is incredible. Because we'll say, now it goes to Meiri. This is interesting. And again, we're in a Sefer of Chasidus. Recording the sheet in the Jubachis, recording in the yearly. So you're going to say, so right, so the sheet in the Jubachis says that what's the power of Busha? The power of Busha, as we said before, is the Tshuva. Says the Meiri. Why is Busha Tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the Tshuva? So the Meiri says, because the busha is the equivalent of charata, is the equivalent of remorse. And charata, the charata positive Meiri, is the yesod, is the basis, is the foundation stone of tshuva. Therefore, this interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri, then we're going to have to back it out a little bit, then we're going to have to stop. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri positing this idea that harasa, remorse, is the yesod of tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. We'll say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then the truth is, how do you know if you really recognize that you think that is? So let's be honest. Sometimes I commit an avera, and the truth is there are two reactions I have. That was incredible. It was trunk. It was such a great idea. I'm not going to do it again because Master. Do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said it's what we call more like intellectual trivia. Intellectual, and you see this a lot of times. A lot of times when people make profound changes in their life, so the way they react to their past is it's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a chalak that that's there. There's almost like an intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a halakha. The Meiri says that the true test of tshuva is halakha. Because if I'm remorseful about something, I regret something. Regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this. Because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's halakha, to have remorse, that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that's the sort of tshuva. How do you know if you had halakha? At least in Meiri posits, busha, embarrassment. If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows ultimately that if I could take it back, I would. And if I could take it back, I would. That's true tshuva. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see, actually two more pieces, in the Mesivas Olam, of the Maharal, and then I'm going to see last Yisharin in there, Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll go through these two pieces, and then we're back into the subject's idea of the power of Musha as well. All right, so it's good. Let us begin. Also, there's copies of the new page in TikTok by Rabbi Rothschild. If anybody would like it, the calibrated spaces to that way. So they take to halacha, third one, and then over third. Yeah, that one. We can even together towards the table. So we're going to let us be in a beautiful new host. Today, host is finally skipping in the bug for now. And we'll make our way back to everything One day, Mary Krishna. So also take a look. Let's start in the Vikuri HaHasidus, Oz Nun Zayin. So the Rebbe writes as follows. He says, Hayisurim HaNitzrachim LaAdam Einam Rak B'Mash'ira Imanucha. He also says, here's all the concept of Yisur. The concept of Yisur literally means suffering. I will say that the role of suffering in Yiddishkeit plays an incredibly pivotal role. Sometimes Yisurim are understood as onesh, as punishment, and sometimes Yisurim are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or atonement. Again, every neshama, every individual needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is again because they're about they was committed. Sometimes the cleansing is a result ultimately again of not living up to potential, not actualizing opportunities. But that's the way to be sued. That's the way to be sued. Again, we'll get into this a little bit more. The Rebbe says when we think about the sued, when we think about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. That's how we normally understand it. So look what he writes. This as well. Elegam b'chamini hatzar v'hagmas nefesh shirish la'adam b'libo al haveros shas. The Rebbe writes something so profound that sometimes the most profound form of pursuit, the most profound form of suffering, is not physical suffering. The fact, again, is the suffering that comes in the form of the agmas nefesh. How do you translate agmas nefesh? Internal turmoil, right? Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person committed. And as I say, what the Rebbe is saying is, I think, incredibly simple that all of us heard from a parent or an authority figure growing up. That sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you've committed the act. And let's say we all know this from just from our adult lives. I committed an Avera, and why did I commit an Avera? Because again, the Gemara says, a person doesn't sin unless, of course, he thinks that there's something in it for him. In Adam Chote, a person doesn't think below, that's Lamed Aleph, low, Lamed Vav. I don't sin unless there's something in it for me, which is Chazal's general understanding of man, which is people are very utilitarian. People do things if they're going to benefit from it in some way. There's no benefit for me. Generally, I'm not going to do it. And then what happens? I sin because again, I think I'm going to get something out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin, and maybe I even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. And he says that that inner turmoil, that feeling of profound sadness, whatever says, is one of the greatest forms of Yisur. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. Turn the page, come on. Okay? Lechshavim im manish. Kilu Yisur, listen to these words. Kilu savar es Yisurei Gehenna. Halitzrachim lo kedei lihidakesh u'lizrakos al usavira shemizharit al shasa v'shav b'tshuva shlema. They'll say this is an overwhelming statement. The Rebbe says the feeling of agmas nefesh, the feeling ultimately again of embarrassment. We're going to see he's going to call it Isha just a little bit, but the feeling of embarrassment and the agmas nefesh, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made a bad life decision, having committed an Avera, the Rebbe says that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. They will say, the truth is, we don't need the Rebbe to tell us this, because I think many of us absolutely relate to this. The feeling of having made a bad decision, knowing that you made a bad decision, and knowing that you could have prevented this bad decision. You'll say, how many times in the Chayil I do something, and then afterwards, I believe I did that. I just I can't believe I did it. So sometimes in life you make bad decisions and you're upset and you're angry, but then you realize, you know what? You made the best decision you could at the time you have to decide. And then there are other bad decisions where I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever the reason, I chose anyway, and it also just links back ultimately to Oslo and Hay. How did I choose badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that which I knew to be true. I made a decision, and now I manage, like I'm in. I manage to like I'm in. But the Rebbe says something amazing. The Rebbe says, so one second, before we get to, so first I'll think about how powerful this Yisod is. Because I would venture to say, I'm not going to take a show off her, but I venture to say that we will all absolutely relate what the Rebbe is saying. That we all make decisions in life where after I make the decision, I'm not sure I'm in the house. And not sure I can't believe I did this. So listen, so two let's do this. Number one, the Rebbe says, Rishav B'tshuva Shleim. You know what the good news is? The good news is if you feel that level of Agnas Nefesh and Rusha in the aftermath of a bad decision, that's part of your tshuva. That's part of my tshuva. Because once I think about it this way, why do I feel this way? Because there's a hakar, there's a recognition that I chose poorly. I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose poorly, that recognition that I did the wrong thing is in and of itself a feeling of my tshuva. It's a feeling of my tshuva, which is very profound. Goes on, you see, also, but I can't point out also. What this does is, the goal of it, says the Adam, is to sensitize us to how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot save yourself from in life. There are certain things that occur, but the truth is, how is to stop them. But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of defeating. That I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and be subject to the feelings of Agmas Nefesh. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me that Agmas Nefesh, why do it? Why do it? So if I think about this concept before the commission of the act, it could save me from engaging in such self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I didn't, the quote-unquote good news is those feelings of Agmas Nefesh ultimately again are in and of itself count as part of the tshuva. So the Rebbe goes on one more line and we'll stop. Listen to this. So this is just another formulation of the Rebbe's previous concept. The Gemara says, person committed an Adera, the Hamisdayish Ba, Mochel and Law Korbanos. This is very profound. If you commit an Adera, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the Adera I committed, ultimately again, I am forgiven for it. Mochel and Law, I'll call up on myself. I will say, now why is it that Busha, why is it that embarrassment serves ultimately again to atone for the sin? Right? Why does that work? So I committed an Avera, that I am embarrassed that I did it. So such an individual is totally and wholly forgiven. What's the pshat? הסבל עונש גהנום בעצם הבושה שיש למחמס עשיית. And then we say it's very simple because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. When the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an Aveira is forgiven, it's not the pshat that I'm bypassing the punishment. Is that what? The busha is the punishment. The busha that I feel, I will say again, now the incredible, like sad irony is I commit the act and I impose punishment upon myself. It's a basic, it's not a lightning bolt coming down from Shammai. Right? It's not like a reversal of my life fortunes because you've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha, which is on one hand incredibly powerful, because of course the problem is if I don't feel busha, then the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is a terrible state of disrepair. But the Maisa says that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore it almost has like a cleansing, cathartic effect of Shema. So we'll stop here for today, but I'm saying that the equally at this is so profound. I could avoid this. Right? Ask anyone who wants to sign up for Gehenna, right? And wants to sign up. So right, these people out Gehenna, and the goal of there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So they'll say, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really create for myself Gehenna in this world. Then hopefully the goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity and decision and a recognition that I don't want the Agmas Nefesh. I don't want the Busha. I don't want to give it as much as the Agmas Nefesh, Busha, and Gehenna are much tougher in the aftermath of sin. I would so much rather save myself from that self-inflicted pain and all of it. Everyone, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with the continuation of this concept tomorrow. שנינו במשנה, שזיקני מידי חכמים, כל זמן שמסכימים דייתם מסיישבס עליהם, והרי בין הרי נמצא שהזיקנה מטיבה ומוסיפה למעש חכמה. Remember the opposite. Remember, again, what's a zaken? זה שכל החכמה. We associate old age with the acquisition of wealth. And we assume that the older a person gets, the wiser. So again, now you see this particularly you're telling me again on one hand, and old age is called you're telling me woe to the one that leaves and never returns. Lament and almost like a negative picture of old age. On the flip side, you tell me old age, how does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching in there, that's some old age. So what's going on over here? So look what it says. והחשיבס הזקים וכן משכם וחומוס אלו מוחלט לומר only know the study of שחוסך ימי הזקנה כוח החמדה שיש לצעיר וכוח היצר הרע של טבע. I would say this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech lamenting about old age? And what was Chazal lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the youth. The loss of the evil inclination, right? The loss of the desires of youth. And the Bible said, you see, when you're young, and the fires of desire burn within you, there's an incredible amount of energy. that you possess. But as we get older, and those fires are diminished, on one hand, it is possible that the day-to-day struggles of life perhaps diminish. But along with those struggles, along with the diminution of those struggles, is a diminution of that energy. Remember again, it was like what Prophet was saying before, that in this world, there are no good cohos, bad cohos, I should say, inside of me. No good needles, no bad needles. There's energy. There's energy. And life is all about how you choose to channel your internal, personalistic energy. When you're young, there's more energy. When you're older, there's less energy. So when Shlomo Melech says, Zachar es barecha b'nebu Sefer, remember your Creator when you're young. Before Ad Shelo Yavau Yimei Hara, before the days of negativity come, Shlomo Melech is just saying, channel when you're young, remember Hashem. Use your energies for your avodas Hashem when you're young, because you won't have that same energy when you get older. And that's why he calls it Yimeirah, the days when you just won't have the same amount of korach. Chazal say, woe to the thing that leaves us and never returns. Because the youthful vigor that we possess when we are young is something that when it ebbs, and we just come back. So says Rabbi, that's what Chazal, that's a Shlomo on lamenting. When you're young, you have so much of this korach, and you can use that korach. But when you're young, you have so many more titles, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants, and according to it's true. It's very true. Like Lamaisa, at the end of the day, if you channel those kohos correctly, you also have the ability to go out and accomplish great things. Whereas when you get older, that energy is lost, the ability to accomplish in a dynamic way diminishes as well. So we'll say, so again, but I want to be clear, not to say chas v'shalom, that when you get older, you don't have the ability to accomplish chas v'shalom. What I'm Tzaddik is saying is energy. It's all about energy. And successful living is all about how you choose to channel that energy. And we know to do that when a person has their youthful vigor, they have more of that. So Chazal saying, take advantage of channeling that youthful energy and vigor in the right direction. Because one day you won't have it, or one day you won't have as much of it, or you don't have as much of it. Ultimately, again, the potential diminishes as well. All right, so we'll stop up here for today. We'll pick up again some of the last leg of Alright, so we'll say good morning, let us begin. So we're continuing. And we're touching this morning in Osman Test in Tzidkas HaTzadik. Tzidkas HaTzadik, right? So we're continuing this morning in their testimony. In Osman Test in Tzidkas HaTzadik. So let's remember again, on Erev Shabbos, we reviewed that which we had learned in the previous year. I think we're going to find that this particular teaching by Rabbi Rothschild is going to be of incredible and exceptional profundity. The Rebbe teaching us, introducing us to this idea that the more a person feels potential capability and law to sin, indicates a deep and profound level of holiness. Right? The Rebbe's Rothschild was Yeda, Shukli Muchan Liyaz Daika Ba'os Dabar, Ratzi Sudar Liba. Literally translated, that thing, right? that thing which you struggle with the most, that thing which you have the greatest amount of difficulty with in the realm of faith, is often the thing in which a person has the ability to shine, in which a person has the ability to go ahead and, he says, Shelibo Yihya Muhurar Bo Mishum Shamayim. That a person has the ability to kind of clarify and purify that drive, that desire for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So now let's explain this one check. So if I go picking up on page Kuftes Naim, left hand column, in the big area Hasidus. If the Rebbe says, Lachim Amru Chazal, therefore Chazal said the Vayikra Rabba, Shava'osa Eder Shabot Hatabon, Ya'asa Mitzos Kedil and Pakilos. So first one is the number one. Chazal said, the part of your body with which you sin, a person must go out of their way to do mitzvahs with that part of their body in order to rectify it. It's a very profound result. If you look in the footnote over here, footnote Samachino, so right over here, Emasisa Chavidos Shalaveros, Asik Nengel Chavidos Shalaveros. If you have performed, because Chavidos literally means like bundles. If you have performed, bundles, right, piles of Averos, so perform corresponding to them piles of mitzvahs. Einayim Ramos, let's say Einayim Ramos literally means I gazed thoroughly. Right, let's say I've gone ahead and I've looked at things arrogantly. Or again, perhaps a little bit more, Lamaisa, I've looked at things that are inappropriate. Einayim Ramos, also, I haven't been careful with guarding my eyes, which mirrors. And so what should I do? Be makpid with the mitzvah of tefillin. Now it's interesting, by the way, because the truth is, before this example, I wouldn't have felt that. In other words, I understand the logic of whichever part of your body I go ahead and I tarnish through the performance of Averos, I should try to do mitzvahs with that very part of the body. If you notice over here, though, the Medrash is keeping a little bit of liberty with it. Because what he's saying over here is obviously tefillin lav dafka have to do with my eyes. The only connection between tefillin and my eyes is the placement of tefillin, which the Torah says is between my eyes. And again, same idea. So therefore, I've looked at inappropriate things, having been careful with Shmiras Hainayim, be more makpid with tefillin. What's the connection? Misuse of my eyes, Sayulu Kotafos Benena. The tefillin will be a sign in between my eyes. Lashon Sheker, let's say I've lied. I have not been careful with my tongue. Like I haven't been careful with the way that I speak. Ultimately, again, I should go ahead and teach my children Torah. Now, once again, remember, what he's saying over here, this is a little bit more direct. If I've abused speech, and again, I've used it slander, I've used it to hurt, I've used it to instruct people. So then use your lashon to teach your children. Use your lashon to build up. Use your lashon to construct. Yadayim shofos dam naki. If literally again my hands have spilled innocent blood, then I will say now again, what does this mean? What does this mean? So again, yadayim shofos dam naki could mean Chas v'shalom, a person murdered, but it could also mean any avera that a person does with their hands. That a person does with their hands. And anything I do. So in fact, so what is it? So Rabbi Nachman says, by the way, Yadayim shofos dam is also a reference to Tzal's Zar Levatala, the wasting of seed. So what happens? A person spills blood. A person, whether a person actively spills blood, a person wastes life in the form of wasting seed, or a person goes ahead and does anything negative with their hands. So what do you do? Kshartam li'os al yodeh. Put on tefillin with extra cover. I was going to say, so again, I want to point out, the examples of the Medrash are not meant to be, this is the only thing, right? But the Medrash is trying to create a paradigm. If I have negatively impacted a part of my body, negative actions, redeem that part of your body with something positive. Let's say it's such a profound soul because sometimes in life we do things wrong. Like some of life just sometimes. And sometimes in life I do things wrong and I feel so damaged. And the truth is, the worst feeling in life is when you feel damaged. What the message is saying is, don't spend your life feeling damaged. Remedy, rectify, elevate. So I negatively impacted a part of my body. Okay, now do something positive. I haven't been careful with what I look at. I haven't been careful with the way that I speak. Use your speech in a constructive way. I've not been careful with what I do with my hands, so go ahead and put on twiddle with extra kavana. Do something to redeem the parts of your body that are negatively impacted through the commission of sin. He goes on. Ultimately, again, let's say again, I have just inappropriate thoughts. Inappropriate thoughts. You had so learn more Torah. Learn more Torah. So again, if my thought is negatively impacted, positively impact my thought through infusing my mind with positive concepts. If again I have a problem with constantly running towards the wrong things, Alton says is actually interesting. He says, go ahead and run to attend a bris milah. Run to attend a bris milah. So again, it was like it's the same. Here he goes again because the milah takes place between the thighs. One leg, one moves by moving their thighs. Okay, so the idea being, if you run to the wrong things, then you got to running to the right things. יפיע, תזוב HF. כן? ועתן עדים נאום השם, משרת מזון בין אחים, בקר שלום ורבתם. And again, he goes on to examples after examples. If I go ahead and in the kind of book, listen, who loves to gossip, sow the seeds of discontent amongst my brethren, be the kind of person who seeks out and tries to make sure. So they'll say, so this is on one level, this idea that because remember, what is the Rebbe talking about over here? The Rebbe is talking about over here that I struggle with something, right? Because we spoke about when we started this seif, a little while ago, is that, we may struggle with many things. Most of us, I would venture to say, have one thing with which we perpetually struggle. And the Rebbe is saying is, how do I look at that one area with which I perpetually struggle? So the Rebbe posits that one area of weakness, in fact, is going to turn out to be my greatest strength. So how do I approach that area of weakness? Step one, says the Rebbe, whatever you negatively impact, whatever part of your body I have negatively impacted through negative behavior, redeem it with something positive. We'll stop over here for today. The Mir session tomorrow we'll pick up with step 2 in the signature verse. It's going to be even more dramatic. But again, here's what God gives us, great quoting the Medrash in Vayikra Nava, a real incredible tool for helping to fix ourselves in the aftermath of faith. So we stop here. We'll pick up in Mir session and the rest of this tomorrow. So. All right, then we'll say good morning. Morning, let us begin. We are taking up in Simcast, Tatazik Osman test. And also we're continuing in the incredible teaching of the Rabbi here. So if you want to give me the Oya Hasidus page, click test Zion. So remember again, the Rabbi was speaking about the idea that when a person commits an Aveda with a particular part of their body, so the Rebbe introduced us to this concept that when I struggle with something habitually, that item which I struggle with consciously, that item or that particular area which I constantly struggle, in and of itself, highlights and portrays perhaps my greatest life strength. So by way of introduction, that explains when I commit an idea with a particular part of my body, so the goal is to then go ahead and enhance the kedusha of that part of the body by engaging in mitzvahs and mitzvahs with that very part of the body. So we saw yesterday, for the Medrash Vayikra Rabbah, who gave us multiple examples of that concept. And now the Rabbi goes on. It says, "Ve'in ha'to'elas bazeh, רק כדי לעשות בעושו איזה תיקון לעבירה הקודמת, באופן שמידתו והעומדת לתיקון, ונגד מידה הרשע." So obviously I would say, with this approach, there's of course, I would say, in general, like theologically, we don't subscribe to an idea that if you do an avera, you just do two mitzvahs and you'll cancel it out, right? We're doing avera, doing mitzvah. We don't usually do that. We do not subscribe to this idea that somehow an avera cancels out the mitzvah, a mitzvah cancels out the avera, and then the aftermath of sin, all I need to do in order to restore personalistic spiritual equilibrium is to do something of the opposite extreme. So I did an avera, the answer is do a mitzvah balance it out. So whoever says, please don't understand what I'm saying to be a reference to that. What I'm highlighting here, says the Rebbe, is obviously if I do something wrong, if I damage something, so let's say, look at it as follows. If I get into a car accident, and I damage my door, then obviously the way to rectify the accident is to fix the door. So therefore, on a basic level, when I perform an avera with a particular part of my body, I dented that part of the body. And because I dented it, therefore, halakha v'maisa, I have to try to fix the damage. How do I fix the damage? Well, first, on the basic part, is I've used something for negative purposes, begin to repurpose it for something positive. But that's what goes on, and he says something amazing. There's something additional here, and this really gets to the essence of what the Rebbe is trying to give in Osman test. אבל הוא לא יודע להגיע בכך לתיקון היחידי שנפשו בכך. These are incredibly profound words. The Rebbe says, when I commit an idea with a particular part of my body, and then I begin to go ahead and utilize that part of the body for good, he says, I listen to these words. It helps in order to go ahead and achieve the very tikkun, the very purpose, the very rectification of my soul in this world. Listen to these words. When I sin, says when I sin, it becomes known to me the area where I possess the greatest spiritual strength. When I sin, so listen to these words. When I sin, so remember again, sin by definition is I just expose my weakness. Right? When I commit an avera, I just highlighted here is where I'm weak. Here is where I'm weak. So when I go ahead and I show that weakness, then ultimately again that also shows the greatest source of my strength. But also we'll have to see what this means. We're just unseen the profundity of this. Now what the topic is saying is when I commit an avera, again, averas are bad. Is that right? Averas are not good. We want to avoid averas. Something amazing happens when I sin. What's amazing? discover something new about myself. Through sin, I discover where my true spiritual, my true holy power, what Paris lies. So this, because every single Jew, Mivra, Letikun Ezed Verprati. So say, why are we put in this world? Why are we put in this world? Ultimately, again, we were put in this world to fix something. To fix something, and again, on a personal level, there's we've got into this world because there was something that needed to be fixed in my neshama. Like, because remember, if there was nothing to be fixed in the neshama, so why bother the neshama with a descent into this world? Because let the neshama remain, but if the neshama was sent to, says that it means that I was created to fix something specific. B'shleimus v'yuchedes, asher bo nisyachado nafsho b'frat. Shetunas nafsho mitzdayenes bo yoser mishar Yisrael. See, I will say, I'm in this world to fix something. Now, this is a profound statement, and this statement has many different ramifications. It could very well be that I was put into this world to fix something in the world. It's possible. But before I even get to that, each of us has a more primary immediate mission. I was put into this world to fix something inside of myself. And each of us has something distinct and unique to fix. What I have to fix in me is different than what you have to fix in you. And none of us, right, what we have to fix, none of our missions resemble each other. Each of us has to go ahead and fix something specific within ourselves. And again, he says, and remember, let's say, see our topic is going with this. What it is that I have to fix represents the unique koah that I possess. And the unique koah that I possess is different than the unique koah that you possess. He says, Kimo shelo nimtza shum shnei pirtu mishpatim, the same way that no two people look exactly alike. Kimo shavu b'gimara, deish lechol echad is suras ha'pirtu ha'yidudis shalo, and every person has their own visage, right? Their own look, their own face, right? Their own tzura, right? Suras pirtu ha'machitonim, yomis avsalam alokim ha'pnimin v'nefesh. And those are just like the person has their own unique external appearance, so too we each have our own unique internal spiritual appearance. שגם הוא נמצא בכל אחד באופן מיוחד שאין לאף אדם אחר זו. So there's this piece by Tzaddik, I think, which is incredibly profound, because what the Rebbe is truly highlighting to us is as follows. When I struggle with something, so I learn, and again, I will say, we're acknowledging the dynamic. The dynamic is that although I may struggle with many things, there's usually one or two things specifically that I struggle with. My ongoing struggles, the things that I just can't seem to get the right traction on. Constantly difficult, constantly overwhelming. Says the Rebbe, understand that thing is the very reason I was put here in this world. That struggle is the thing that I have to fix inside of my neshama. I'm here because I have to fix something. How do I know what I have to fix? Generally, it's the very thing which I struggle with most is the thing you are put in this world to fix. How do you fix it? You have a unique power inside of yourself to fix it. The same way I struggle is the same way I have the ability to rectify. And then I find that power, to be able to fix that thing with which I struggle, that is the discovery of my greatest life strength. But the amazing part is, you only discover your strength because of the weaknesses. Right? Without the struggle, without the sin, without the failure, I wouldn't discover what it is that I'm here to accomplish, and I wouldn't discover the true strength I have to be able to fix that which is broken. So there's this incredible insight that I was giving us that sin, again, this is what the Rebbe was saying, that Allah that which I struggle with most, also tells me what my greatest strength is in this world. So we'll have to develop this. So this was one to point out. So I think this is not his. So this, you find this already in the writings of the Aliyah, Arizal. With the Arizal, right? If you want to know why you're here in this world, look at the thing you struggle with first. That is the reason HaKadosh Baruch Hu is here. That's your mission. That's your mission. Now I want to point out, it could be lead in a life with multiple missions, right? But that is one of my primary missions, to rectify the thing that I struggle with most. Because when I do that, I discover the incredible amount of koach I have. We should look at the next line. The Indian is page Kufil Zayin. The Indian had Tikkun HaMiyuchad, Shlish L'Kol Echad Ve'echad. You can know that, actually, I will say, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in there with this piece tomorrow, but we're going to go on. So we'll say, I just want to point out, this is one of these life pieces of Torah, because this, understand, is a dramatic way to look at faith. Because a lot of times when we sin and when we fail, especially in situations when I'm struggling with something over and over and over, the challenge is that sometimes I just begin to look at myself as a failure. Like, how do I not get traction on this thing? I've been dealing with this same Aveira for years. I want to say, literally, again, it's not an exaggeration. Sometimes I'm struggling with the same thing for decades. How do I not get traction on it? So first of all, the good news is my failure to get traction doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not trying to do, I'm not a failure. It just means this is my Achilles heel. This is my struggle in life. This was the very reason that I'm putting this up. By the way, that Rizal says it's also quite possible to get a little bit more esoteric. That my neshama was in this world many times beforehand and still didn't perfect it. So I'm here again to be able to try to rectify this particular weakness. But again, I will say, but through rectifying weakness, I discover my greatest strength. So sin no longer becomes an opportunity for despair, for Yaish, but instead it becomes an incredible opportunity to discover my greatest life strength. So I'll have to stop over here to pick up the answers from the rest of the Rechas. See those tomorrow? We'll say again, it gets incredible. We see some incredible Gemaras, and we'll continue in this journey in the session. Start for a second. All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us pray. So it's great to see you. Thanks Hashem this morning in Osimem Test. In Sid Test Hatzadik, continuing really with the Rebbe's exceptionally profound insights on the notion of utilizing sin as a way of highlighting our strengths, which of course at first glance sounds a little bit counterintuitive. But through everything it's doing, it is through things that we really discover what our true strengths are. So it's going up page Kufil Zayin today. So that in the Uriah Hasidus, it's actually really an incredible piece. So the Rebbe writes, "Ve'inyan hatikun hamiyuchad, sheyesh lechol echad ve'echad." This idea that each and every one of us is put in this world to rectify something specifically, attacking, to fix something specific. So where do we know this concept? So Keroga Ma'amar Harolim Kidalim, Kotzavik Me'itzchaim, Ma'amar Abbasim Zal. Me'itzchaim quotes a Gemara Masechah Shabbos. Gemara says it is a discussion between various Tanoim. Ahuf Degmai Zohir Tzei. I'm sorry, the Amorad. They asked a number of the Amorad a simple question. What was your father exceptionally careful with? Sheshavu v'kanim ha'amoraim avicha b'ma hayaniz haviyosef. Interesting question. So they asked these individuals, these Amorad, who hailed from Chashuva families, what was like the one thing your father was very careful with? Like, what was the one thing he was very medactic of? You were there. It's an interesting question. First of all, in general, it's an interesting question to like think about again. What was your father exceptionally ridiculous about? So the Gemara says, so what does this mean? But how you stand from the mitzvahs was They will say what the question was presupposing and the question was focusing on was, what is it that people generally gravitate towards a mitzvah? Most of you know all mitzvahs are important, but people tend to gravitate towards certain things more than others. So this was an interesting discussion because when the Rabbi Rothschild began his campaign, the Shabbos campaign in Salem, which we think again would have kind of broad support. Many were against this notion, as they felt that you can't go ahead and put certain mitzvahs over others. All mitzvahs are important. So to go ahead and make a campaign for this and make a campaign for that, why would you place certain things on a platform over others? But yet it's interesting because each time, of course, the one Shabbos is zooming down, that by definition people tend to gravitate towards certain mitzvahs more than others. So what's the pshat? The idea holds first of all, just to illustrate the Gemara to you, if you look in the footnote, it's footnote Samech Vav, and it's all you see is very, very long footnote. It's all the way on the bottom of the right-hand column. Bottom of the right-hand column, Hainu Bigasim in the Sefer Shabbos Parach Kofisei, on Rav Nachman. So say here, the footnote saying, it's actually, it's a beautiful Gemara. We might actually look at it a bit more in depth, but for now, for our purposes this morning, this is good enough. So Amar Nachman, Tisili, Rav Nachman said, Tisili literally means it should come to me, give me a shkaya. The kayam is shalosh sudos b'Shabbos. Because I'm always makbid to have shalosh sudos, to have 3 meals on Shabbos. Amar Rav Yehuda, Tisili, the kayam is piyun tefillah. So Rav Yehuda says, give me a shkaya because I have a kavanah. Amar Rav Yehuda, Rabbi Rothschild, and just in the footnote, Samech Vav, page Kuf Yud Zayin, the left-hand column of the footnote. I'm ready. Rabbi Rothschild. Thesis. Me, the nostalgia Ada Amos give me a shkaya. I never watched David Amos with an uncovered head. Amar Sheshes TCV, the Kayamas Mitzvahs Tefillin. Give me a shkaya, and that's again, I always fulfill the mitzvah tefillin. Ram Nachman, TCV, the Kayamas Mitzvahs Tzitzis. Rav Nachman says, go ahead and give me a shkaya because I always fulfill the mitzvah of tzitzis. Alright, we'll say Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Avucha b'may Zohar say, what was your father very careful with? Relay the tzitzis. My father, very careful with tzitzis. And again, the Gemara tells the story. Yom Achad, but one day my father was walking up the stairs. If Sigli Chuta, and the string, his sitters got caught on something, and the string ripped. And he would not take another step until someone brought him a replacement string, and he was able to replace the string on his sitters. Rashi, the Kayamas Mitzvah, still in Shlohalach Arba Amos, the Tfilin between Tzitzis Adranye. Right. So the idea is, you see, it's interesting. It's interesting. Why are these particular Tanoim, why are these Amorim, why are they focusing on, I fulfilled this mitzvah, I fulfilled that mitzvah? Again, we all have an obligation of tzitzis, we all have an obligation of tefillin, and we all have an obligation of wearing the yarmulke. We all have an obligation of yarmulke is a bit different, but you have an obligation of shalosh sudos. So, like, what's the kiddush? So, if each time when close this Gemara is highlighting this so that we tend to gravitate towards certain things. People tend to, although I know that I have an obligation for all 630 mitzvahs, the reality is my relationship with the 630 mitzvahs is not the same. Certain mitzvahs I just find myself a bit more drawn to, and other mitzvahs ultimately I find myself struggling with a bit more. So now back up to the Orei Hasidus. So the Rebbe says over here as follows. The Rebbe says, in the Vayar, she'enyana shal she'ilu zuhu, she'hayu yodin kliyas hamitzos shoresh haneshama shalahem, v'hayu mizdavkin liktas mitzos yosem achirim. These particular Amoraim, they knew the essence of their neshama, and they realized that from a neshamatic level, they were drawn to certain mitzvahs more than others. In other words, I will say, this notion that one found himself connected with tzitzis, one found himself connected with tefillah, one found himself connected with shalosh sudos, they understood and represented a neshamatic connection. This wasn't just, okay, I enjoy shalosh sudos, I enjoy having meals. So that's this was the understood on a deeper level, that there was some aspect of their neshama, of their very essence, which was brought into this mitzvah. Va'al yedei ha'chushos ha'miuchodos sheyesh l'chol adam, after lo lahamtin es yichidiyoso bazeh, ve'es avodaso ha'pratis ha'miuchodes ratlo. So we'll see what Dr. Tzaddik now says is something really amazing. So what the Rebbe explains is as follows: is that in the same way that when I'm drawn to a particular mitzvah, I can see I discover an element of my neshama. I discover an element of, if I find myself drawn to something, there's a message in that to me about me. The same applies with my struggles. When I struggle with a particular avera, when I have a particular spiritual weakness, I'm able to discern through that weakness regarding a particular strength. I was just saying that we're going to stop over here for today, just because we have a lot to do in the daf. But we'll pick up with the last piece of this. I mean, we're not finished yet. But again, let's say we see the tzaddik kind of laying the groundwork for these various steps. So now, similar drawing to a mitzvah highlights a particular aspect of my neshama. Through my struggles, through my difficulties, I begin to see also my strengths as well. How that actually plays out in Yeret Hashem, we will see exclusively tomorrow in the Rebbe's word. Thank you. Don't say shukran. All right, Joel, say good morning. Let us begin, or let us continue in Red Hashem. We're continuing today in Os Memphis. So you remember again, we began yesterday this we began a number of days ago. This is already our sixth year on Os Memphis. So remember again, the Rebbe yesterday quoted the Gemara Masech Shabbos. We quoted the exchange between certain Amoraim, where one Amora would ask another, Abucha b'mai zorir tfei. What is it that your father was exceptionally careful with? Right? So we wanted to know, what is it that your father was particularly meticulous with? And again, the Gemara is using this idea to highlight this concept that often we find ourselves drawn to certain mitzvahs. Certain mitzvahs speak to us more than others. Now the Rebbe goes on, he says, the page Kuf Yud Zayin, in the Be'uria Chasidus left-hand column, the Al Inyan Chazer Amru Chazar B'Gemara, Ein Adam Omer Divrei Torah, Al Imkin Nechshon. We'll say this is a truly beautiful piece. Chazal say that a person cannot, literally translated, cannot truly be successful in Torah unless, of course, he fails. The prerequisite for success in life is failure. Now, of course, on a basic level, what that could tell us is that maybe you can't realize success in life without first undergoing failure. That's for sure. In other words, that at the end of the day, in order to taste the sweet waters of success, you must first be willing to undergo failure. And so the Rebbe understands this in a more profound way. He says, Al Amisasan Adshi Kasha Bahem, Lahoros Ta'os, Yachdimuchu. Noticing they've made him. So the Rebbe quotes Rashi, and Rashi quotes, what does this mean? That a person doesn't truly understand the truth of something until he makes a mistake, and he's embarrassed with his mistake. He pays attention and he understands. So we'll say, so again, according to Rashi says you can't really, essentially, in Adam Omer Divrei Torah means a person can't really reach a level of understanding until he has first failed. Because it's the failure that he truly is attentive to his actions. The hero will say, look what the Rebbe does with this. The Omer Ka'im, the deeper meaning of this is Sha'al Yudei HaMachshela. It is only through the missteps, only through the mistakes. He says, Yeroma, Ayudei Chulshas Anafsho, Shegarma Lo B'Hikasha Be'ezeh Inyan Torah. It is only through my personal weakness, which often causes me to stumble in certain inyanim of Torah. Umevin v'lamid mikach shalakach notzar letakin oso davar shenichshava. Also, this is it can be absolutely unwarranted. The Rebbe says that when I struggle, when I fail at something, so as you mentioned before, I realize the very purpose for which I was created. Why was I put in this world? I was put in this world to fix something. I was put in this world to fix myself. Sometimes, if I'm privileged, I'm put in this world to fix the world. But how do I know what it is about myself that I am supposed to fix? To which the Rebbe explains so beautifully. That's what we'll start with. That which you struggle with most in life, that is what I was put in this world to fix. And I struggle with a variety of things. But there are usually one or two things which are the central struggles of my existence. That is the purpose of my creation. That is the purpose for which I was created. So Rabbi now says to me, but it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. It goes a step further. he says, so my entire so understand what this means? He spent so much time. He spent so much time trying to go out and figure out what is our purpose in this world. What is my purpose in this world? And the Rebbe says, what your purpose in this world is to fix the thing with which you struggle with most. That is my purpose. That's my tikkun. Now let's say that here's the clincher. Because remember again, the Rebbe was said in the beginning of Osin and Test that sometimes it's through your averos that you begin to recognize and realize your strengths. And so like, I understand this statement that he just made. In other words, that I'm put in this world to fix the very thing which I struggle with most. I understand that's my avodah. That's my tikkun. That's my purpose. But what does it mean that through my sin I come to discover my greatest strength? And say, watch this. Because after I fix the thing that I struggle with most, my greatest strength comes through that very thing. Let me explain for just a moment. Let's say a person struggles with Shmira Sinai. Like being careful with what a person looks at, which is an overwhelming struggle in today's day and age. So that's why I struggle with that, making sure that I keep purity of blood, purity in my eyes. So I say, so could that be that if that's my struggle, that's the very reason I was put in this world. So now, when I find the strength to go ahead and overcome that struggle, not only have I been recovered, not only have I fixed something in myself, but that becomes my very strength. You know what my strength is? My strength is Shmira Zaina. My strength is restraint. My strength is self-control. So what starts as my greatest area of weakness, when I find the courage and I find the strength to overcome it, that's my tikkun, and from my tikkun, it becomes my very strength. The thing that started as my weakness, when I overcome it and demonstrate an incredible amount of mastery, personalistic self-control, and personal strength, that becomes my greatest strength. In other words, it's not just the pshat that when I overcome my weakness, the weakness is neutralized, and now I'm like power. Now I'm kind of like back at baseline. When I overcome the Avera, and I'm attacking the Avera, I'm attacking the weakness, that becomes my greatest strength. And therefore the Rebbe says that's why it's through our Averos. So what becomes fascinating is as follows. That when I know that I constantly struggle in a certain area of life over and over and over. So first of all, the good news is now I know why I'm here. Which is good news. I know I am here. I'm here to combat that thing, and I also know where my greatest strength is. We're going to say, isn't there an irony? So let's just go to Shmira Sinai idea. I don't have good self-control with what I look at. So the Rebbe says, okay, that's my weakness. That's why I'm here. And I will say, remember, every struggle also is never just about the Avera. Often the struggle is about, a lot of other things as well. So like I'll just keep using the same example. If I struggle with Shmira Sinai and watching what I'm looking at, so I will say that's an issue of self-control. But you can say that about every Avera, right? Every Avera is an issue of self-control. It's also an issue sometimes of like escapism. Maybe I'm just not happy with my life, and so I'm just kind of looking for out. From whatever current circumstances are not so great. But even when he says that, that's my Avera, that's my weakness. I know what I have to be mitaken, but even what it shows me is that my greatest strength is the ability to exhibit self-restraint. And my greatest strength is the ability to exhibit self-control. So from the weakness, from the Avera, I learn what my tikkun is, what my purpose, what my mission is, and I learn what my greatest strength is. That, says the Rebbe, is the power of faith. And therefore, it turns out that every Avera, and especially the ones that we struggle with, also, different Averas, right? There's, sometimes I'm just, an episodic offender, right? Just whatever. We all have our moments of weakness, but blah, blah, and then I could be a habitual offender, right? Or I have a chronic issue with this one thing. It's been with me for years. It's been with me for years. I just can't shake it. That's my avoda. That's the reason I'm here. That's the purpose for my entire existence. And once I overcome that avoda, that will become my greatest life strength. That nida that I need in order to overcome that avoda, or that nida which is the antithesis of that avoda, that becomes my greatest life strength. Right? So we'll talk over here for today. We're still not finished. I mean, we're going to see an incredible and beautiful just thrones with Chodesh, right? Okay, so we'll see on Monday in Meretz Hashem an incredible and dramatic example of this. He's going to go over, he's going to show with King Achaz and King Hiskiyahu, father and son, who are polar opposites, as an expression or as an example of this particular concept. Actually, let's stop here. Our Torah will say, good morning, let us begin. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem, the end of Osman Tes, in Sifras HaTzadik, page 50. So since you remember again, we were discussing levels in here. Incredible idea that the person has to identify the greatest source of weakness in both of us. My primary mission comes to go ahead and address that particular weakness. And then once I'm able to conquer that weakness itself becomes the greatest source of strength. That was the incredible and really, life-altering perspective of that. That's what we remember when we began Osman Tes. So when Rebbe spoke about this idea about the weakness becoming your greatest strength, first remember this he spoke about it was that if you look at our day of the particular part of your body, so the goal is to be able to do a mitzvah. He has many mitzvahs, so he's not with that same part of the body. So I do some part of my physicality. I have a wedge between myself and the Shalom. So then my job is to go and use that same part of the body, do something productive, to do something meaningful, to do something holy. But I have a type of point I'm going to explain this even in a deeper fashion, namely that we all have our struggle, our struggle with for so long. That is the reason why I'm here in this world. And if I find a way to address that, if I find a way to overcome that, that weakness in and of itself becomes the very source of my strength. So take an example of this. He says, Halokira. That's it, now, each book because we're going to finish Osman Tes with this idea. Shalokira. Shahaya Achaz Nela Yuda. Pasan HaTorah. Achaz was the king of Yuda. And literally, again, closed up the Torah, closed up the Torah. Sagar HaTorah, Sifra HaChos story on Yuda. Achaz was an incredible Ovid on Yuda. Incredible guy with this. But sometimes Jewish history, there are points of where there are tons of incredible idolatry, but people still, interestingly enough, believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. As counterintuitive as that may seem, they worship idolatry, but they also worship Hashem. Achaz, Chut, Torah, and Torah. Sealed up on the Torah. There was no Torah during the days of Achaz. Which Abu comes out, the Gemara Paraktiv, the Darshan Otos, the Achazot, Surah to Achazot Torah Believers, Bo Yoser Abu Medrash, Shamona Asalimu Shalkinogos Israel. There was another piece. The other piece was that Achaz prevented children from learning. So Achaz went ahead and pretty much outlawed Torah, and he also prevented the children from learning. Sha'ama Achaz Hamara, in Ein Gidiyim, Ein Kayash. As Achaz said, literally again, if there are no lambs, there are no rams. Which means that if you go ahead and prevent the children from learning, they cannot develop physical skills. ככה יסוד בדאי כלומר. אם תמיד אין חסמים, אם נדיר אין החלטות משהו שכונה סבבה. אם נפשע פשע פשע. And the truth is, the days of Achaz were some of the darkest, where again, you had Achaz outlawing the learning of Torah. No Torah, no learning. Shut down the yeshivas, prevent children from growing. Al-Shiyitza Hara, the Scabra left the Yosef, the Ian of the Torah. Sharing this Shahisa to Nina Boas, Kilo, Bahua, and Yukala Bakas Torah. This is incredible. You look at Achaz, and what was his greatest weakness? The greatest weakness was that he had bigger Torah. Because the negation of Torah stuff, don't get remember, based on what the subject said, whatever your greatest weakness is, that also has the capacity to be your greatest strength. Once you identify it and remedy it, it becomes your greatest strength. It says, sorry, zealous Shahisa Kumila Baka, Yukula Baka Torah. So that's a very specific present. Because Achaz's greatest weakness was little Torah, that showed that his self-weakness was this dynamic necessity for hard process. Because it's a proliferation. Now, how would Achaz do that? Shazihayakri, the holy of Israel, where he was Achaz's son. Achaz's son was one of his that against Abanim, in the country his father's place in the Yabin al Alam. This is what the earlier on, his son is the greatest expression of what Father so Achaz, who was Megaphel Torah on every single level, births a son like this girl. Now what happened to this girl? Left-hand paragraph. They were at Hasidic stage of the best. Shahaya Margit Torah but uncertain. There is never a person who actually had so much Torah. Because the proliferation of Torah within Klal Yisrael, like this year, never happened. So kind of comparable. The Kama should have also need to practice so take the Torah on the house of the onions. We made exam action classes like that. And this young guy, rabbis of the generation, never done that anyone else. Took a sacred Torah on his bed next. They were carrying out the funeral beer to bury him. He put a sacred Torah on his bed. And they said, you need that. This way, but that's which was written in this way. The Church Publishing also the Shum Tacham Sankai. They never did that for any other Tacham besides this deal. The Shimon production comes out by Shem Sanhedrin. Allah calls the Yes Hashem is Halon. The Dosha is Yo. Shayusim Dosha Moshe Yoshua. This third generation is greater than the generations of Moshe and Yoshua. Hafos, Miknei Shashonu Shem is Yo though they go back in the Russians. And again, the expression they use is that the oil never ran out in the resurrection of Israel. What does that mean? That Israel himself created a revolution of Torah. To the point that the Gemara says, "Ba'ad shelo nimtza am ha'aretz b'yadav." Listen to this statement. There was no am ha'aretz in the days of Israel. There was no am ha'aretz. There was no such thing as an unloaded person in the days of Israel. So what happened? I imagine the super Israel HaMelech Ya'ad Elef al Pesach Beis Haragish Va'amar Kanut She'ina Ushik B'Zori Dasa B'Charasi. That's an interesting, had an interesting approach. What did he do? Israel went to Beis Haragish, put a sword into the earth, and he said, "No one leaves. No one leaves." It is an interesting methodology. Like no one leaves, but it worked. And this is what the Gemara says. Dan ba'ad Be'er-Sheva, v'lo natsu am ha'aretz. Nitbas ba'adan Kipris, v'lo natsu tinok v'tinokes t'ishto isha, shelo hayu b'kim b'leitos tuma v'tayra. This is what the Gemara says. And it worked because they checked throughout Eretz Yisrael, and there was no one on the earth. The point that every single man, woman, and child were proficient in the laws of Torah. We've been around the block enough to know that the laws of Torah are not proficient. But in the days of Christianity, every single man, woman, and child was worse than those halachas. Alright, so what do you see over there? What do you see over here? You see a father is as opposite to Christian, direct opposites of each other. Direct opposites of each other. Achos negate Torah in every corner of the world. In every corner of Eretz Yisrael. Closed up the Torah. Prevented the children from learning. Iskio went ahead and cultivated the proliferation of Torah more than the days of Moshe and Yoshua. Iskio's days were the golden age of Jewish scholarship. People knew Torah. There was no such thing as an Amoritz. Says the Tzaddik, what do you see from here? See that his pure greatest accomplishment is managed the polar opposite of his father's greatest Avera. While also in the perfect show, here the Achaz Osach Yisrael. The Kaksha people God Kolkat as Agora Me'am Yisrael. So Tzaddik says, what do you see from this? That was shown. שתמיד כמעלה מיוחדת שעשית להיות באדם, להופיע מקודם או בקודמיו, ועושה עניין בצרה miוחד. That sometimes again, our greatest strengths in your life come from our greatest weaknesses. There's one very important story, which is the first thing that this girl did. He actually mentioned this in that moment. That's what we know was Dora went ahead and dragged his father's body and he got Shahada and a bed of wood. The first thing what he did is he repudiated his father's legacy. He said, I am not my father. Father, I have nothing to do with my father, and I will be the exact opposite of my father. So Tzaddik says you see from here some things we're not amazed by this, and this is how everything works out. Look how he writes page 50 test what this will conclude. He writes the Choshikim Shaba'osa Adam Atzmo Yesh Lahavim Because Shasab Yisrafuso Me'ar Hashem Yitzbarach Be'iyam Yisuyam. So don't say it says that Tzaddik, this is the message in life. The message in life is identify your weaknesses. That's more important than the cover. Identify the weakness. Because although many of us struggle, or all of us struggle, things you should want to struggle. That is my weakness. That is the weakness as a addressed becomes the very source of my strength. So when I identify the weakness and I combat that weakness, and I overcome that weakness, strength that comes from that, that's going to be my greatest strength. the weakness I conquer becomes my greatest source of life. So you ever go through that mistakes, you ever think that you're too sick, too buckets, buckets, right? There are my strengths, there are my weaknesses. And my goal is to build my strengths and to kind of manage and mitigate my weaknesses. And the brother says, that is not correct. That is not correct. There are strengths, absolutely, but the weakness is specifically the weakness, the thing that I have been struggling with for such a long time, maybe even my entire life. That's the reason I'm here in this world. That's the reason. That's my shlichus. Not to be a habit. Like, that's my shlichus. That's why I am here. Fix that thing. And when I fix that thing, that becomes my greatest strength. That's the answer to the question. Estava dentro today, vou pick up the Yom Hashem in 6 tomorrow. All right, so we'll say good morning. Yeah, let's begin. Hashem Zanu Os. Really fascinating. Really fascinating. So let's begin. Go on page 21. I realize it didn't say that on WhatsApp. So we're starting in 6 So we're going to begin in the beginning of this page 56. And the Rebbe says as follows. So just the introduction there, as follows. The author Shem Refuah, the Osh HaKodemes, שהחיסון יוצאים למעלה שתסחקת ויש אחריו, ושקטי ערך המעלה כיני חוסה החיסון המקביבו, מספר כאן שכיני להסיגו גם לעניין הזמן הרי לישוע. There's this number again. We've spoken extensively about the powerful Yisod of the Rebbe. The Yisod being that every person has that thing that they struggle with in life. My mission in this world is to go ahead and fix that thing. And when I'm able to fix that weakness, that actually becomes my greatest source of strength. The Rebbe is now going to go and extend this translation. He says, accompany Yeshua's Chasam Rashi. Every type of salvation that HaKadosh Baruch Hu provides for us. He says, hey, the Gani, Kaye, Zone, hey, Yeshua, whether children, giving you life, giving you parnasa, spiritual salvation. Yesh Shnei Orfanim, the Haggadah Yeshua. There are two ways that we'll say in life that we come by way of life salvation. First of all, it's interesting, like the Rebbe considers under the umbrella of Yeshua. What's under the umbrella of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's salvation? God, children, life, and ultimately spirituality. Obviously, spirituality is but the notion of my ability to have circumstances which facilitate or to allow for the actual vision of spirituality, that's up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So this is something amazing. He says salvation, personal salvation, is about in one of two ways. He says, Ani Hashem B'Kitav Yishai. And Rabbi Yishai was speaking about Messianic redemption. Mashiach says, Ani Hashem, I am God. In its time, I will hasten it. In its time, I will hasten it. So we'll say, so this is incredibly beautiful what the Rebbe does here. He says, also he understands that is actually a reference to two modes or two constructs of salvation. There is Be'ita and there is Achishana. For example, it says, Ofen Harishon, the first way that Hashem brings about salvation, says, Ofen Harishon, Ushetiya Be'ita. The first form of salvation is for the salvation of Yeshua to occur in its time. What does this mean? Ubizmana Hamiyuah Leguda. Ba'ofen Sheni Leguda. Ushashem Yisbarach Omer Achit. So the first form of Gula is when Gula occurs in some point in time. But we'll see what this means. But in the quote unquote the right time. The right time, that's a reference to Be'ita. In its right time. The second way in which Gula occurs is Achishana. Achishana means Kolomar Mahir Va'achish Hagula Va'adiana Chodim Shiyazman. That's when HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'm going to bring the Gula even earlier than it should naturally come. But just to be clear, the context of the pasuk in Yeshaya is speaking about messianic redemption. Right? That's clear. But the Rebbe is now doing is people to go ahead and highlight that this concept really applies to all forms of Gula. It refers to messianic Gula, but it also refers to personalistic Gula. The personalistic Gula, as the Rebbe said in the introduction, manifests itself in a variety of ways. A person's privileged to have children, a person's privileged to have parnasa, a person's privileged to have life, all these different things. These are all different manifestations of personalistic Gula. How does Gula occur? One of two ways. It's done in its right time, or Achishena in a hastened or expedited fashion. So let's say, so watch this. But we've already given Chazal. So let's analyze these two different timelines. For Gula. So Chazal explains. Shem Zafu Yisrael Iskayim HaGula Ba'ofen Achishena Da'ayinu Sheta V'HaGula L'fnei Zmano. So Chazal explains that if Ham Yisrael, if we're privileged or if we're free, in other words, if we do what's correct, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu expedites, fast tracks the Gula process. Dahainu, Shetava HaGula L'fnei Zmano. Gula will come before its time. About come in Has V'Shamat Lo Zafu Yisrael Mitzad Ma'aseyah. This is very important. So, going to be different timelines occur. If Klav Yisrael, if we exceed expectations, and if we do ultimately again that which we are supposed to be doing, then Achishana, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu expedites Gula. If at the end of the day we don't do what's expected of us, we don't live up to expectations. Here's the good news. Well, there's bad news and there's good news. The bad news is I'm not living up to the expectation. The good news is HaKadosh Baruch Hu will send Gula regardless. Right? Again, right now the context is messianic redemption. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends there is a point by which Mashiach will come, whether we deserve it or not. That's the good news. And my goal is to go ahead and earn it and thereby expedite the process. That's Achishena. But if not, ultimately, again, it'll still come. Mashiach will still come, quote unquote, in this Zman HaMikuyah. He goes on. Okay, there was what applies to messianic redemption applies to personalistic Gula as well. This is incredibly profound. Okay, Hagos Kol Yeshua Pratis. So to any type of personal salvation that I need from any type of personal tzara. Gam Hinasis, or Ofen Shnei of family. So it's the same way that messianic redemption comes in one of two ways, V'ita or Achishana. It can come in its appointed time. In other words, I don't deserve it, but there's a certain time of Mashiach will come. By or Achishana, I can expedite redemption through my personal behavior. So too, personalistic that comes through one of these two ways. How often are we shown? I'm on the left-hand column, page computers. How often are we shown? Shall be ita. The Gabi Yeshua also hapatis shala adam. Hayim kishegia hazman shekvar makir ha'adam umargish shechasol adam. So let's now listen to this. So there's a little bit of a distinction. In national Gula, national redemption, Mashiach, so the two models that the Rebbe is highlighting is really comes to one of two ways. Ve'ita, which means, again, in the appointed time, which the Rebbe understands to mean, I am not living up to expectations. I'm not doing that which I'm supposed to ask for me, but the way it works is, it comes to a certain point where the Baruch will send Mashiach regardless. But I have the ability through my actions, achishan, to expedite the process. When it comes to personal gula, my personal salvation, I also remember again, the Tzaddik said, personal salvation is manifest in children, parnasa, life, salvation from difficulties. There are two ways in which my personal gula can come. Bi'ita and achishan. So he says here something amazing. What is bi'ita? Personal gula? In the time means I recognize that I am deficient. I recognize that I'm missing something. I'm missing something. So now the moment has come and I realize I don't have something that is personally salvational. I don't have children. I don't have parnasa. I don't have health. I recognize that there's something missing in my life right now, and if it is Baruch Hu, I need your help. That's Be'ita. So Be'ita means I recognize the absence of something, and I can start from reaching out to you to help me with it. But then there's another level of personalistic love. Also, listen to this. So the other level is, he says, "Mishloke b'chol libo v'davar hu barot teishin." So I read this. שכבר מכיר האדם במאגי שחסר בדבר, ומת מסכים סמי לישוע השם הסברה, שמקר השפע, ומשתוקק בכל ליבו לדבר ההוא ברוב חשק. A person desires that thing so badly, ומבין שנצרך לו לישוע. So we'll say, so the first level of personalistic gula is I feel a gaping hole in my life. I feel something is absent. I feel something is missing. I've identified the need that needs to be filled. That's Bi'ita. So I'm going to leave it like this, and we'll have to stop over here to get to that. But in Meretz Hashem, we'll see tomorrow what Achishena means. So, okay, I'll tell you. Don't say so. What Achishena said, whatever means, sometimes HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills my need without me even realizing that I needed it. Right? So sometimes in life, I am acutely aware of what I need. And I ask the Kodesh Baruch Hu to tell me that. And sometimes in life, the Ribono Shel Olam does something so incredible in that he fills the need. He gives me what I need. He provides personalistic salvation before I even realize that I was missing something. So let's stop here. But let Meretz Hashem continue. Let's say, this is a transformative piece. So as you see, these last pieces by the Tzaddik are transformational. What we will see in Meretz Hashem, that this piece of the two models of personalistic geula are once again going to allow us to reframe the events of our lives in such a dramatically different way. So let's stop here. Pick up the rest of what's up tomorrow. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we're just going to spend a few moments this morning. That can't let it be goodbye. Interesting, sure. We don't let a big goodbye with that. Out when we send it a beautiful Torah. So we left off, we began yesterday, Os Nun. So in Os Nun, so in Os Nun, so the Rebbe spoke about the pasuk from Yeshaya, where the Baruch Hu says, "Ani Hashem, V'Ika Hashem." I am Hashem. Now remember, V'Ika Hashem, after that, ever understood to really refer to two knowledge, two parts of salvation. There's biblical salvation and Hashem salvation. So yesterday we began to discuss the concept of people. So remember, Rebbe was discussing this concept both on the level of national salvation and personal salvation. So Bikuda means HaKadosh Baruch Hu will bring Mashiach ultimately again at a particular time, whether we deserve it or don't deserve it, we will come in Mashiach. The time is Hashem, and after the Rebbeinu Shalom will go ahead and bring. But then there's also the ability and opportunity for expedite the arrival of Mashiach by going ahead and engaging with this nice and important by earnest, by somehow earning an expedited process. Rather than discussing the idea that our personal salvation is true as well. The purpose of providing a personal salvation when I need it, when I need it, when I recognize I'm missing something, I recognize I have this something that's missing. Rather gave examples, children, marriage, health, whatever it might be, I realize this something that's missing in my life. There's its places, and I ask for Hakadosh that's biblical. So I realize that there's something lacking, and I ask for Hakadosh Baruch Hu's assistance in providing me with that which is lacking. But now that Rabbi says something amazing. But he says there's another category of antisemitism. What's that? So if you look at the last paragraph of the 50th in the very accusation, he says, באופן שני של הגאולה, שכשאומר השם יתברך, אחישנה, אמר ואחי של הישוע, להביאנו לפני זמן לא המיועד. מספרש לפי זה, שהיינו כמו שנאמר, הרג יקראו, ואני אענה. ונלוז שאילס בקדם, עד שלא יקראו מספר לא בקדם. Says the Rabbi, then there's another type of salvation. And they said it again. These 2 miles of quiet and struggling in personal life. Where Hakadosh Baruch Hu provides me with the work even before I realize even before I realize that there's a need. Even before I realize that there's something right. Even before I realize that there's something suspicious, Hakadosh Baruch Hu already provided me with that which I desire. So think about this in this moment. So that I'm sure I think expedite. I didn't realize that there was something missing. I didn't realize that there was something lacking. I didn't even realize that I needed something. Yet HaKadosh Baruch Hu has already provided it for me. He says, "Hashemini שהקדוש ברוך הוא מקטין ומיוחדת הידוע לאדם עוז לפני שבא עליו חיים." This is to borrow a different phrase that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was provided for you. He is already provided healing and salvation even before we can The master for the sickness. The master maybe is also old the talent to write this that if the Baruch is in Yeshua, salvation, because the Refuah, even before I recognize that there is sustenance. Therefore, they said, if you think about it, it's a really incredible construct. So I think what you with is in the realm of Messianic redemption. What I'm saying, there's Mashiach comes in two ways. Be'ita, in its time, and its time, and in its time, we know, what Chazal tell us, that whether we deserve it or not, there's a certain, we'll call it, hard stop, so to speak. There's this certain time by which we struggle to bring Mashiach, whether we're deserving or not, that's the way the world is. But that's not what we rely on. Instead, what we try to focus on is the ability somehow to activate, the ability to do something within our power to move the time frame forward, to go ahead and present Mashiach earlier on a personal level. Historically provides us with his vision. I was speaking about the Sensei Examiner, but the Rebbe is also doing it because he's speaking about the concept of personal salvation in a different way. When we speak about the idea of personal salvation, often what we're focused on is I'm in a crisis. I'm in a crisis, I'm in trouble. Personal salvation is where I'm executed in that trouble. What the Rebbe is saying is that's not true. Personalistic salvation really refers to any situation of need. So a person is not yet married, finding a spouse is salvation. A person doesn't yet have children, having children, salvation. Having parnasa, salvation. All these different things are like that we turn are really salvational aspects. That's right. And when I start to survive that salvation, he provides that for us in one of two ways. There's Bikita, and the moment where I recognize I need something. I need it. The recognition of the need is there. I need something. And at the Baruch will then hopefully provide that, or Hashem expedited personalistic salvation, where the Baruch will provide me what I need before I ever knew that I needed it, or before I ever realized that I was missing. I never even knew that there was something missing. I never even knew that this bracha was necessary before I even had a chance to articulate a request, or before I even had a chance to feel, the aching void of something that was lacking. So the start of the two different areas. And I will say, when you begin to look at your life through these lenses, it gets to be quite dramatic because I really find that we have a lot of brachas from the Shema perspective. A lot of things that the Baruch gives us that we have, we haven't even asked for. We have not even things that I need, things that are necessary, and I never to say this for one simple reason. I didn't have to ask for it. I know. Because the Baruch gave it to me before I asked for it. Now it's true. There may be a lot of things that I need that I'm currently asking for as well. But it's just interesting. It's just an exercise to change and carry in your life. I don't look at the beautiful salvational blessings you have that you never even asked. That the Baruch just delivered those of the Akishah. So stop with it for today. We'll pick up in your session with the rest of the Facebook. We'll finish Hashem tomorrow. Really kind of round out this concept concerning the Baruch. let us begin. Alright, so we are here for some finishing up post noon. Let's Hashem this morning. We are picking up on page Shuk Chof in the Uriah. So let's remember again, we're speaking about the concept of Bikuta Asisi. We are keeping this at second. We're looking at the two models of Geula. National Geula, personal Geula. First two models being Tzidkah. So let's see if you're going to start again on the rest of the center of Shua. What I thought the appropriate being that whether we deserve it or not in salvation. Versus after Shema, we have to start to expedite things to our lives. It's so we can apply that on a personal level as well. Because sometimes there's Bikuta. I have a sorrow, I recognize the sorrow, or I require salvation, and I know that something is lacking. I know that something is missing, and I bring all of these sins to the Bikuta. Versus after Shema, where before I even realize that something is lacking, before I even realize that there's something that is missing, that the only Shalom has already provided me with the salvation. So it's a very profound distinction, and also so let's consider on page 5 the project really is a dramatic story. As Elifim Beir, Habir Shem, is very described Bani Hagas Yeshua. The Lord Master is speaking to us. So here, over here, he uses an incredible story in the Gemara. So Gemara about last the first love is given on the page. Shiraz Ilish, Ha'a Bidbar Halach. Rav Ilish made a mistake in Halach. Rav Ilish was, there was a special acting, in the footnotes, because then he discusses a piece of property conveyance that has to do with the house. Because of the we already have to get into today. But something the Gemara is making over here that the finish was Paskin, was about Paskin actually. Paskin on a particular case. Now what happens? He made a mistake. The Rabbah, the Silo Milifsot goes in the place. Rabbah was there, and Rabbah essentially stepped in at the last minute, right before the time the Psak Halacha was executed. The village had stated his opinion, and then right before Rabbah had the opportunity to actually execute Psak Halacha, Rabbah was there, and Rabbah said, I think that may be incorrect. So what happened? So this Spanish the village was embarrassed, right? The village was embarrassed that he had given over an erroneous Psak. So what happened? If you didn't laugh at all, Rabbah Pasuk Haniskala El, Ani Hashem V'ita Hashem. Well, so it's actually quite amazing. So the Gemara records that Rabbah and the intention to go ahead and see the village, he used this notion, he used the sense of V'ita Hashem. He literally said it's Pasuk. So if somebody says, what does this have to do with it? Dramatic story. What does the Pasuk have to do with it? Listen to this. So again, I'm just going to point out, if you want to see, if you want to see the whole story, the whole Gemara, it's in the footnote. I don't know that we have to look through the whole Gemara. So the other text is follows. Shazema Sharama Rabba B'Rabbinish, Shemashikara Allah Asukya, Bo Ani Hashem V'Ikafisha, Shalotza Nomar Ilarami Zonitok Nakamizim, Gam Tovasa, K'dei Lazarzo Lasso K'Yumot HaTorah. Let me say K'Yumot HaTorah. This is actually very interesting. So Rava was actually trying to go ahead and give the village both a little bit of Nechama as well as Musa. Trying to comfort it, but also give him Musa. How so? Because Rava felt that the village's mistake was the function of not enough diligence in learning. V'hainu, she'atzala zu litos ba'alacha, haisa ba'ofen shel B'kuta. דהיינו, שהיה לאחר שכבר קרא מצבו היה דקלאוי ונמצא רק לפני שנכשל בעשיית דבר איסור בידיים, והוכיחו שלא זכה לישוע באופן של אחישה. Now listen to this. The problem was saying to the was like this. She made a mistake. And Baruch Hashem, I was there. I was there to hear your mistake and to correct your mistake before the Psak Halacha could be acted upon. So he said, your salvation was together the Ikah. In the time, in other words, here you issued the Psak Halacha which was wrong, and I was there to correct you and to save you, to provide you halachic salvation. But again, the Rebbe said, but if you're more diligent, if you're more vigilant, if you're learning, then ultimately you're going to do is you go to the Yeshua of Ahishem. Of Ahishem, as they say in the world of learning, Ahishem in the world of work is that I saved you before you make a mistake, before you even utter something that's wrong, I'll go ahead and I'll save you. That was the mission ultimately that Rebbe gave to a finish. God's patient Yeshua is by that. Ovihu shelo zaka Yeshua be'ofen she'afishem. The Myers has also owned lifnei she'yiteh b'tzak halach. She said, if you're worthy, ultimately again you would have been given the Yeshua of Afishem. You would have been corrected even before you uttered anything erroneous. But obviously there was something deficient in you, and therefore again, halacha l'maisa, you're zocha te'ita, which also is no small thing either, because at least your finish was corrected before halacha was acted upon. But l'maisa, again, forgiveness was very interesting, because now it appears that ultimately this is the third model. So we had the first model of national salvation. When it comes to national salvation, Mashiach, the Tzaddik told us there are two models. Yi'ita means there's a certain point by which Mashiach is going to come, whether we deserve it or we don't deserve it. And then there's Ahushana. Ahushana means I could do things, I could behave in a way which expedites the Messianic arrival. On a personal level, there are things that I need in life. Right, there's salvation that I need. Let's remember again that Tzavik's idea of Yeshua, of salvation, is really anything you need in life. I need salvation for marriage, I need salvation for children, I need salvation for finance, I need salvation for everything. So there are two forms of personal salvation. I can Baruch Hu should give me what I need once I recognize the loss, once I recognize the need, once I find myself in personalistic crisis, then I finish Baruch Hu could answer my tefillah. That's the Idon or Ahishem. He can expedite my personal salvation by giving me what I need even before I need it. The Arab Tzaddik introduces a third dimension. And the third dimension, I'll say, is we all make life mistakes. There are two models that Hakadosh Baruch Hu helps prove my mistakes. Right? Model number one is I make the mistake. I realize I've made the mistake. But ultimately, again, Hakadosh Baruch Hu helps me to navigate out of it. The finish is his salvation came in the form of the fact that Rabbi was right there when he issued the erroneous psak. But ultimately, again, sometimes that person is Hashem. Where if I merit, Hakadosh Baruch Hu will help me prevent my mistakes from ever believing. Different models of the Isha, one on the national level, two on the personal level. So stop over here for today. We'll finish up this last piece, which is going to be probably the most dramatic piece of the oath. We'll finish it up in the session tomorrow.
I feel like part of this is always tagging on like this is the show that we probably get to habit since you're doing it, you 6 or 7 every 60 seconds every week. How do you write?
Data
Alright,
archive
so
to
today,
date from
in
ended
the
1,666 days download on multiple streams and multiple platforms download an exact figure which cannot be verified.
really beautiful piece by the Rabbi. Actually, I just sent out.
Completely
Yeah.
into the
So let's begin. We'll actually
vastness
take a look
of
at
the
the
amount
area
of
of
data
Vav
come of them all.
Your procedure is as follows.
The streams are
Both
combined,
Shlacha,
sometimes as many as 20 plus. There may be over 100 years of data when all of the streams are combined with all of the different platforms.
So remember, the Rebbe over here now is beginning to discuss what I think is something incredibly important. And he's so that he's discussing over here is the battle against the Yitzhak. So remember again, we've kind of been building through this, we've been building up. In the last sit, where the Rebbe took a little bit of a challenge here, he went in a little bit of a different direction, discussing the concept of the Yitzhak Hashem. So now, about the format, if you will, he was talking about the power of one's koach and the struggles that one has in life. And that how sometimes the greatest strengths that you develop is a result of countering your weakness. You'll struggle with specific things. And when I go ahead and find the koach to overcome my weakness, that often becomes the very source of my strength. So the Rebbe now shows over here something amazing. כל ההצלחה הבאה אדם מסושתת בסד המכוח האנושי, any success I have, let me translate this word out of order. בכוח האנושי בשבירת היצר הרע, מלמעלה אס החיצר ורצונו, וכבס הגוף. So I'm saying, I have a particular desire, a particular type, and I fight against that type. I go ahead and literally I do battle against it, and I'm able to overcome that type. And the way I'm able to overcome this, ultimately again, is through the shtavus ha'adam, through human effort. So I struggle with something, I struggle with a particular desire, and I work hard to overcome it, and I'm able to overcome it. I'm able to resist the temptation of sin, and I'm able to do so literally through my own work, through my own resolve. Listen to this. Mikra b'nefesh havlo hagavar be'inei HaKadosh Baruch Hu rak lechein v'yofi yovam. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees this, he says to himself, "Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. Lechein v'yofi yovam. Chein kishein nischono shamim v'yofi kishein nischono shamim ba'olam muflat." So again, the introduction, which I did not go into over here, the Rebbe discusses the pasuk from Mishlei Sheker Achein Bechavar Hayofi. But suffice it to say that Chaim and Yofi refer to things that are very nice, but not complete. Not complete. So we're going to read these words, and at first glance, this makes absolutely no sense. So what the Rebbe is saying is, if I struggle with a particular desire, and I overcome it, how do I overcome it? I overcome it through my ability to work on myself to resist temptation. So the Rebbe says that's very nice, but at the end of the day, it's not complete. It's not complete. כמו שנבוא לעולם, שמכונה בשמיים שקר החיים בחבל חיות. וזה משתתף. I don't know what he's talking about here. So, just like what Rebbe just said, if I struggle with a particular desire and I find the strength within myself to be able to overcome that desire, and I resist the temptation to sin, I resist the temptation to go ahead and give in to my wants and desires, the Rebbe says that's very nice, but it's okay. It's okay. It's not good. But isn't what the Rebbe is describing over here the pinnacle of human accomplishment? The ability to resist temptation, the ability to resist desire, the ability to go ahead and want to do something, but yet not give in, not to do so. because I'm able to overcome that. Again, that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. And here, the Rebbe is describing that as something nice. So what's the pshat? Also, this is incredible. So why is it that he describes it as shet? Remember, so Hevel and Yofi, or I should say what the Rebbe says, sorry, Chaim and Yofi, refers to things that are nice, but are incomplete. So Sheker HaChaim, the Hevel HaYofi, the Rebbe says the Pasuk in Mishnah says, so things that are nice, but they're not all that great. So if I find the ability to overcome my desires through my own personal will, my own personal strength, that's nice, but it's not great. Why not? It's incomplete. It's what he writes. Zemishum Shebenichafon Kazeh Ha'adam Eno Bashua Shiviya Lo Kiyum La'ad Ve'im Kein Eno Amiti V'Kavua B'Nafsho. So listen to this. Because let me go ahead and go to the end first, and then I'll bring it back in. What the Rebbe is going to suggest is something dramatically amazing. That in life, in order to be successful in any particular endeavor, you must make Hashem your partner. And if you don't make the Ribono Shel Olam your partner, by definition, even if you are quote-unquote successful, the effort is stunted. And even in working on myself, if I have a particular thing, I have a particular weakness, and I work on it, and I overcome it, but I think that the work is all me, and I don't rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu's partnership, and I don't rely on the Ribono Shel Olam to help me, and I don't realize that I can't be successful without him, that is a stunted effort. Even if it looks like I'm successful, the Rebbe says it's Sheker HaChaim v'Hevel HaYofi. It's nice, but it's fundamentally incomplete. So I went ahead. Let's see it now inside. He says as follows: V'zemishum shebenitzachon kazeh. When a person is successful with something in life, and this type of success, that the Rebbe is describing is the type of success where you do it all on your own. You do not invite the Ribono Shel Olam to be your partner. It's hard to say that it's going to endure. It's hard to say that a success that in which man does not invite God to be a partner in his endeavor is going to be a successful one. Listen to this also, because we know the way it works. Left hand color. Miskader u'miskadish al ha'adam b'choyeh. The Yetzer Hara, so you know, the interesting part, the challenging part of the Yetzer Hara is, I can work on, most things in life, if you practice, and you reinforce, and you work harder and harder and harder, you become better, more proficient, and the task becomes easier. Interestingly enough, the one thing that does not work that way in life is roughness. Because at the end of the day, you could try, and I could put in effort, and I could put in good effort, but a person never reaches the level where they say, okay, Baruch Hashem, now I've put in so much effort that the Yetzer Hara is neutralized. Right? There's nothing more. The only time the Yetzer Hara is neutralized is when a person dies after 120. The Rebbe is according to Gemara over here that the Yetzer Hara is miskaber b'chol yom. Every single day the Yetzer Hara goes. So that's why sometimes we have these moments in life where we do something wrong, and I say to myself, I can't believe I did this. Right? I've been working so hard on myself, and I've been doing it for so long, and I have so many days of positive traction. I'm making so much, and now I did this. And then we look at it, I look in the mirror, and I say, my gosh, it just seems so counterintuitive that I behaved this way, and it makes no logical sense. But that's because sometimes we approach the world of Yochanan assuming that because I was good. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, then of course Friday should be easy. But that's not the way the world of Ruchnius works. It's Yisro. It's Yisro Shal Adam Iskava Alav B'chol Yom. Yitzhahara, just because you want on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, does not make Friday's battle any easier. Any easier. Now the difference is now, once I've overcome the entire number of times, I know how it works. I know what my triggers are. I know what my weaknesses are. But at the end of the day, the battle is still the battle. Therefore, the Rebbe says, Yom Echad Menatzeach also. Listen, it's very profound. If on one day I'm able to overcome the Yitzhara, עדיין יש לו לחשוש שעל אף שנצחה היום, אולי מחר לא ינצח. They say, what a profound statement. Just because I was successful today, I have to recognize that I may not be successful tomorrow. It's like, so this is sometimes a great mistake we make in life. Because like I said, in any other skill set in life, if I work hard, I build myself up, success today is a good indicator of success tomorrow. That's the way life works, right? Whatever it is, you fill in the blank, whatever skills you're building up in your career. If I have a successful day today, because I built a skill, chances are I'll be able to use that skill in a successful way tomorrow. That's just the way, right? Whatever the skill is, the one thing that is important is ruchnius. I could be incredibly successful today. I could have a great day, and yet tomorrow, just make a dramatic mistake. And I think, maybe not, I know I have things all the time. I think it happens to us, and it's so upsetting, and it's so profoundly, like, I'm so angry at myself. I can't believe I did this, and I don't know where it comes from. I just came up with a great Shabbos. I just came up with an inspired moment. I just had this moment of Aliyah. How am I doing this? That's because it's so short of the Niskabra Allah, the Chol Yom. That's because the Sahara is the internal struggle is unlike anything else in this world. You can be successful for years and then have a dramatic failure that comes out of nowhere. But again, listen, I have to stop over for today. I'm going to pick up on this next session tomorrow, but you see where the Rebbe is going with this. That's why, in order to be spiritually successful in life, one must bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu as a partner. And therefore, anything that is done, that a person thinks they do on their own, the Rebbe titles that as Sheker HaChein Ve'Hevel HaYot. I want to be clear. The Rebbe is not at all saying that the effort is not right. The effort is not right. The Rebbe is trying to paint a picture that by definition, any endeavor in life that only involves human effort is usually not going to endure. But any effort that is a synergistic partnership between me putting in my hishtalkus and recognizing that my efforts are only blessed if the Ribono Shel Olam is involved, that's something that has staying power. We'll see it inside tomorrow. We'll stop for here. Alright, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are coming up on Red Hashem. In Ocean Olive. So Ocean Olive we began to discuss yesterday is the concept of a person actively taking steps in order to go ahead and combat the Sahara. So Tzedek made a very startling and amazing statement, which was that the person musters up the strength to be able to combat the Sahara, to be able to attack their weaknesses, to be able to overcome their weaknesses. So the Rebbe says that a person is successful in doing that, but they end up being successful in doing it on their own. But the Rebbe called Shaker Achein the Hevel Hayos. Shaker Achein the Hevel Hayos. So, and when the Tzedek explained that to me, that Chain and Yosi, although again he's going to discuss this more in today's piece, that Chain and Yosi represent forms of beauty, but they are limited forms. That when a person tries to go ahead and do something just by themselves, whatever level of success they may end up having, will always be limited in nature. Limited in nature. However, once you pick up on page 5 of Alice, Rocky Shalot on the Uriah Hasidus left-hand column. Rocky Shalot Shivin Natseh Asayit Sahar the Paliti. It was Na'aro, Yudibo Kamit. And also the person who wants to go ahead and totally expunge the Yitzhara and totally remove from the Yitzhara from their hearts altogether. Iker, who should this smoke the Kaf Ra Aqua. It is so important not to solely rely on one's own power, one's own strength. Ella, the Vakish me Hashem Yisbara, Yihi Yeze Ezra, Lahas, Izo me Hastis, me Asasasi, God, we're going to begin. Yesterday, the person must be used to the help of the vulnerable in this. So say this piece is ready to a number of points to believe out my head because to a certain degree it almost sounds like a little bit counterintuitive. In other words, that normally I assume that if I find the strength to combat my Yitzhara, and I must drop the strength, and I overcome that Yitzhara, and I do it by myself, because essentially what I'm doing is I'm taking that I'm taking the responsibility over me. I would think that is the pinnacle of human accomplishment. Yes, the project is saying it's not. It's not. It's incredible. It's incredible, but it's short-sighted. It's short-sighted in that anything I do by myself, without enlisting the help of the Ribono Shel Olam, or without asking God to be my synergistic partner, whatever happens as a result, whatever actions happen, just through me without the partnership of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, are going to have a very limited success. And therefore, even though I've actually been able to combat my Yitzhahara, at the end of the day, my success will be limited because I did not rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. Now again, rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't mean to allow the redemption to be all the ability, but to rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu means that I recognize that my efforts cannot be blessed with success unless HaKadosh Baruch Hu is my dynamic partner. It goes on, it says, those who show שתמכונו של האדם על היצר גם מצד איזה האלוקי when a person's success against Yitzhara comes as a result of divine assistance, or my effort coupled with divine assistance. He says, Zehus makom mitzvah tab. Yishar kaf mitzvah. This is where I can be assured of my success. This is such an important line. When my success against Yitzhak Hara is a result of my activity, supplemented and compounded and bolstered by HaKadosh Baruch Hu's assistance, that is what he calls a mitzvah ne'eman. Now, mitzvah ne'eman will be tempted to go ahead and set today as a guarantee. But that's not good because there are no guarantees against the Sahara. Mitzvah ne'eman means that's a recipe for success. The Sharkach mitzvah v'yoga. Ve'ilo lachshosh shami iskabra alav yitzhahara hayitzhahara achar. That's the amazing stuff. The other guy seems to be saying that maybe there's a point where a person can overcome the Yitzhahara, where a person can totally vanquish it. The goal of fight, the Akar Shashin Yitzhahara, who are goal also Yad Yitzhah and Skabra of the Folio, of it, the Yitzhahara Haivet Hayam La'ad, the Kwak Yitzhahara. Since at the end of the day, it is the eternal force, Yitzhahara who is helping me to overcome this Yitzhahara. Therefore, it's possible that I can overcome it in perpetuity. So let's pull this apart a little bit because I think that this is to me, I have to tell you, full disclosure, when I saw this at first, it was troubling because I think the way you have to condition ourselves, I think sometimes, like, I speak about this sometimes in the college class for knowledge. I always like asking this question, especially young women. It's like, who's generally willing to come to women than men? Right? And especially, again, young idealistic women right back from seminary. So it's like, if you're in trouble, what's the first thing you do? It's always the first thing you do. And almost all the time, the answer always is, davening. I don't think that's correct. I'm also davening. I'm going to go on record that davening is good. The first thing you do if you're in trouble is roll up your sleeves and try to figure out how to extricate yourself. Like you got yourself into a bad spot in life or you made a mistake. Figure out what to do to get yourself out of it. Okay. Now the answer of davening is so beautiful. Because I'm sometimes I'm jealous of people answer like that because if your instinct is to rely on HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's exceptional. But as we get older in life, we recognize that the devotion is my partner. But what HaKadosh Baruch Hu often looks for from me is take the first step in dynamic activity. That's the problem. The first step is what can I do to fix it? And we all know that in the fixing of our life problems, generally what happens is my effort will take me so far, but then that's it. Then often I hit a point where I say, you know what, I've done everything I can. As far as what I need you to step in, so ultimately I would imagine this synergistic partnership is I do everything, and if I could see, so to speak, without having to lift my eyes heavenward, then that sounds like a good approach. Then the Baruch was proud of me. I've taken the reins. I've solved the problem. It's almost like let's say, sometimes when children get into an argument, so parents will often say to their kids, "Don't figure that. If you need me, I'm here. I'm happy to step in if you need me to step in. But what I really would like is for you to figure this out. You don't need me to intervene in every single situation." So I often kind of look at the world practically a little bit like this as well. There are certain problems for which I have to enlist the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I'm stuck. I can't navigate this. Help me out. But then there are other things where I say, you know what, I got this. I can fix this. Either because I caused it, I can fix it. I made it, I can fix it. Or just like to fix it. And it's powerful. I got this. You gave me purpose. I have this. And the subject says, I always thought this is like an optimal model. The subject says, no, that's not the way to do things in life. The way to do things in life is, yes, if you find yourself in a problem, go ahead, roll up your sleeves, and fix it. And sometimes the answer is in life when you run into a problem. Sometimes the first answer is not daven. Sometimes the first answer is figure out what you can do to ameliorate your difficulties, to address your suffering, and to somehow fix that which is broken. But if you think that you can do it alone, and even if you're successful without quote unquote enlisting the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, just know that that success is limited in its scope, nature, and duration. If you want ongoing success, if you want success that has staying power, if you want success that according to something may even be somewhat eternal, I must use the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what I say, the nafkamina between what Tzaddik is saying and what I thought until I saw this Tzaddik was, it's very simple. You got to think like Tzaddik before you tackle any life initiative or any life challenge. A person must invite the Rebbeinu Shalom to be their partners in this process. As opposed to, I used to think of like 2 days ago, but you used to think that my job is, come on, get the job done, and where your effort ends, that's where you bring in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tzaddik says, no, practically, the way this works, is tackling the Yizar or any life challenge, the first step is Yibonu Shalom. I need you to partner with me. I'm right now, I'm going to do the heavy lift. I'm going to do the work. I'm not asking you to partner with me. So I'm going to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. You're going to do all of the work, but I must invite you in now. That's what I'm saying. I must invite HaKadosh Baruch Hu in at the beginning of the process. Because if I don't invite him in at the beginning of the process, even if I am quote unquote successful, the success is incredibly limited. Now let's say it's just obviously a approach is much better than what I was, but it's such a dramatic way to approach the challenges of life. I'm still going to do the same heavy lifting. I'm still going to do the work because the answer is that when you face crisis, the first answer is not a daven. The first answer is what can you do to address these circumstances. But before I lift the finger, I must actively invite the Rebbeinu Shalom to partner with me in this journey. Such a dramatic way to live, and therefore when I face any crisis, and crisis, by the way, again, I want to point out, we were talking about fighting against the Sahara. He's not talking about battling with illness or battling with carnal suffering. Of course, those are included. He's talking about the day-to-day internal challenges that I face. IB Sahara. And again, also, you've seen before in previous also, although many of us struggle with many things, I would say most of us acutely struggle with one or two things that have been the ongoing struggles in my life, my ongoing titles, my ongoing Sahara. Tzaddik says, when you start the day, you start to struggle. You guide up for this part of this will be good. We'll stop over here. We're going to pick up tomorrow's dreams. Three incredible examples of this. He brings the example of Yosef HaTzadik, Boaz, and Palti Ben Laish, who will discuss Palti Ben Laish. Again, the story Shaul and Michal. We'll see all of these three individuals. One of them adopted the approach of Tzadik. Two of them did not, and we're going to see the difference in their individual successes in combating Yitzhak. All right, couple say good morning. Let us begin. We are continuing with this on track. We will also move on in Sip Hassan. Let's remember again. Yesterday, we began this particular episode of subject introduced this fascinating lady that the greatest accomplishment in life is not simply somebody who is a person come out to Sahara and he is successful against the Sahara, but does so on their own without enlisting the help of the Holy Shalom. So the prophet called such a success Shakra the Haval Hayot. It's beautiful and it's wonderful, but it's not the talk about the idea of the prophet begins with the continuous is that although sometimes we might have thought that the people who are accomplishment is the putting established and quote unquote not to bother the Rizona Shalom until a perfection is done by part, it turns out that the path to success requires to invite the Rizona Shalom as my partner. Beginning of any life endeavor, including combat against my needs and all. But it is only when you invite God as your partner that your success is true success, and that your success has the ability to endure. Incredibly so. So now, now we're starting to give examples of this. So thinking about the Chukka in the area of Hasidus, the left-hand column, bottom of left-hand column. וגם מהשדיים של חז"ל על החוסן שבשם. שקר אחים בהר היהודי, איש הירס השם כתזכרה. Literally again, it also knows the shekel achim, so grace is false. Hevel hayos, beauty is vain. Isha yiras Hashem tizchara. And when there's God, she shall be praised. It says the annotation in the lazy. In the introduction, we didn't do it inside, but the Gemara in Second Sanhedrin actually darshan that these three statements refer to three great men. It's interesting. So again, let's see how this is, but we're going to go through this now. So take a look. He says, check for Achim. What does he mean, check for Achim? So he says, Mela means Bono Shel Yossi Atzadik. Because Asmo Neged Usually Asia Signified, which put days. Check for Achim. That refers to some literal against the claim. I don't know how to do English word for claim. But I think you're going to translate it as favor or grace, right? So sheker, that means the favor, grace is false. That's a reference to Yosef. Yosef in his fight against the seduction of the wife of Potiphar. The ניצחון זה נתוני רחל מפני שאינו יופי אומץ, משום שלא יצא נפי לגמרי לזה שזה לחלוטין. So this is a very dramatic piece. So the Rebbe says over here that remember again, Yosef's battle, inner battle against the seduction of the wife of Potiphar is a very big discussion in Chazal. Remember again, based on the pasuk, that the Torah says that Yosef returned home. Lasos Malachos. Remember again, this was Rashi says on the day everybody was out by their Avodah Zarah. So Yosef comes back to the house to do his work. Is the focus in Gemara? What does he need to do his work? So one opinion says to do his work is have those responsibilities. Others see to work ultimately again was a metaphor for the fact that he is actually ready to take for the seduction of the life of sin. He said, when you read these stories, sometimes, well, there's a couple of things. Sometimes people may read it very badly. People tend to appreciate differently on the different things. One of the beautiful things we read is that you usually not deify peace. Right? This is why it's not like Yosef goes out of his way to tell us about the mistakes and things people, right? Think about this. Why does the Torah have to tell us that Moshe Rabbeinu is the last? Like the man counts the number of mistakes he made in life on one hand. I can't count the number of mistakes I've reached as I grew up on one hand. Right? There's Moshe Rabbeinu an entire lifetime. So why don't you tell the story? Why don't you tell the story? And every single person knows that Moshe Rabbeinu picked it up. Stay not alone. Just go and say, Moshe Rabbeinu was incredible. Something happens, you couldn't go and carry yourself 20 days, right? What is this? Everything is transparent, you have to know everything. Elamai, so the Hashem understood that the notion of ascribing infallibility to a religious leader is very tempting. It's very tempting. Right? It's nice. Right? It's nice to say someone's infallible. It's very nice, except it's false. It's fundamentally false. No one is infallible. It's impossible. If you're human, the only source of infallibility in this universe is the Ribono Shel Olam. And that's what makes HaKadosh Baruch Hu great. He doesn't make mistakes. But unless you're God, you're going to make mistakes. So it's fascinating. So sometimes we have a notion of fallibility even by the greatest of people. The other piece is even the greatest tzaddik is a human being. And that's why the Torah Kedosha often tells us about their struggles. The struggles of Yosef Hatzadi. I think that this is the kind of Nisayon that 99.999% of people would fail. For one simple reason. There's a beautiful, attractive woman actively trying to seduce you every single day. Every single day. Like the Gemara says, she would change her clothing multiple times throughout the day in order to look more beautiful. Remember, that by itself is an awesome, overwhelming challenge. Couple that with the fact that Yosef has no one. Yosef has no one. This ability to enter into this illicit relationship gives him a relationship with someone. With someone. His own family rejected him. He's still the Hebrew servant. He's still the Hebrew slave. He has nothing. He lived from a relationship perspective. So besides just the carnal desire that's constantly being the illicit opportunity that's constantly being put in front of him, the ability to forge a relationship with another human being, especially an influential woman, but Yosef stands up. Yosef, every single day, this is happening to him. But yet Yosef manages to go ahead and overcome the desire, which I think is probably one from just a personal struggle perspective, probably one of the most awesome stories in the Tanakh, in the entire world, in the entire universe, in the entire history of man. We're talking about dealing with personal struggles. So it's interesting yet the Gemara says that Yosef is called Sheker Achem. Yosef Sheker Achem. Yosef's Sheker Achem. I don't understand. It's the pinnacle of human accomplishment what he did. Yet the Gemara says Sheker Achem, which means, remember again, it's quoting from Tzaddik. What does Sheker Achem mean? What does it mean? It means nice, very nice, but not really great. What's the shot? So Tzaddik explains over here in the Borei Hasidus. He says, because Yosef did in fact overcome the desire to be with Ish's Potiphar. So listen to this. But he did not escape the clutches of sin in totality. What does that mean? Right hand column, 4 lines down. And he goes over here in the Gemara Second Sota. Al Yosef ba'osa ma'isa shel Ishes Potiphar sheyatzu tipin shel shichtas zera mibein tziparnei yadav. So the Gemara gives an interesting lashon over here, which literally means droplets of shichtas zera, droplets of semen emerged from his fingertip. So to give us the context in this Gemara, the Gemara says that he was ready to sin with the Ish's Potiphar. Remember again, if you go with the approach that that he came back to the house to go ahead and do his work is a metaphor for God that he's ready to give in to his desires. So the Gemara records two interesting ideas that not part of the karka, he plunged his fingers into the earth, which almost sounds like what he did is he did something like physically painful in order to go ahead and remove the desire, and the Gemara says the Yatsa Shifa Zer and Pain Siparni Yadam, and semen came out of the sea. So the Pashtos, what it means is that Yosef experienced some type of Hotza'as Zera. He experienced some type of seminal emission as a result of the desire to be with H.S. Potiphar. Somehow there was something happened that there was some type of release of desire from Yosef. The point that Tzaddik is making over here is that Yosef escapes the clutches of the sin. Doesn't signify H.S. Potiphar. But lo yatsa naki legamre lechali. He doesn't emerge from sin without something, right? He wasn't totally cleansed of sin. And again, the Tzaddik goes on and he says, "Lachin nikra v'nechshav nitzachon zeh al yitzahara ki nitzachon shel sheker me'acher shafilu az lo hayez nitzachon kamra b'chlat negi yitzahara v'zeh mishum she'ef shabakah." The motion that's what I'm supposed to have to stop over here. I'll tell you, it's a dramatic piece. So the Tzaddik says, so why is that? Why is that? How can it be that a young man like Yosef would assert the most dramatic self-control? You know what's it, right? Again, like I said, I really think that 99.999% of people would fail this Messiah. A beautiful woman trying to seduce you each and every day. You are alone in a foreign land, rejected by your family. I think if any person is honest with themselves, there is no way that a person would reject the advances of this one. Yet he does so. And yet the Tzaddik calls it, or the Gemara calls it, Sheker Achim. It's nice, but Sheker Achim. The Tzaddik says, we'll have to stop here, the Tzaddik says, because Yosef didn't enlist the help of the Ribono Shel Olam to combat this Yitzhak. In other words, he did a great job, but he assumed that the only way to combat this Yitzhak is on his own. He didn't enlist the help of the Ribono Shel Olam. And I've also said this goes back to Tzaddik's central theme, that when you go out to battle against the Yetzer Hara, never think for a moment you could do it on your own. We're going to see this. It's his social adam mischadesh love misgabra love the whole yom. I need HaKadosh Baruch Hu's help. I need God's assistance for anything and everything. Which is why even when I go out to battle against the Yetzer Hara, the first step in that battle is to invite the Ribono Shel Olam to join me on that mission. And if I don't enlist the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if I'm successful, my success ultimately is going to be limited. All right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up on there. Hashem. All right, good morning. Let us continue. So we are finishing off the session today. Again, Rebbe, really picking up from the Gemara Masechah Sanhedrin, with the Gemara Darshan, the Pasuk Sheker Achim, the Hebel Yofi, Isha, Iras Hashem Itis Halal. The Gemara explained that Sheker Achim is Yosef, and Hebel Yofi is Boaz. We'll pick up today, and Rebbe is developing the theme that in the battle against the Sahara, there are two ways that a person could approach it. A person could go ahead and try to go at it themselves, And a person to be successful has to summon up the personal strength, to summon up courage to be able to go ahead and combat and vanquish the Sahara. But at the end of the day, because the person is doing at it themselves, and because they are not enlisting the help of the Ribono Shel Olam, their efforts will not be fully successful. Or a person could go ahead and understand that I cannot be successful in anything in life without the assistance of the Ribono Shel Olam. Without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is no success. Without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I should say, without HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is no enduring success. And therefore, before I tackle any challenge, specifically one which requires me to go to battle against my Sahara, I must absolutely enlist the help of the Ribono Shel Olam. So Tzaddik was giving examples of this. So last week we spoke about Yosef. Today we're going to pick up with Boaz. If you take a look at this on page Kuf Days, same PDF that I sent out last week. And the Be'orei Hasidus in the right hand column, about halfway down. When we Shakas to the Hel Hayofi. Remember again, the Tzaddik quoting the Gemara explaining Sheker Achim was a reference to Yosef. Hevel Hayofi. So beauty is fleeting, the beauty is fleeting. Mashakasu Sham Hevel Hayofi Zemerames Al Mitzvot Orohan Ishal Boaz Neged Tokef His Kabros Atayba Vaz Hasasas Hayetzahara. So Hevel Hayofi refers to Boaz's battle against the Yitzhar. Now, where do we learn that Boaz had a battle against the Yitzhar? So remember again, this is in the story of Rus. So in the Megillas Rus, where again, remember Naomi contrives this entire plan for Rus to go to Boaz to lay down by his feet, and ultimately to be Merames that Boaz is supposed to marry Rus. So remember again, that night, Boaz and Rus are alone in the greenery. And as David is going to say, he says as follows. He says, Boaz could have easily sinned with Rus that night. No one would have ever known. שם גם כן שנזכר שאז בעיקרו, בעל כורחו ונעשו. In that night, when Rus was there with Boaz in the greenery, Boaz was tempted to sin. Boaz was understandably so. Boaz was tempted as a beautiful woman who was laying down by his feet, and ultimately again, pretty much gave herself over to him. He was tempted to sin with her. He had a desire to sin with her. Rak, his Amitz Negdo B'Tokef Hayira Kahatzmo, but he resisted the temptation. So Boaz resisted the temptation to sin with Rus, and he resisted this temptation by summoning up within himself this inner courage. Rachim, Yatzanak Ilagamre Elohata B'Poah. Therefore, Boaz was able to emerge victorious. לכך היה ניסיונו רק שאחוז בלבד. ואחר שאינו מובטח לתמיד. So this is very interesting. So once again, the reason why we speak about the subject is so profoundly astounding and surprising is because what Tzaddik is describing as a less than perfect victory against the Sahara, I think for many of us, before we saw this piece of the term Tzaddik, we assume that it is a perfect victory against the Sahara. But then at the end of the day, Boaz was able to overcome this type of himself, just like Yosef was able to overcome the type of himself. Yet the Tzaddik says here, such a victory is imperfect, because any victory where a person relies solely on himself is not a victory which can be relied upon long term. That's why he explained over here that the Nisayon of Boaz only lasted for a couple of hours, just that night. It was not the ongoing Nisayon. The Nisayon of Yosef only lasted for a particular duration, because at the end of the day, when you are going at it yourself and not relying on the assistance of the Ribono Shel Olam, your staying power to resist sin is limited. Now the Rebbe contrasts this. The last piece of this Gemara is Isha Yir'as Hashem Hitis Hala. A woman, it's interesting, by the way, that beauty and women, the Gemara understands over here, is a reference to men. Very interesting, right? Shekrachim is Yosef, Hevel Yofi is Boaz, Isha Yir'as Hashem Hitis Hala. Who is the woman ultimately, again, who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu? That is, this refers in Rav Tzadok's model, Hainu Anitzachon Shenechshad Be'eni HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kinitzachon Amiti Umuflat Al HaYitzchak. So this is the victory, which is considered to be a complete victory against the Yitzhak. Who does this refer to? Amazing. Palti Ben Laish. So who's Palti Ben Laish? Shalom Noga B'Michal Bashol. So a little bit of background. So remember again, David HaMelech is married to Michal, the daughter of Shaul. That shidduch came about after David HaMelech rose prominence, after he killed Goliath, after he killed Goliath, he became a general in David HaMelech's army. The king then invites him ultimately to become his son-in-law. David HaMelech marries Michal. Now remember again, as David HaMelech's fame rises, so Shaul becomes more and more jealous, to the point where Shaul is ready to kill David. Michal is the one who tells her husband, David, my father's coming to kill you tomorrow. So this is a famous story where they, David HaMelech essentially stuffed pillows under his cover to make it look like he was sleeping in bed. She lowered him down definitely to the window, and David HaMelech escaped. The next morning, Shaul's soldiers burst into David HaMelech's home, and again, but by that time, David HaMelech already had a number of hours start on Shaul. I think this is the beginning of the entire story. Then David goes to know the Kohanim, tells them that he's on a secret mission. They give him food and weapons. This is where Doeg sees that in him. Doeg tells Shaul, you see that they're going back in there, they're eating in a bed. Okay, oh my son. To make matters worse, Shaul, as an ultimate affront to David HaMelech, goes ahead and gives away David's wife Michal to another man, a man by the name of Palti Ben Laish, who was an incredibly pious individual. Now, the issue over here is that Palti Ben Laish didn't exactly have that much of a say in this, because the king ordered him. It was a remarkable miracle. Palti Ben Laish was quote unquote married to Michal for 20 years, over 20 years, and in that time never laid a hand on her. It was an absolute remarkable display of personal strength. Her personal strength. Literally, he's living with this woman. The king has given to her. Michal was a very beautiful woman. The king had given her to him as his wife, but Palti Ben Laish recognized all too well she was married to someone else. So because she was married to someone else, he did not lay a hand on her. Shelo naga b'michal bashol kol osin ashum shana yisheno sa'at shetzio David HaMelech. He did not lay a hand on her for 20 years, from the time that he married her until he returned her to her husband, to David. V'rak nitzachon kazeh mochiach al yiras Hashem hamechsheves gam be'inei HaKadosh Baruch Hu la'amitis u'buchlates legamrei. So Rav Tzadok says this Palti Ben Laish is called in the eyes of Chazal Isha Yir'as Hashem Hitis Hala. This is a woman who's a Yareh Hashem. It's interesting also to say to yourself, why does the Gemara, why does the Shlomo HaMelech refer to righteousness? Why does the Gemara refer to righteousness? righteous men as women. So it's interesting because in the eyes of Chazal, a woman is like the paragon of piety. See, when you want to describe righteous men, they're often described in the feminine, which is really quite fascinating. So Palti Ben Laish, Rabbi explains, is going to be the fundamental distinction to a Boaz and a Yosef. All three are righteous, and all three overcame the Yetzer Hara. The difference is that a Yosef and the Boaz went at it on their own. And because they went at it on their own, they were successful, but their success was of limited duration, which is why their nisayon was only able to last a short amount of time. Because when you go at things on your own, your staying power is limited. Halti ben Laish, on the other hand, enlisted the help of the Ribono Shel Olam in his war, against the Sahara. And because he had enlisted God as a partner, he was able to successfully combat the Sahara for over 2 decades. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Yirtz Hashem this last piece of Halti Ben Laish in Yirtz Hashem tomorrow. But I will say the lesson of Rabbi Rothschild is screaming out loud and clear, which is the ability to engage in long-term success against the Yetzer Hara is fundamentally predicated on one's willingness to enlist the Ribono Shel Olam as a partner in this effort. If Hashem is not a partner, you can be successful on a short-term level, but you can't be successful in an ongoing effort. All right, so we'll stop here. We'll spend one more day in Meretz Hashem on Aleph. All right, gentlemen. So good morning, Levan. Let's begin. We are picking up. Meretz Hashem is going to post these outside. So a new host, because such a really conveying us an incredible life lesson. Although there was still a little bit more to go through in Ost and Aleph, we really capture the essence of your subject's theme. This idea of Shekra, the heaven, Hayofi, Isha Yiras Hashem Yitzis Allah. Yosef and Boaz model versus the Palti Ben Laish model, where very incredible lesson being that if one wants to go ahead and truly be successful in their quest against the personalistic desire, in their quest ultimately again just against their own individual challenges, so the individual must enlist the help of the Rebbe. That although a person may be able to encounter some level of temporal success, however, again, long-term success requires one to enlist the partnership of the Shkarafu to fight against the Sahara. Just remember again, that was the distinction between Boaz and Yosef on one hand, who had challenges, but whose challenges was of a limited duration, because the Rebbe saw that since they were going at on their own, their staying power would only be so long, versus Palti Ben Laish, who was able to resist a more than 2-decade temptation. How was he able to do that? Solely because he enlisted the help of the Rebbe. The lesson, of course, incredibly obvious and self-evident. That whenever we go out to meet our challenges in life, we need to invite HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be our partner in those endeavors. Then, I don't know that we're guaranteed success. There's no guarantee of success in anything in life. So this is the heightened probability of success in those missions. So with that, being days, we're also speaking back to a look at the introduction here in the Uriha Hasidus. The Rebbe writes as follows. By noonday, paragraph Uriha Hasidus, right hand column, page Kuf. Ma'el is Bayer. Shazman shall be Ita B'Lias HaMashiach. Ukasher you quotes name the Shiwas. Let's remember again in Osnun, two sections ago, we spoke about the concept of Ita Achishem. That Ula comes in one of two ways. Ula can come in its appointed time, the Ita, or Achishana, expedited Ula. Expedited Ula, right? So remember again, on a messianic level, what that teaches me is there is a time by which Mashiach is going to come, no matter what we do or what we don't do. That being said, we have the ability to hasten his arrival by going ahead and engaging in positive dynamic activity. So the Rebbe says, when ultimately again is this man of B'Yida, he says, the Biasa Kasher Koltz Man L'Shuasa. When everyone ultimately again thirsts for the Yeshua, for the salvation of the Rebbe Shalom, Ot is Bar Le'el, Shetokef Chozek Hayitzahara Ba'adam, Mokiach Al-Tokef Chozek Kidushas Ha'adam Le'ibas Zeh, Ba'al Yicholoso L'Hasik Hashlimus Ad Mafiyah Lezeh. So Tzaddik is kind of giving us a little bit of a summary. So in Os Nun, we saw the concept of Ita Hishana regarding the two different stages of Gula. In the previous Oshos, Mendalit and Mentes, what Tzaddik spoke about, which was an incredible idea, this concept that which I struggle with most, in fact, can turn out to be my greatest source of strength. Meaning what? If I struggle in a particular area, and it's an ongoing struggle, my ability to overcome that particular struggle, in fact, shows what my greatest source of koach truly is. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, "Well, our that." So now if we bring all of these concepts together, says that, "Well, our that inspire time, eich ish u'mela harich esachusha hatmuna v'dar sachlor." So the Rebbe says, now we can begin to see ultimately again how everything is embedded in the latter generations. Afshikfi and Hira, Maisa Satan Matzliach Rahman al-Islam, the Hapil Rabbi Mevnei Amenu, the Rishto Shel Hayitzahara, Haba Pikin Alinu Litzavos, Shedaf Kedor HaNamoch V'Yoser, Yiskel Yisraelim Berum HaMalos Rabbi Amenu. So David says, sometimes we go ahead, sometimes we go ahead and we look at the generation, and sometimes it appears that the generation in which we live in is so compromised, right? And ultimately again has so many dramatic and difficult challenges. And sometimes we look around and we wonder to ourselves, are we actually ever going to be worthy of salvation? So Zadik says we're going to see now how even sometimes when things don't look so great, there's the ability to put out a message of positivity, even from a compromised generation. Okay, so here we go. I don't know if that introduction was helpful or not, but Lamais again, essentially, the Zadik is going to say, and this is part of the beauty of the Sefer, is that as much as each O's often contains its own individualized message, what Rav Tzadok often does, as we've begun to see, is go ahead and kind of merge the individual messages into one greater, larger message of the God. So with that, we begin. So left-hand column, Kuf Kapilum. A person shouldn't wonder to himself, in Yirabedoro Sharishoim, Afilu Mibne Aminu, Misrabim Ba'olam. So sometimes a person looks around and he says to himself, there are a lot of Rishonim. There's a lot of evil in the world, a lot of negativity. Sometimes it seems that the evil in the world is so dramatic, and there's no countermeasure. began him Holchem in his Gadlin Kolcham, and sometimes it appears like the Ra in this world seems to intensify, right? And seems to grow with each given day. And sometimes the world has the appearance that it's hefker. We'll say this is really an incredible statement, and I think it's very applicable for our time. Right? Sometimes we look around and there's so much good in the world. There really is. But there's also so much moral decay on so many different levels. So Tzaddik says we look around, and ultimately again, sometimes the world looks like it's hefker. Avala MSC Shavada Enoki. Rabbi Tzaddik says, the MS is, it's not like that. Sometimes even though the world looks hefker, the world is not actually hefker. And the Olam, Ein Am Yisrael Ne'ezav Klal Yisrael. So I remember here, Rabbi Tzaddik is also talking about even just the matzav of Klal Yisrael. There's sometimes when you look at Klal Yisrael, and again, everything seems hefker. I think we live in such different times, but you understand how historically the Jew could have looked around, especially at the matzav of Klal Yisrael, and felt ne'ezav v'nefka, umufkar, forsaken and just totally hefker. Yeda Adam, Yasimido, Shashem Yisbarach, Nimshab Balak. This is so beautiful. It is important for a Jew to remember that the Ribono Shel Olam is always the one who is in charge of the vineyard. Yam Yisrael in Karmo Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is absolutely beautiful. The Ribono Shel Olam is a vineyard, and we are the vineyard. Klal Yisrael is a vineyard, and we are the vineyard of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And who tends to the vineyard? Who is in charge of the vineyard? None other than the Ribono Shel Olam. Kisha Omer Chazal, Yala Adam Nisrav Ladas Begerer, Sheagah Kadosh Baruch Hu Es Tivo, Umahuso Shal Karen Chaviv Zeh Yosem Mimenu. So it's the mushal. Why does the Rebbe give the mushal of a vineyard? Right? In other words, the message is clear that even though sometimes if our circumstances look ne'ezav mufkar, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always in charge. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always running the show. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu always tends to us. So why does Tzaddik give the example of a vineyard? So something interesting about vineyards. Let's say vineyards, each type of vineyard produces a different type of grape. Right? So for example, if you have a vineyard that produces Cabernet Sauvignon, that's different than a vineyard that has grapes that produce Merlot, which is different than a vineyard which produces grapes for a late harvest wine. Each of those vineyards must be tended to in different ways. And each of those clusters of grapes or those families of grapes need different things in order to thrive. So Tzaddik says there's something so beautiful. Sometimes we look around and things may appear to be to see ne'ezav mufkar. But a Jew always has to remember that I am the Ribono Shel Olam's vineyard, and he is my Balak. And as the Balak, the person in charge of the vineyard, it doesn't simply mean that he's in charge of the events as they unfold. That's obvious. That's obvious that he's in charge of the events. What it means is he knows exactly what the grapes need in order to grow and thrive. And he also knows, by the way, see, here's the difference, that for a regular Balak Karen, so the whole vineyard might be dedicated to this type of grape, the whole vineyard dedicated to in the Ribono Shel Olam's vineyard, in any one particular vineyard, there's a vine of this and a vine of that. There's this type of grape, there's that type of grape. And the Ribono Shel Olam, as the ultimate Balak Karen, knows how to nurture and sustain each grape in accordance with what it needs. It's such a beautiful imagery. Let's just finish this paragraph as Chazal says. Yalla Adam Niskar Ladas the Bearer, Shodia Komishbar was evil in the Husa Shakaran Kabin Zed, Ghost Seminary. The person has to believe that the revolution of them knows what the grapes of the vineyard means, even more than its grape itself. The grape might think it knows what it means, but about Karen, truly knows what it means in order to thrive. Coming back to the Baruch and attacking the great Mitzvah Shakamo, the Israel Adamah. And the Bala Karen, the Rebbe Shalom, is taking care of the needs of the vineyard of every single moment. The Vadai, Shetagia Ha'is Haroilecha, Yosh Shachar Baruch has the Ula, the Roman was carrying Israel, God Mishefel Hamadregos Ad Yom Hamal. So this is the Ula to this verse tomorrow. I also the purpose of Chagam Israel is reading the Chagam Israel. That in those moments when the world looks and when you feel Ne'ezav Mitzvah, using the word from the very profound word. Those moments when I feel Ne'ezav Mitzvah, either on a personal level or I look around on a national level. And I just feel a firestorm when you look. Ne'ezav Mitzvah in those moments. Just always remember, I am the Karen, I am the cluster of leaves. In the Revolution always vineyard. Barak Karen not only knows how to produce a water-winning wine, but ultimately again he knows what every sort of grapes need in order to go ahead and actualize and maximize its potential. The Barak Karen knows exactly how to take care of his vineyard. See one of those moments when I look, when I feel Ne'ezav Mukhtar, and indeed that the Barak Karen knows what he's doing. As we'll stop over here, we will continue this theme. Again, this is not a chiddush. We're going to see that the power of this message lies in the metaphor, ultimately of the vineyard, and therefore some big All right, so good morning. Let's begin here for this morning. Let's let's just pick up where we left off. We left off on the ocean based with we really have to see this the left hand column and the bottom. So once you see that, you play beautiful. Rabbi is really double Yuka. Remember again, the topic is developing a theme which is not generic as you learn this concept of thought. You're going to see that what the topic is going to do today, I think it's actually quite simple. So the topic spoke about the idea about the messianic redemption. Mashiach could come either to a generation that is deserving or to a generation that's kulotai, that's undeserving. Like the incredible thing is that the generation that's undeserving often can be transformed into a deserving one through the process of shulchan, as we'll discuss. And the topic is highlighting the idea. Well, actually, let's see. So remember, actually, when we left off, I think, page Kufaf. So let's pick up page Kufaf Dallas. We left the Hari Amru Chazal. Eizud Bar Chavi Nikolak. It's actually a very beautiful idea. In the eyes of the Ribono Shel Olam, let us consider that generation, which generation is considered to be the most beloved of all the generations. The Rebbe is quoting over here the Yerushalmi. Angels will come to us. Aberos Zeh Dor Hamidbar. Generation of the desert, which is really quite interesting. But Allah was a king of others, and the timing of it is quite amazing. Parshas Kisisa this week. Chit Ha'egel this week. One of the worst averos committed in the history of Jewish people. Is, if you could go as the top two averos committed by the Jewish people, Chit Ha'egel, well, right, Chit Ha'egel. They go by the same inspiration. But I think that again, it also going to be good here in general in life. You never stand judgment of someone else. Of happiness, judging other people is never really a beneficial exercise, especially given the fact that we never understand the circumstances. We don't understand what it means to live on this world with a family of servitude, and then suddenly the Americans, we recognize that there's a residual impact on being a slave for so many generations. So it has to show no level of judgment. But nevertheless, it's fascinating to see a statement like this. That the most beloved generation in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the generation that still objectively committed so many dramatic acts. So, two major dramatic averos. The Rebbe says, "B'halama halasim shadam u'gamu, ifnei shazachu l'kabbalah haTorah." They will say, but on the other hand, as much as God committed the Chit Ha'egel, we also need the generation who experienced Kabbalah Satorah. Kabbalah Satorah, Senitic Revelation, it says in the Torah, גם לאחר מדרגתם הנמוכה בגלות מצרים, הספעלו להיות הדור הפוגע ביוסף. They will say the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. What does it mean when the Yerushalmi says that the most beloved generation in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Hamidbar? The Tzaddik targets that if you look at the generations, the Hamidbar, perhaps there's been no other generation who has undergone such dramatic transformative change as the Hamidbar. It's possible that's what Chazal is doing. That's what Tzaddik is trying to bring out. Think about this in first. It's true. They committed some significant averos. But where else did you ever find a generation who go from slaves to now 7 Mishma in 49 days? Where else did you ever see an entire generation who could undergo such cathartic, transformative change within such a relatively short amount of time? Whatever says, in the eyes of our this is the thing that the topic is going to highlight those. Number one is power of change, or the ability to change. Number two, how in the eyes of the Ribono Shel Olam, when we exercise that ability to change, that is the most beloved thing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Smoking, let's actually just skip a little bit. Skip to the bottom of page of Dalit. Is going to be area Hasidus. Skip to the bottom of the right hand column. So the Zem Mifnei, She'ef Shasabah said, so here's the question. So Tzaddik now asks on a different level, and I think this is a question that any of us that's what we ask ourselves many times when we learn stories and we go out with them. How can we have a generation who could exhibit the worst kind of behavior? The worst kind of behavior. Right? So they can go ahead and they can build the ego. They can go ahead and lift the people. And also, by the way, those are just the two major ones. Right? Remember again, there's a lot of other small stuff which unfolds over the course of years in the desert. How could it be that you can have the same generation engage in all of this negative activity and yet also say nice Hashemah? And does that mean it almost appears to be an inherent personalistic contradiction? The Rebbe says something amazing. וזה מפני שאפשר שהגיע הדור ההוא מכל כולו חייב לפני הכאילו יסחק וחוסם מני הדור ויסחק עד שיוגר שיחב יוסף. So again, the Tzaddik brings in as well as Shlomo Melech, which I want to read out for today. But the Tzaddik says in general, how could it be that you could have a generation that essentially is what he calls kulo chayiv, or committing the worst kind of activity, and yet again could then in the next moment raise themselves up for the pinnacle of holiness and spiritual accomplishment. So that is essentially what she does. Are you national shipping stock to the image of the Sajah? והכל חביב וסיסי ולפני ששורש נשמע שם במקום גבוה יוסף לגוס. The Rebbe says, because you have to understand that the neshama of a Jew comes from a place that is gavoa yosef. The wording is so profound. The neshama comes from a place that is gavoa yosef. Gavoa yosef, not just high, but more high. The highest of the high. To skip down a few lines, because the MS holds Hakari Yisrael Einam Chutz. So they said this is to have one of those certain lines in Kalakala Tuma, because this is the lowest. He says the MS, because in reality, both Hakari is right in the back. It's like when a Jew sins, it's not the essence. When I sin, it's not in my essence. It's not my essence. When I sin, I'm making a dramatic mistake. I'm abusing my God, my power of free choice. And when I sin, ultimately again, I'm making a poor decision. But that sin does not reflect who I am in my essence. God, listen to this. God naturally saw the fact that you should understand to cultivate beautiful Gemara in Sanhedrin. That when a Jew sins, what is this comparable to? La'asa Chukoi Be'ehu. So he says it is comparable to a hadas, a myrtle branch that is growing amongst a southern road. Bad grass. I don't know, weeds. It's like a myrtle branch that is growing amongst weeds. Romar, Sheplinius Nashman, not Mishares Pikushasam, that Hakom Masir in the Hasi Osimak Nibahutz, the Imam Potmin as human use. So we'll say the topic of here is discussing the very essence of the Jew. How is it that one generation could engage in such deleterious activity, such terrible chaton, ego, miraglim, and a lot of other stuff? We'd also say in that side of the show. How does that happen? We'll say it's the same, by the way, remember how it's going to come back. How is it that a generation could be so bad, and yet HaKadosh Baruch Hu could bring about circumstances, and they do tshuva, and could transform themselves into a generation that's right in the Kalach and Mashiach? How does that happen? So it's just to understand the essence of the dynamic of the Jew. The essence of the dynamic of the Jew is number one, Shoresh Nishmasam Mimakam Gavar. Remember that phrase. Shoresh Nishmasam Mimakam Gavar. The essence of my soul is from the highest of the high. I come from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I am a Mitzvah Elohim Mina Anan, the Balatanya writes. I am a spark from the Divine Emotion. That's what I am. And that is my essence. I that I sin, I that I do things wrong. That's true. But those sins, those avedas, as the Tzaddik says, they are not the inam the essence. They're inam the essence. They're not my essence. They're bad things I do. Because I am like the myrtle branch that grows from those weeds. There's a lot of weeds. Those weeds represent my bad decisions. Those weeds represent my wrong turns. Those weeds represent all the negative things I do in life. And sometimes there's a lot of weeds. So many weeds that you can't even see the myrtle branch. But at the end of the day, the myrtle branch is always there. The fate never impacts my essence. Never impacts my essence. Never goes on. He goes on, if you turn the page for just a moment, well, okay, so he says, Aval Mizem Yvon Shekarshet, that he has man al Zikishis Shukla Holtin, Shestivos and Nefesh, and himself the Shoshana, as Tishai HaShoshana, Hainu HaNefesh, Vishlei Musa B'Koshas. He uses the metaphor from Shir Hashirim as well. like a rose amongst the thorns. So what does that mean, like the rose amongst the thorns? That statement is the ultimate essence of the Jew. A lot of times, I think a lot of thorns through my negative activities. But just because there's a lot of thorns doesn't defeat the fact that it's a beautiful way. That's my etzim pneusa, the essence of who I am, the hados that grows amongst the weeds. So they say, why is this important? Because the topic is describing over here, why change is possible. Like you know, say, why assume that change is possible? Well, why is that? Why not say that after you make certain bad decisions, you lock yourself into a certain way, and that's who you are. That's what you are. You've gone down a particular derech. That's what it is. But you can't say that change is possible. Why do you assume that? To which the Rebbe says, because, and all of it, not going to repeat everything again, but because of everything he said, when I sin, it's not in the essence. Because when I sin, the one thing I did change my behaviors, and I made changes as a result of my bad decisions, certain realities in my life, but I never changed reality. I never changed my behaviors. The genius remains, the rose remains, the hados remains. Because those things remain, but by definition, change is always possible. That's how a Dor HaMitzvah goes ahead and builds the ego, commits but at the same time also goes ahead and says, Nasa V'Nishma. To steal a Mineu based on inherent contradiction, it is inherent contradiction. Like Lamaisa, because the inner rose, because the inner hadas is never completely, never confident, therefore change always remains possible. So that we stop over here, but again you can see the power of the prophet's words. Higher you sow, this is the key to tshuva, this is the key to optimism in life. Because if you don't believe this, if you don't subscribe to this, then the truth is, life is very depressing. Because every day is filled with dramatic mistakes. And if you don't accept this ideology of a tzaddik, which is not just a tzaddik, an ideology of Yiddishkeit, and at the end of the day I make mistakes, and essentially I've locked myself into an ongoing downward spiral. But if I believe in it in the rose, I believe in it in the hadas, change is always possible. Alright, yeah, so good morning. Let us begin. Yesterday, everyone tell us something incredibly amazing. Guys, based on the idea of Yerushalmi says, favorite generation because the Torah generation of the Dagger. Although at first glance, it seems a little bit strange, especially given the fact that, again, you mentioned the King's Parsha, Faith Egel, Faith in the Labyrinth, all of the tragic, sinful activity, nevertheless, with the public saying, yet that's the same generation that said my salvation. So if you want to speak about a generation of salvation, of the contrast, the different extremes that man could reach, Bar HaMidbar is a wonderful example. And the reason that ultimately, again, Bar HaMidbar is covered with Kol HaDeros is because Bar HaMidbar teach us the power of change. The power of change. That no matter what an individual has done, no matter how badly I messed up in life, personalistic redemption is always possible. Rather than quoted the beautiful passage from Shira Shirim, Kishoshana being vocal, like a rose amongst the thorns. Thorns, of course, representing the sins, the agaveros of life. The rose, nevertheless, the identity of the rose begins to live even in the midst of all of the thorns. But on his of faith, the Rebbe says something so beautiful in the Adrabah, the right hand column. I read in the Uriah Hasid, the right hand column, 5 lines in. The Adrabah, Hashivos Nafshot Yisira, Achari Shishava Adam B'Shuva Shteyonah. It's like, the Rebbe is going to talk about certain concepts with which we are unfamiliar with, but the way he frames them is so beautiful. So the Rebbe says, everyone knows that the Hashivos of the Neshama, the importance of the Neshama, is manifest, especially in the aftermath of sin. The aftermath of sin. He says, Shahari, listen to this, Shoshana, she Kiya ben Acholim, Ychashubi Yosem Shoshana ben Shoshana. So apparently says that this is so beautiful that there are different types of roses. Some roses grow amongst roses, and some roses grow amongst thorns. The most beautiful rose is the one that does not grow amongst roses. The most beautiful roses are the ones that grow amongst thorns. So beautiful. The Bible says, Shekasidi quotes over here the Zohar, Shoshana Shima'ala B'leah, and Mucheres Miskol Shar HaBrazim Ba'olam. The most beautiful rose, the most fragrant rose amongst all of the roses in the world, Eina Rak Haki Ha'olam Miben HaKos, is the one which grows amongst the thorns. Is the one which grows amongst the thorns. So what's the real to that is the truest fragrance is not when you're surrounded all by thorns. The truest fragrance in life is when you're surrounded all by roses. The truest fragrance emerges when the rose is surrounded by thorns, but still manages to be a rose, which is a truly incredible and beautiful idea. So that it goes on to explain. The Divrei Hazor Halal Sa'im, but in the Shidas Kinadamar, Shabali Tshuva Aditi B'Geinu B'Ma'alosam, and this statement of the Zohar is very much in line with the statement of the that Bali Tshuva are able to occupy a spiritual space that is much greater than Tzaddikim in Gemara. Now, again, obviously, this notion of a tzaddik bummer being someone who never sins, if you saw anything like tzaddik, there's no such thing as someone who never sins. But you understand this point, someone who struggles, someone who is difficulties, someone who is constantly struggling with the thorns, but still manages to preserve rose, is so much greater than someone who is just always a rose amongst roses. Which also tells you something so. I know you've heard these concepts before, it's nothing new. But the Tzaddik frames it is so beautiful. Tzaddik is saying is, you made the essence of like, you want to push Sarah who appreciates the most in this world. Struggle. When I am willing to engage in this struggle, when I say, there are so many thorns, and the thorns are always around me, talking about not only external adversity. That's true also. Also, I think, there are moments in life, halavai, you have the bracha, but maybe there's no external adversity. But there's always internal adversity. There's always the internal thorns, and I'm always struggling with them. And then I see people who are roses, this was amongst the roses, and I'm always surrounded by the thorns. Right? And I'm always surrounded by the thorns. But often I'm going ahead and often getting hit by the thorns. I'm getting cut by the thorns. I'm bleeding because of the thorns. And even today I avoid the thorns. Tomorrow I get stuck on the thorns. And yesterday I got stuck on the thorns. And the Tzaddik says, just understand two things. Number one, your rose is always there. Your rose is always there. The rose never withers. The rose never dies. This goes back to what the Tzaddik said 2 days ago. He said a little bit longer than 2 days ago. But we learned it 2 days ago. Where the Rebbe says the reason why change is peaceable is because faith never impacts the nefesh hatzmos. Sin never impacts the core identity of who you are. That always remains intact. Therefore, change is possible. So the roads is always there. And what I could Baruch Hu appreciate more than anything in life is not when I am a Shoshana bein HaShoshana. Because the truth is, it's easy to be a rose amongst the roses. The real challenge in life and the real success story in life is when you can be a Shoshana bein HaShoshana. You need to be a rose amongst the thorns. When you can preserve the beauty of your rose, that battling your thorns each and every day, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says in life success. So skip a little bit to the left-hand paragraph. So now, whoever takes this concept, and really expands it a little bit. So look what he writes. On the left-hand column, the Uriah Hasidus, page Kufahei. Ya'ala ala das. She started and says, "Man, so I'm sidestepping a little bit some of his other theme, which is Mashiach." Now, we're going to come back to Mashiach also, but the Rebbe really start for this whole conversation is that the Rebbe is exceptionally intrigued by the concept that the generation of Mashiach may not initially be worthy, but then ultimately again they are transformed into being worthy. So the Gemara discusses, remember again, we saw this a number of days ago. How does this happen? Sometimes the Baruch goes ahead and is mounted, and that Lashek Zerosa, person of Baruch is about the spot of fever. The Xeros motivate us to do tshuva, and the entire generation changes. So that was the springboard for this conversation. That was intrigued by that change model. If you could have a generation that begins being quote unquote unworthy, but then morphs into something incredibly worthy. So he goes on, he says, this is incredible. The Alyala Aladas, so we started as Manrav. The most said there's two things happening over here. There's a national conversation and a personal conversation. It's the same conversation. It's the conversation of change. Conversation of change. In the messianic context, so the conversation of change tells me that the generation can be undeserving in one moment and then be transformed to deserving in the next moment. That's the national conversation. On the personal level, the same thing is true. That I could be a Shoshana, I could find my rose, even though again I am surrounded by the thorns. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, don't think, Al Yala ala das, Shei Starek Lazez Manrav. Don't think that dynamic change has to go ahead and take a lot of time. Don't think that it has to take a long time until Klal Yisrael comes to the level of Tshuva Shlema. Both say again, on a national level or on a personal level. Why? Tshuva Gimura Eina Oleches Zman Klal Ve'efshar Shiyeh Berega Echad.